morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Um, Good to have you all here this morning at the Abuja Continental Hotel and actually at the 6th Nigerian Academy of Science Annual Scientific Conference. Maybe to kick us off, I hope you have the anthem there. It's not on the agenda, but to kick us off as patriotic citizens, I hope. Can we all stand for the national anthem? And I hope you have the correct one.
Nigeria may hail thee, our long native land. The tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
There should be a second stanza there.
Yes, friend, in peace or battle, and this we count as gain. To hang unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you. You may be seated. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to the 6th Nigerian Academy of Science Annual Scientific Conference, held in Abuja here at the Abuja Continental Hotel. I'm Doyo Dubanjo, the Executive Secretary of the Academy. The Nigerian Academy of Science, is the foremost independent scientific body in Nigeria and speaks for science nationally and internationally. The Academy was founded in 1977 and has stayed in place since then. The Academy has two functions, primarily one, the development of science in Nigeria, and secondly, what we call science advice. In the development of science, there are several activities, one of which is the election of distinguished scientists, Nigerian scientists especially, as fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Science. You'll find them all over the place now around this country and outside with the appellation FAS behind their names as a mark of distinction. Because getting elected into the academy is strictly based on merit and it's very competitive. As of today, only 10 scientists can be elected every year, having been assessed rigorously and found to be deserving of that fellowship. Foreign fellows are occasionally elected as foreign fellows of the Academy of Science who have contributed to science globally and in Nigeria as well. In terms of science advice, the Academy uses this rich company of scientists that it has. Now 298 have been elected since 1977. And it uses this rich network of scientists to provide advice to the government on issues that science can solve. Basically, the Academy acts as a broker of knowledge, interpreting science for use, for policy making, and for policy implementation. To ensure that not just policymakers, but primarily policymakers, but other stakeholders as well in all sectors of the society are able to make use of science to solve the problems appropriately. And they can go to the Nigerian Academy of Science. The Academy has positioned itself as the go-to place for knowledge that can be used and knowledge that you can depend on as unbiased and strictly based on scientific research. The academy, in its bid to ensure that, again, that science grows and it's well developed in the country, started 6 years ago to have this annual conference, scientific conference, as a means to showcase research that is going on in this country. But not just that, because again, on one hand, many people will say that there's nothing happening, research is dead, and all of that. But the idea is to showcase that there is research going on and to encourage those who are doing them, as well as to showcase that research to those that can use them. That is from both the policymaking world and even the private sector. So it's not just purely an academic conference, but you'll find oftentimes a lot of policymakers seated. You'll find the media coming. You'll find private sector people coming. And the idea is that when these things are presented, and perhaps as a little note to the presenters, that even as you present your work and ensure that it's scientifically accurate, you also ensure that the audience is able to understand what you say. Because it's a multidisciplinary audience, multi-sector audience, you want to ensure that they understand you and can take away what your vital information is. In that regard, or on that note, I'll also just point out that as we start on this session that we start with, this opening session will be chaired by the president of the Nigerian Academy of Science, and we'll have a few goodwill messages, and then we'll have, very brief goodwill messages, and we'll then move on to the scientific sessions. I believe, unfortunately, in this session, our keynote speaker, Mansur bin Musalam, the Secretary General of the Organization of Southern Cooperation, sends his apologies, profound apologies. He's been sending me messages almost every day for the last 2 days. Every day, and frequently apologizing for what's gone wrong. I do know that as of Friday, he had his e-visa, but he says everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. And he's so sad he's unable to be here. However, the party must go on. So we will have a good time. And please, on that note, welcome with me for our opening remarks and to chair this session, the president of the Nigerian Academy of Science, Professor Ekanem Braid, FAS.
Okay. Honorable ministers, representatives of ministers present here, directors general, the president of Network of African Science Academies, NASAC. Okay. The president, West African Network of National Academies of Sciences, Professor Tomori. Presidents of national academies in Nigeria and in Africa. We do have Cameroon here and Benin. Fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Science, distinguished invitees, participants in this conference, ladies and gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Council and all fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Science, I welcome you to this conference beginning today, the 6th Annual Science Conference of the Nigerian Academy of Science. Dr. Odubajo has told you a bit about our academy, and in the program, you'll find some information about our academy. You may also wish to visit our website, and the link is on the program, indicated on the program. Now, this conference is one of the activities we are mandated to carry out annually, and this is the 6th edition. The theme of the conference, Climate Adaptation and Resilience in Nigeria, is apt, very apt, at this time when climate change is on the front burner. We are aware that climate change is one of the most threatening problems the world is facing today. It is so important that Sustainable Development Goals has it as goal number 13. And that goal number 13 requires that by 2030, urgent action would have been taken to combat climate change and its impact. There are other goals that are indirectly related to goal number 13, and there are 8 in number. Goal number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, 6, 7, 11, 13, and 14, and even 15. They address climate change indirectly. You may want to look at them later. The sub-themes for the conference also address comprehensively the impact of climate change on man. These are the effects of urban renewal on climate change and water resources management, effects of climate change on agriculture and food security, effects of climate change on human and animal health, climate change on energy, climate resilient infrastructure, climate change and the technology application, gender and intersectionality dimensions of climate change. We are glad that our conferences have continued to foster mentoring and networking. We can see senior scientists here with their mentees attending this conference. And this is key in capacity building. We are glad also that some of the papers presented at these conferences get published for wider dissemination in a highly rated academic journal, the Proceedings of the Nigerian Academy of Science. It is a journal, not really proceedings in the sense of what we think proceedings are. For those who are from the university, this one is a journal. This is the official journal of the Nigerian Academy of Science. Yesterday, the Nigerian Academy of Science recorded another milestone. That is the commissioning of the Academy of Science T.Y. Danjuma Museum and Library Complex. The complex is on the land allocated to the Academy by government since 2015. But from 2018, we started developing the land by building a fence with levies from fellows, a fence on this land that is 4.18 hectares. It's located in Wasa district, and when fully developed, the land will have 4 structures: the museum and library, a conference center, a guest house, and an admin block. You will agree with me that such arrangement will be a conducive environment for researchers to work in, for conferences to be held, for retreats to be held, and for meetings to be held. So when fully fitted, the museum and library, which was completed within 1 year. And that is a big achievement for the academy. We were courageous enough to pioneer development in a remote area in Wassa district. I'm sure some of you know where Wassa is. The museum will serve as a useful resource for inspiring and strengthening science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. That's STEAM education. It will showcase Nigeria's rich cultural heritage and civilization that can produce cross-cultural understanding. It will be a source of knowledge and inspiration. And management of the museum will continue to collect, preserve, interpret, and display objects of artistic, cultural, and scientific significance for the education of the public, particularly for students. And we appeal to all participants here who may wish to donate some exhibits to the Nigerian Academy of Science for the museum. We also appeal to government agencies that they can showcase the historical aspect of what they do in their various agencies. It is expected that an exhibition on climate change will be featured permanently in the museum from content from this conference. Because climate change is one of the most threatening problems that the world is facing today, it is so important that the Sustainable Development Goals features it. Now, because not enough attention is being paid to climate change, there's need for the public to be convinced enough to actively want to get involved in climate change mitigation and adaptation activities. And they will be trailblazers in making our earth safe for the future. So this museum will provide comprehensive information needed for such action. The library, when fully fitted, will provide access for authentic and reliable information required to support learning and development. It will house all sections you would find in an ideal library, including an e-library and a repository. The entire compound, as I have said earlier, when all 4 structures are completed, will be conducive for researchers to work in. Our belief in the academy is that the sustainable national development can only be possible if all stakeholders participate effectively. That makes it mandatory for us to continue to bring together the academia, the private sector, government and civil society, and other stakeholders for conversations in such gatherings as this. We believe that research should fit policy and policy should fit practice. Otherwise, researchers will just be working in silos, not connecting with the people that need the products of their research. I thank you all present here today for honoring our invitation. I'm talking about our friends, our colleagues, our partners who are here to give goodwill messages. We especially thank the minister, honorable minister, he's not here yet, who is our special guest of honor, who will give a presentation. We also thank the exhibitors for bringing their exhibits for the poster sessions. I must comment at this point, the immediate past president, Professor Mosto Onoha, is seated somewhere there. And Council of the Academy, Council is here, they are all here. Senior fellows of the Academy are here for initiating the conduct of these annual conferences. I commend the chairman, Professor Friday of Konofua, is here, of the Science Planning Committee, as well as our able Executive Secretary, Dr. Doyin Odubanjo, whom I don't want to use the word kidnapped, I've kept behind me here to continue some aspects of this sharing. And his very able team at the Secretariat, they are all moving around, for pulling through this conference today. I appreciate consistent support of the present Academic Council. They are here today, fellows of the Academy, and I must especially thank Professor Alexander Acholonu. I don't know if Prof. Acholonu is in the hall. Is yet to arrive, who not only consistently travels from the US to Nigeria at his cost to attend all our meetings, but also has endowed a prize. He has endowed in perpetuity a prize for the best oral presenter and the best poster presenter in our conferences. I welcome you all to this conference. If this is your first, I hope it won't be your last. And we plead with you to continue attending our conferences, to continue publishing your papers in a well-rated academic journal. I thank you all for coming, and I wish you a fruitful experience at this conference. And also, when you go back, I wish you safe journey to your respective homes. Thank you for listening.
Please, another round of applause for the president. Yeah, and I hope you noted what the Academy set out to do 6 years ago was to set up a conference of international standard to address conference tourism. We talk of medical tourism. So that we hope that every year you'll budget to be at the conference of the Nigerian Academy of Science, knowing that this is one conference that you can achieve most of your goals as a researcher and whatever else. So also note the networking aspect of what she spoke about. And that's part of why in this room you have very distinguished scientists who are fellows of the Academy of Science, even past presidents. There are 3, or is it 3 or 4? Past presidents of this academy seated here. Professor Aya is right here in front. And these are names you'll hear of all over the place. But this conference gives you an opportunity to network with them, to talk to them, or even take photographs. I saw somebody taking with Professor Sambo earlier, the president-elect, or take photographs. So this is an opportunity that you must maximize, okay? Please, and many of them are even seated among the crowd at the back and what have you. Please, may I ask all fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Science to please stand for recognition. It also means that you'll become a marked target. And you see Professor Kauja Abubakar, former Minister of Science and Technology. So you just note them so that you say, tea break, I'm going for him, I'm going for her. They won't run, I guarantee. Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Please have a seat. We'll also use the opportunity, since the president mentioned the museum and library, to tell you that apart from some of those materials you have that can be good artifacts for display at the museum, we will also be asking you for your data. Because we want to position the library to be a national data repository. So you can send in your data, raw data, published works, so that if anybody says I'm looking for anything on Nigeria, they can get from the Nigerian Academy of Science. It will be domiciled there, and they can come there and work on that data and analyze them, reanalyze them. Even data from 1972 will be there because our fellows have some of those data, and we will be asking that please give us the data in a few months when the servers and everything will be all set, and we'll domicile everything. And if you can't wait, please still contact us and let us know. I have this data to give to you now. We'll find a way to keep them. And that will serve our country very well. So I thank you ahead for that. Let me just ask if we have already in the room. We're expecting the minister. I'm sure that he had sent a message. I'll be there at 9 on the dot. So I'm sure it's something very unique that might be holding him back. But we have other people. I can see UNESCO here, Dr. Enagmoma. So maybe you come up to the seat here first. That's not the agenda, but she had been added on. Please come, please come, please come. I don't know if Professor Andrew Aruna, the Vice President of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, is around. He's also the ES of the Conference of Vice Chancellors. I don't know if he's in yet. Um, Engineer Janet Adeyemi of the Women in Mining. I don't know if she's also here yet. I hope they didn't think that the Nigerian Academy of Science will do Nigerian time, because we don't do Nigerian time. So, okay, so it looks like it's you. So, Dr. Enang Moma, please welcome Dr. Enang Moma for our own goodwill message.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dubanjo. The President of the Nigerian Academy of Science, the distinguished fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Science, very distinguished scientists, participants present. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol, which was established by our chairman. Good morning to you, and I say to you a happy new year. I would like to, my name is Enang Moma. I am the head of science sector of the UNESCO Abuja office. UNESCO is United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. And so on that note, I would like to bring you warm greetings from UNESCO Abuja office, and would also like to take the opportunity to congratulate the Nigerian Academy of Science for hosting this all-important conference with the theme Climate Adaptation and Resilience in Nigeria. To congratulate the Academy for establishing a science museum as well as a library. I mean, these are very two important resource centers. One emphasizing on informal, that's the museum, and the other one, the library, fostering formal science education. So this is very important to us, and we're very happy to note this stride by the Academy. UNESCO works to advance and promote science in the interest of peace, sustainable development, national development, and human security well-being in close collaboration with member states. Nigeria is one of the member states of UNESCO, and we work with the stakeholders and science in the countries, as well as the academies. And I would like to also inform you that we've had very good collaboration with the Nigerian Academy of Science in the past. We've worked with the Academy on the STI policy. In fact, we worked the 2022 STI policy of Nigeria. We had very strong collaboration with the Academy to support Nigeria for that. And then we have also worked with the Academy to encourage women in science. And of course, we still would like to work with the Academy because they are very central to what we are doing. The theme of the conference is very apt, as climate change is one of the defining issues of our time. And UNESCO works on climate change in all our thematic areas. We have 5 thematic areas: education, science, culture, communication, information, and social and human sciences. And so we work to assist our member states to develop relevant policies and initiatives that uses science, local and indigenous knowledge, and community empowerment to build climate resilience. As you may know, when the Nigeria Academy of Science president was talking, he mentioned SDG 13. But more to it now, the United Nations had realized, of course, during the UN Assembly, um, the member states also realized that there is need to fast track the SDGs, the achievement of the SDGs. And so there are now 6 transition pathways, accelerating pathways. We have the food systems, we have energy access and affordability, we have digital connectivity, we have education, jobs and social protection, as well as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And so, climate change really takes a central role in the transition pathways. And so, this also means that we have to harness insights, scientific insights, to tackle this problem of climate change. And we also have to strengthen the science policy society interface across all levels. This was also mentioned by Professor Braid. We view this conference as an important platform to receive insights from you scientists that could be used to develop initiatives, projects towards building climate change resilience in the country. And so we therefore, again, would like to commend Nigeria Academy of Science and indeed all the stakeholders for this commitment, for this commitment of this conference. And then we also ask that you do your best to ensure that we come out with very good outcomes from the conference. UNESCO stands ready to give technical support to take forward the results of this conference. Before I end this goodwill message, I would like to also respectfully remind us of the United Nations General Assembly proclamation of 2024-2023 as the International Decade for Science for Sustainable Development. And so we are already in the decade. And what does this mean? It marks an important step in a global effort to harness scientific knowledge for a sustainable future. And UNESCO is leading this decade, and we intend to mobilize all, scientists. Scientists, when we talk about scientists across all disciplines, social scientists, human scientists, as well as interdisciplinary and emerging fields. So we will mobilize all that to contribute to the transformative change in societies, economies, and the environment. So we are already set. And President Ma, we would, Professor and Dr. Duban just said UNESCO had been a bit detached from the academy. Now we are now pursuing you. We're going to pursue you very much so that the ideals of the decade can be promoted to benefit the country. Uh, I would like to also thank the president of the Nigeria Academy of Science, Professor Ms. Kabrit, who has been very supportive of our work. She's my mother and she's my mentor. And also thank Dr. Dubanjo. You shouldn't become a professor. I'm always calling you professor now. So I would like to thank you and your team for really standing to work with us. And indeed, all the scientists here present, we thank you for your inputs. We would also like to leave this note that whatever we are going to do, whatever initiatives we're going to come up with here, we have to think about gender, we have to think about young people, youth, and we also have to think about indigenous knowledge because we have to interface both of them to have good results. So we wish you a very fruitful conference. And once again, UNESCO stands ready to give the technical support to take forward the result of this conference. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Dr. Moma of UNESCO. Um, we will actually, well, before then, they have been directed by the president to just have one or two more people join her on the table. So I'll ask the oldest past president, who is only 88 years old. Sorry, sir, I let it out. Professor Anya O. Anya, please come sit with her at the table or on the stage. Former Minister of Science and Technology, Professor Kauji Abubakar. The president asked me, sir, that you should please come. And of course, she wants to balance it out. And we have Professor Light Oshoyawo. Please, ma. Okay, so, but then we'll move on very quickly to the flash presentations. And I'll ask Professor Friday Okonofa to please come chair that. The flash poster presentations are presentations by those who are presenting posters, but they'll get the opportunity to speak here, but only for 1 minute. 1 minute. We have bouncers who will carry you off the stage. So please, 1 minute for those presentations. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please welcome Professor Friday Okonofa, Vice President of the Academy.
Our President, very distinguished fellows of the Academy, distinguished participants at this conference, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome the speakers, and we've been told that it's just 1 minute, and so please, we will stick to 1 minute, and I have a way to wave to you when you are exceeding 1 minute. And secondly, I want to announce very importantly, as has been said earlier on by the President, that there will be an award for the best poster presenter and also an award for the best oral presenter. Today, I don't want to mention the names of the judges, but they are here around, so that we don't do the unique job on them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will just keep that to myself, but know that they are going to base it on merit, very clear criteria, which at the end of the day, when you are announced, everybody will say you are the best presenter. So on that note, I'd like to invite Dr. Abubakar Bello Usman to make the first presentation for 1 minute. Dr. Usman, please. Is he here? Okay, we skip that. I would like to invite Dr. Chel Agbaso Kwao for the next presentation. Are you Agbaso Kwao? Thank you very much. 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. So, have you ever imagined Nigerian cities thriving despite climate change? Can you imagine it? Well, my work shows how involving communities in urban renewal can make this happen. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, so first, I said, have you ever imagined how Nigerian cities can thrive despite climate change? My work shows how involving communities in urban renewal can make this happen. I would like you to come to postal 98 to see how we can work together to build urban resilient cities in Nigeria. The title of my work is Urban Renewal and Climate Change, a case for community engagement. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to sit back and enjoy the presentation.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. The next presenter is Babatunde Rabiu. Babatunde is coming. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The title of our our poster, is Evaluation and Projection of 6 Models in Rainfall Onset and Cessation Across Different Climatic Zones of Nigeria. Rainfall is essential to the livelihood and economy of Nigerians. If it comes very early, comes very late, it's both the disaster for our agricultural sector. However, we have not considered how this will affect us in the far future from 2070 to 2100. This study evaluates what will be the likely outcome for rainfall under climate change between 2070 and 2100. So we evaluated some climate models and found that some of them performed very well with this, and some of them performed very woefully. We calibrated this and used them to see what will be the onset in 2070 to 2100. Our results were very fantastic. What do you want to know? When our rainfall will come in 2070? Do you want to know how it will affect our growing season and how it will affect the crop output? I invite you to poster 40 to see the outcome of this study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presenter is Ayodele Fayetole. And I think after that, we have Akima Oga. So you should come and sit here so that immediately he comes, finishes, you follow up. But Oga can come, please, to the front.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. My poster is poster 48, and it's titled Impact of Climate Change on Water Resources in Nomadic Elder-Farmer Conflict Corridors in Nigeria. My name is Ayodele Fayetole, and the work is actually co-produced with my graduate student, Wena Pamipo Abiodun, from Sustainable Spatial and Intelligent Transport Labs in Futa. In the absence of accessible, officially gazetted grazing routes, the research is quite an innovative way to understand pastoral mobility patterns in Nigeria and provide insight into the determinant of elder-farmer conflicts in clashes in conflict zones across the country in the light of climate change and water resources. Knowing fully well that water resources and pastures are key ingredients for the herders, and which of course are also the same resources are actually wanted by the farmers across the country. So what we did basically was to determine the elder-farmer conflicts, and clashes across the country, and developed a conflict corridor models in order to assess, and we are able to identify key corridors across the whole countries, from the north central to northwest, northeast to north central, and everything actually converge somewhere around the north central. So I'd like to welcome you guys to join us on poster 48. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next presenter is Akima Oga. And after that, Femi Oyeniyi. Should get ready, please.
Good morning. My name is Oga Akima. I am presenting a poster presentation of the checkpoint stand 53. I'm presenting a research topic on Internet of Things based food crop security model for grazing, monitoring, and reporting using commercial area network. The research aim is to mitigate conflict that occur between crop farmer and herder when herder graze their cattle on crop farmer's land. The study utilized Internet of Things, incorporating interconnected computing devices such as Raspberry Pi 3B, Buza, ultrasonic sensor, and Pi camera to develop a system for live monitoring and reporting of grazing animal on crop farmers' land. This will help to reduce conflicts between crop farmer and herder. Please, I suggest you meet me in stand 53 so that you see what my work is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oga. Can we call up Femi Oyeniyi? Femi, okay.
Good morning, distinguished audience. My name is Femi Oyeniyi. And I would like to invite this distinguished audience to poster number 67. There's a significant decline in goats population in West Africa. There's a particular breed of goats referred to as West African dwarf goats. It's present in 15 West African countries. And what has contributed to that decline is because of adverse temperature and relative humidity. And so our research has shown that females, adult females, have had their reproductive functions impaired as a result of adverse temperature and relative humidity. And that's because that particular breed has a dynamic coat color patterns. Our research has shown that those of lighter coat colors have shown significant enhanced ability to adapt to adverse weather conditions. I would like to share other insights that we've gained from this research with this distinguished audience during the poster session. So please, we invite you to come join us at poster number 67. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you all for keeping to time. The next presenter is Sahid Lawal. Lawal Sahid. Apparently, he's not here. The next presenter is Joseph Obidi. Sorry, so is Sahid here? You are the Sahid? Please come. Thank you. And then you can sit and wait for the next. Okay, thanks.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Anzaku Esther. I'm one of the researchers of this paper. I'm representing Dr. Sahid, and our research is titled Building a Resilient Health System to Curb the Effects of Climate Change in Nigeria. Of course, as we know, a resilient health system is one that is able to provide quality care even during crisis. So I invite you to stand 14 to come and know strategic ways that Nigeria can help their health system to provide services during emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can I call on now Joseph Obidi, please, to make a very short 1-minute presentation? Thank you.
Thank you. We examined the effect of antioxidants, especially lycopene and vitamin E, on alleviating environmental stress during the Harmattan season. They were administered orally, and some physiological parameters were taken. Cloacal temperature was taken, hormonal assays were undertaken to examine the influence of the alleviative influence of the antioxidants. We observed that the administration of antioxidants to laying hens during Harmattan season alleviated the environmental stress and through the thyrotrophic axis, as we indicated in our poster presentation in number 58 out there. I am grateful, sir.
Thank you. Very well described. Thank you very much. The next presenter is Blessing Oyegemen Okorentan. Oyegemen Okorentan. Blessing is not here, so I'll call on Olarewaju Lawal. Olarewaju Lawal, please. 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Olarewaju Lawal from the Department of Geography and Environmental Management, University of Port Harcourt. I want to use this opportunity to invite you to visit our poster presentation, poster number 97, titled Urban Heat Intensifies in the Niger Delta, Evidencing the Impact of Climate Change in Nigeria. The general adage usually goes that if something gets measured, there is a possibility that we'll do something about it. Most of us live in the urban environment, and we probably experienced the heat wave that happened last year. What are the implications of this? In our research, we explored the urban heat island effect over the last 3 years, And we looked at how many people are exposed to this heat effect and what is the intensity of this. And we went on a little bit further to look at what are the implications for energy consumption. What are the opportunities also for businesses? Because I remember the secretary mentioning that we need to interface science with policy and also with creating product. So I hope I'll see you out there to come and have a look at what we have found out, and I will be there to answer some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Olarawaju. The next presenter is Olayinka Kotila. Olayinka Kotila, thank you.
Good morning, dear audience. I'm Olayinka Kotila from Professor Chinedu Babalola Research Group, University of Ibadan. Incineration, encapsulation are non-green processes that pharmaceutical industries use to treat pharmaceutical waste. These have negative repercussions on the environment and by extension, the climate. Whereas phytoremediation is a bio-based and eco-friendly method that is upcoming for treatment of waste. So for our own research for this study, we decided to investigate weeds that could have phytoremediation properties. And we selected 4 weeds that grow in the wild, that are widely grown in the country, and tested them on soil that is already contaminated with selected drugs. At the end, we now made use of smartphone interfaced with a chromatographic technique to detect and quantify the phytoremediation capacity of these weeds. We found 3 out of 4 of them to show significant phytoremediation properties, and this we have displayed at our poster stand, poster 73. So we look forward to seeing you there and to give more enlightenment. It offers an alternative and sustainable approach to waste treatment by pharma industries that can be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that good presentation. The next is Fausat Odujebe. Fausat Odujebe. Not present. The next is Abasiaman Akpan. Abasiaman Akpan. Not present. The next is Tokpe Olatunde. Tokpe is coming. Thank you.
Good morning, my seniors and distinguished members. Thank you all for having me. My name is Tope Gloria Olatunde Ayedun from Confluence University of Science and Technology, Kogi State. I'm here to talk about my research. We're on poster number 7. Is on artificial intelligence in education, mitigating climate change. So how do you mitigate climate change using artificial intelligence? And in this context, artificial intelligence is that system, that tool, that application or website that you can use to enhance your knowledge, to engage with the audience, and to save time and make you work more productively. However, the usage of artificial intelligence is a major problem. Artificial intelligence has some tools that requires some accurate prompts in order to give it back what you want it to send to you, what you send to it. So in those AI tools was given as training, a 2-day workshop training to 56 academic staff of the University of Abuja, where they were trained on some AI tools like Canva, Gamma, Dell-E, MindOps, and so many others, about 6 of them. And it was shown during the result that they had a significant improvement why they were working on it. So I urge you all to come to my poster stand, please. Because of our time, I cannot really talk much. Come to my poster stand. Let me tell you more about artificial intelligence, because it's here to stay. And the earlier we embrace it, the better for us. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next presenter is Tokpe Olatunde Ayedu. Thank you. She the same person? Oh, I'm sorry. The next is Olatunji Iyola. Iyola, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The title of my poster is Addressing Governance Challenges to Mitigate the Burden of Climate Change on Foreign Population in Nigeria. My name is Dr. Yola O.M., University of Ibadan. Climate change mostly affects rainfall in Nigeria, too much of it leading to flooding, and less precipitation leading to drought. The over 7 million victims are mostly vulnerable population, and government has done a lot to mitigate the effect. But the finding of the study shows higher effect of climate change on female than male, and higher ability of male to cope than female. The impact of the government have been found to be so low, and now the question is, what do we do to increase the impact of the government? Please visit my poster number 2 for detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Latunji. The next presenter, certainly not the last, is Ediongon Ikoriko. Edidiong Ikoriko is not present, so it's my honor and privilege to announce that that's the end of the very short presentation, 1 minute flat poster presentations. And I want to thank you all for keeping to time and for listening very attentively. It's now my honor to announce that some of the keynote speakers, or sorry, guests, the goodwill message, the people to deliver goodwill messages are now here. I would therefore like to invite the National President, Women in Mining in Nigeria, Janet Adeyemi, if she's here, or her representative. Janet Adeyemi, or her representative, to make a goodwill message.
I stand on existing protocol already established, and I say a good morning to everyone here present. I'm representing the President of the Women in Mining Nigeria, Honorable Dr. Engineer Janet F. Adeyemi, who is the founder and the president of the association. She really wanted to be here, but unforeseen circumstances has kept her away. And I read her message. Goodwill message by Honorable Dr. Engineer Janet F. Adeyemi, FNMGS, FNSE, founder and president, Women in Mining Nigeria, WIMIN, at the 6th Nigerian Academy of Science Scientific Conference 2025 with theme, Climate Adaptation and Resilience in Nigeria, the mining industry and the need to strategize by promoting girls for mining. We wish to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Ekanem Bello, the President of the Nigerian Academy of Science, her executive team, and council for inviting us to this auspicious occasion. It is an uncommon opportunity which we shall take full advantage of. I bring greetings to you from Women in Mining Nigeria, a non-governmental organization established in 2006 to champion the cause of women and children in the mining sector by advocating for, amongst others, measures to mitigate the harmful consequences of mining, such as climate change, environmental degradation, pollution, and socioeconomic challenges. Science is the cornerstone of sustainable development, and the Nigerian Academy of Science continues to exemplify excellence by championing critical research, innovation, and policy initiatives. As we navigate the complex challenges of our time, it is imperative that we embrace diversity and inclusion, especially in STEM and resource-driven industries. At Women in Mining Nigeria, our mission aligns closely with these values. Through initiatives like the Girls for Mining G4M program, we aim to inspire and empower young women to pursue careers in mining and STEM fields. This conference serves as a beacon of collaboration, fostering partnerships that push the boundaries of innovation and inclusivity. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that the next generation of leaders, scientists, and innovators is reflective of the full potential of our society, including the invaluable contributions of women and girls. Today, while presenting this goodwill message, permit me to draw attention to the importance of addressing climate change with a focus on empowering girls to play significant adaptive roles. As of today, Girls for Mining G4M, which was launched by the Honorable Minister of State for Solid Minerals on the 8th of March 2022, is operational in 10 states. The mining industry in Nigeria, like many others globally, is significantly impacted by climate change. Rising temperatures, unpredictable weather patterns, and the increased occurrence of extreme events such as floods and droughts disrupt mining operations, supply chains, and the well-being of mining communities. As the country moves to address these challenges, there's an urgent need for climate adaptation strategies and resilience building within the sector. A critical yet often overlooked component of this response is gender inclusion, especially the promotion of girls and women in mining. The extractive sector, particularly mining, will continue to play a dominant role in shaping the global economy due to the demands of climate change, the green energy transition, digitalization, and innovations associated with the fourth industrial revolution. According to the International Energy Agency, IEA, the demand for critical minerals such as copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, and rare earth elements, of which we have some in this country, will increase significantly to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement and mitigate the worst effects of climate change. The IEA's Global Critical Minerals Outlook 2024 predicts that demands for these minerals will nearly triple by 2030 and quadruple by 2040, which therefore means that the future of mining involves targeting a strong, sustainable development, balance sheet, by ensuring the full mainstreaming of women into the sector, mitigating the impacts of mining, and contributing positively to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Given the significant role minerals resources play in supporting clean energy, combating climate change, and fostering industrial revolution, the demand for these minerals is expected to surge as the world transitions to a low carbon economy. As such, the workforce must be prepared to meet these challenges. It is therefore imperative to encourage our girls to be active in this sector. While it is multidimensional and multidisciplinary due to the extremely high workforce demand of the future. Promoting the participation of girls in mining is not merely a matter of equity, but also a strategic approach to fostering resilience and innovation within the industry as a sustainability action. To successfully mainstream gender and achieve our goals, we must look beyond the present and begin building the future now. As we engage in the thought-provoking discussions and activities over the next 2 days, let us remain committed to turning ideas into action. Together, we can build a future where science and equity thrive side by side. In conclusion, as Nigeria navigates the twin challenges of climate adaptation and industrial growth, the mining sector holds immense potential to drive sustainable development. However, this potential can only be fully realized when it is inclusive and equitable. By promoting girls in mining and integrating general considerations into climate strategies, the industry can build resilience, foster innovation, and contribute to a more sustainable future for all. It is time for Nigeria to recognize that empowering girls and women in mining is not just a social imperative, but also a critical strategy for climate resilience and economic growth. We look forward to partnering with you, the Nigerian Academy of Science, in achieving this goal to integrate gender equity into the mining and scientific landscapes. Once again, congratulations to the Nigerian Academy of Science for the landmark event of the NAS G.Y. Danjuma Science Museum and Library building commissioning. May the deliberations here pave the way for meaningful progress across sectors and communities in line with the theme of this year. God bless the Nigerian Academy of Science, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, representative of Janet Adeyemi, the founder of Women in Mining in Nigeria. We thank you for your message, and which is very well taken. And we understand you're working in a very important area of development for Nigeria, especially involving women. And we can promise on behalf of the president and all fellows of the academy that we would find a way to work with you going forward to ensure that your mission and vision statements are well realized within the shortest periods of time. So thank you very much for that presentation. I would now like to invite the Vice President of the Nigerian Academy of Science, of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, Andrew Haruna Fina, to make a presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I stand on the existing protocols. I'm an errand boy, so I go straight to the message of my president, since I'm the vice president. Unfortunately, he is not in the country, so he could not be with us. But definitely in spirit, he is with us. So I go straight to his message. Goodwill message delivered by the President, Nigerian Academy of Letters, Professor Shola Akinrade, Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, at the 6th Annual Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Academy of Science, 20th to 23rd January 2025. It is with great honor and heartfelt delight that I stand before you today on behalf of the Nigerian Academy of Letters to extend our warmest greetings and best wishes to the esteemed President, Executive, and members of the Nigerian Academy of Science on the occasion of your 6th Annual Scientific Conference and commissioning of your magnificent building. I must congratulate the outgoing president, Professor Ekanem Bread, FAS, for a successful conclusion to a highly impactful tenure as the president of the Nigerian Academy of Science. My congratulations. The gentle and quiet Professor Braid carries a belly, a stately resolve to make a difference and impact on the system in the measures previously not experienced. The commissioning of your ultra-modern building in Abuja has only crowned what has already been a successful term as a president. Personally, the initiation of collaboration between our two academies during the past few months has been truly heartwarming. The successful execution of the STEAM project by our two academies in collaboration with the Nigerian Young Academics and the support from the Joint Admissions Matriculation Board demonstrates what is achievable if we work together. I'm sure that what we have started between our two academies during the last 2 years will long endure after we have departed the stage as presidents of the two academies. I am profoundly grateful to you for accepting our hand of fellowship and wish you the very best in the years ahead as you bow out of office. In the same vein, I congratulate the incoming president, Professor Abubakar Sambo, FAS. I am fully persuaded that Professor Sambo will excel in the office given your trajectory. On behalf of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, I wish you a very successful tenure as you lead this important academic of community of scientists in the years ahead. It is our desire that the collaboration between the two academies will continue and wax stronger. The theme of the 6th Annual Conference, Climate Adaptation and Resilience in Nigeria, is highly significant. Climate change is no longer a distant phenomenon. It is a present reality that impacts our lives, our communities, and our future. The conference theme, therefore, underscores an urgent call for action to adapt and build resilience in the face of changing climate. This cause resonates deeply within the walls of our respective academies, bridging the gap between the humanities and the sciences. Our collective wisdom and efforts are crucial in forging a sustainable path forward. As scholars and researchers, we are united by our pursuit of knowledge and betterment of society. Insight from research on the climate adaptation and resilience provide us with the necessary tools to tackle the challenges posed by climate change. Meanwhile, the humanities offer us narratives, historical context, and ethical frameworks to understand and communicate these challenges and the need for behavioral modification to the broader society. We truly need each other in order to move forward and conquer the challenges confronting our generation as a people. Together, we have the power to inspire, educate, and mobilize action. I applaud the Nigerian Academy of Science for hosting this critical dialogue and its commitments to addressing climate issues head on. Your work lays the foundation for informed policies and resilient communities. I am sure all participants will find the deliberations during this conference both engaging and rewarding. On behalf of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, I extend our full support and partnership. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and lead with purpose. May this conference be a beacon of hope, a platform for groundbreaking ideas, and a catalyst for meaningful change. Wishing you all a fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. On behalf of Professor Shola Akinarade, the President of Nigerian Academy of Letters. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Professor Haruna, for that very good presentation and goodwill message from Nigerian Academy of Letters. Nigerian Academy of Letters is a very strategic partner of Nigerian Academy of Science. We've been working together for several years based on the principle of multidisciplinary collaboration in building developmental paradigms for this country. So I will look forward to continuing that relationship because the Academy of Letters is another very important academy in this country. So thank you, Prof, for that great presentation. It's now my honor and privilege to invite Barrister Dan Kikibe. He was with us yesterday when we opened the museum, and he's here today to just say hello to all of us and greet us again. He's from NCDMB, one of the most profound institutions in this country that build content for Nigeria's development. Thank you. See you again.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Madam President, good to see you again. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of NCDMB, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, I bring good wishes to the Nigerian Academy of Science, first for the commissioning of your library and museum yesterday, and secondly for your 6th annual conference. NCDMB, as you know, is a regulator in the Nigerian oil and gas industry, primarily focused on developing capacities for Nigerian companies and Nigerians to participate more actively in the oil and gas industry. As we do that, we take cognizance of the fact that there are issues not only in the oil and gas industry, but global issues that affect our industry. One of them is the issue around climate change. And therefore, NCDMB is in alignment with the Nigerian Academy of Science in this, your 6th annual conference, as you look at climate adaptation and resilience in this country. It's important that we align ourselves with the global discussion to ensure that Nigeria also takes advantage of the opportunities in this discussion for the growth and development of our nation. NCDMB is primarily focused on promoting the development and utilization of in-country capacities for the industrialization of Nigeria through the effective implementation of the Nigerian Content Act. To do that, we ensured in 2017 to develop a 10-year strategic roadmap to ensure that for every dollar that is spent in the industry, 70% of it is domiciled in country. And to do that, we have focused primarily on research and development. Our industry is an international industry, and for us as a country to survive and ensure that we continue to drill oil for the good of this country, we must take research and development seriously. And this academy should be at the forefront of that. NCDMB will partner, NCDMB will collaborate, NCDMB will work with the academy to ensure that we put R&D at the front burner of issues not only in the oil and gas industry, but for economic transformation. We have, yesterday I mentioned it, and I'm going to mention it here again. NCDMB has a $50 million research and development fund. I have looked through the brochure. I've seen research activities around energy and climate issues. And I'm sure that some of these researchers can also approach NCDMB to be able to fund and support your research activities. It's important, as I mentioned yesterday, our strategy for R&D is to take research from theory to industry. We have done that with our first major project by developing a gas leak technology with a company called Amal Technologies, who are based here in Abuja. A full-fledged company has been set up employing over 100 Nigerians through NCDMB's Incubation and Innovation Center in Yenegua. So, Madam President and the incoming President, the ES is interested in collaborating and partnering with the Nigerian Academy of Science to ensure that at the end, our country benefits from the resources that is deep down underneath the ground, underneath the soil of this nation. I thank you for inviting NCDMB yesterday and today. We are a willing partner. We'll continue to work with you. We will continue to do the best for our country and ensure that more Nigerian services are utilized in the oil and gas industry, more Nigerian personnel are utilized in the industry, and there are more facilities domiciled in this country. On behalf of NCDMB, we would like to wish you a successful deliberation, and we look forward to the outcome of this conference. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, very dear Barrister Kikimbe. On that note, we are coming very close to the end of the opening ceremony, but I am pleased to announce that the Honorable Minister of the Budget, Honorable His Excellency Honorable Abubakar Bagudu, will be joining us in a few minutes' time. So we just have to wait for him. But while we are waiting, I would like to very respectfully invite one of the most preeminent fellows of the Academy, somebody I not only respect but love sincerely, somebody who is, I will call him an edupreneur. He has trained so many of us fellows, and is somebody, if he speaks for science, Asu Rock will listen. And he's one of the first past presidents of the Academy of Science. And he cannot just be sitting there quietly. I want to very respectfully invite Professor Anya O. Anya to talk to us while we wait for the minister. Professor Anya, sir. Thank you very much.
Let me welcome everyone here. And let me congratulate the outgoing president and the incoming one for the work they've done to lay a foundation. I would not have believed if I wasn't present that so many can come to Abuja because of a scientific conference. And Nigerians are not fond of science. But we like to use the products of science. So an important thing has developed. What we did yesterday, commissioning the museum and library, is an important threshold that we have passed for the Nigerian Academy of Science and for Nigeria. For those of you who think that Nigeria is a difficult country, yes, Nigerians are also very hardy people, not easy to knock down. So when you have a country such as we have, the extra effort you make, and many of you are breaking new barriers, adds to the confidence that the next generation will have. Let me pretend that I can be a prophet. If you look at all the countries that are doing new things in the world, whether it is China, whether it's Malaysia, whether it is South Korea, each and every one of them went through the kind of difficulties we are going through now. It is what gives me hope. The fact that these countries went through it and survived and have built modern economies. So don't give up hope. Nigeria's day will come. And when that day will come, it will be difficult for people to believe that it was the same country. And let me assure you that the time that it takes to shift a country from one direction to another is much shorter. 2 cycles of growth, double-digit growth in any country, when you do it twice, that is within a decade, the change takes place. And it gets to the point where you cannot stop it. It becomes automatic. We are heading, the highest GDP Nigeria had recorded was 8%. 8% is already within the threshold that the economists tell us that if you can do 7.5% twice, you'll get there. So we have shown it is possible in Nigeria. But we must also know that the foundation for each and every one of these countries we are mentioned is science and technology. Until you domesticate it, and until it becomes the prime driver of the economy, you won't go anywhere. But the fact that we have important developments in science and technology taking place now in Nigeria is laying the foundation for that Nigeria that we dream about. So welcome to the new Nigeria, and have hope that it will lead us to that new level of prosperity for our people, of caring for our people, because we don't care enough about our people. Otherwise, some of the things we allowed to happen would not have happened. But we're on the way, and we will. Like the Chinese. You know, in China, the way they write crisis is exactly the way they write opportunity. You know what that means? In every crisis, if you look for it, there are new opportunities. And if you concentrate on the opportunities rather than the crisis will vanish because it would have been solved. Welcome to the new Nigeria, and welcome to a new year. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I think he needs another round of applause. And for those of you who are young and don't know Posanya, I must tell you that even 10 years ago, I regarded him as the oracle of science in Nigeria. When he speaks, we hear a lot of weight of wisdom, which he has never departed from. Thank you very much, sir, for those very kind words. Well, it's now with this very special honor and a very special privilege to welcome our very special guest of honor today, His Excellency Honorable Abubakar Bagudu, the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning of Nigeria, past Executive Governor of Kebbi State, and one of the most profound political leaders and transformers that this country has currently. And when you hear him speak, you know that he's a scientist in action and somebody that we've collaborated with over the years, somebody that actually is pushing Science Academy to do more things. Thank you very much, sir, for your support. And on behalf of the president of the Academy, I wish to very humbly invite him to give us his very special guest of honor, key remarks at this conference, because I know he's also busy trying to go somewhere. So I would like to invite him to give us some kind words for this conference. Thank you very much.
The President of the Nigerian Academy of Science, Professor Ekanem Bride, and the Vice President, African Academy of Science, and indeed all those who are here in the podium, the offer top podium with me, and all those who are participating in this event. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. And luckily, I met Professor Anya speaking, and he almost made my job easy for me because he was talking economics and science. So, and being the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, especially the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, which entails confronting our reality and generating higher level of growth, because the rate at which we are growing is slower than our aspirations. We need to grow faster enough. We have not been growing as much as we should consistently, and he has already provided the data, a less than 8% growth, which we only achieved in 3 years maybe of our non-civil war period. And given our population growth, given the experience of other countries that have been able to generate double-digit growth, and then it becomes, why not us? Why can't we do so? And the renewed hope agenda again says, let us not waste time on blame game. To the extent that we reflect on the past, it should be just to learn from lessons of the past and also lessons about other countries. Because if somebody has done it, why not us? And one of the biggest elements that we appreciated in the renewed hope strategy is that those who have achieved it, Professor spoke about China, but there are other countries like Brazil, of which we share a lot. They have put science and innovation and technology at the heart of generating that growth. And it's, when you interrogate it, it becomes no-brainer, literally, that without putting science and innovation and technology at the heart of it, you can't achieve double-digit growth. You can't generate, because whether you are talking about farming, fishing, livestock, solid minerals, oil and gas, health education, to achieve progress, you must embody processes and even the recognition. You must humble yourself that doing better in those fields is how much science you put into it. I can't generate higher yield if I don't believe in science. So if I can generate critical math and in my populace to say to know that farming is science, and the more science I put it into it, the more output I generate from it. And that's how China, that's how Brazil transform, for example, their agriculture, their farming sector, their and even solid minerals, which we another sector that we believe in. Just recently, we had visiting us the Indian Prime Minister, who told Mr. President and the audience that um, it used to be the case that most diamond is found on the earth, but now naturally occurring diamonds are competing with lab-grown diamonds that are 20% the cost of natural. So you might believe you are blessed with diamond, but somebody believe with knowledge is producing the same thing, or rather almost the same thing at a fraction uh, of the cost. So this is all comes from believing in science, believing in innovation, and maybe perhaps that's the point of departure. Then why didn't we do as much with science and innovation as other countries if it is such a no-brainer? Well, maybe that's why meetings like this matter. All of us have to humble ourselves that maybe there's something we are missing. Those in political leadership needs to appreciate the need to put our faith in those of you who God blessed us with, so that not only do we listen to you, do we uh, incorporate your guidance in our strategies of performance in different, but we also submit humbly to you so that you guide us and expand our knowledge base and our horizon, and we make choices together. That is why I believe for the Academy of Science, it was such an important moment when they met with President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu last year. And in addition to honoring him, he directed that the ministries of budget and economic planning, ministries of science, innovation, and technology, ministry of education, engage with the Nigerian Academy of Science so that we retool our developmental processes to ensure that we embody as much uh, opportunities and knowledge that is available that can be utilized to do better. And we have remained so engaged. Mr. President equally directed that a national research fund should be um, established to support the both the scientific effort, but more importantly, the utilization of science and innovation in what the government do. We believe with what we have, with calibration between how we interface, generating double-digit growth is possible, even when we are being mindful to our climate and ensuring that our climate resilience is enhanced. They are not mutually exclusive. They are things that can work together, especially when you listen to the body of knowledge that God blesses us with, which is embodied in the Nigerian Academy of Science. So I can assure you that there's no better time than this. We can't do it without, we can't achieve it without you. Please listen to that very, very profoundly. And we are eager to work in different ways. The Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning collaborates and coordinates the activities of all other ministries, of all other sectors, whether scientific, whether creative. And in that coordinating role, we work with development partners. Just 4 or 5 days ago, we spent a lot of time on the hydrogen economy ecosystem, and it's very clear that when you are talking about some fields of knowledge, they don't lend themselves to belonging to one sector. So if somebody in the energy field say hydrogen, he's right. If somebody in the environment say hydrogen power, if they talk hydrogen, they are right. So that's why you need to collaborate, you need to appreciate, and a body that can provide that complementarity and guidance, so that rather than competing for mandate, we are complementing each other to generate growth, to generate economic activity, to ensure that our young men and women are given opportunities. Quite often, when we think about other countries, maybe what we need to understand is how is it that they are able to provide opportunities for their populace, especially the people engaged in science, innovation, and technology. I think it's because they generated partnership. They recognize that, and the scientific community also appreciate that they are not an island. They have to influence governance. They have to influence delivery. They have to have a bigger voice. If you believe, if the thought process is we are scientists, we don't care about what the politicians do, we are doomed. It is only when you say, well, we want to get all the ministers to talk to us or to talk to them. We want to talk to National Assembly members. We want to see why this is not being done. And just like you deal with, you solve problem in researches that you conduct quite often, then you recognize that maybe, oh, the gap has really been communication gap, and it can be closed with interactions like this. The federal government under President Aswaju Ahmed Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, recognize, appreciates that to generate double-digit growth, which we are determined to do, science and innovation is at the heart of it. Some of us have limited experience with it in our states. When we start the RISE program in Kebbi State when I was a governor in 2015, one of the two of the things that helped us in that, we approached the USAID and we requested them to help us with scientists who can interrogate our data, because you might claim that you are generating higher yields if there's no independent verification and nobody believes you, it goes to nothing. And they were generous in their support. They brought scientists and researchers from the University of Michigan, and Lord and behold, when they interrogated and provide studies that shows our data, which we have, which shows that in as little as one cropping season, rice yield have increased from less than 1 ton per hectare to above 4 tons per hectare, which is lower than global average, but a very significant. And maybe today, the hardworking cassava farmers, women particularly in in Oyo or in Ekiti are making, even in spite of the existence of International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, maybe they are lowering yields for cassava less than 20 tons, whereas they can achieve 45. What it's just the knowledge, it's agronomic practice, it's belief in the sanctity of science that seed science guide should guide what a seed is. The second example, again from Kebbi, and that's where I will stop, was when we engaged with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation to borrow from what Brazil did, because in the 1990s, our oil production and that of Brazil are almost the same. But Brazil did something very smart. They felt that oil production per se does not create economic activity as much as they desire. So they decided that about no less than 20% of their oil should be biofuel because it will expand agricultural production. And then they use the money from the state oil company to expand cassava, sugarcane based ethanol program to the extent that today they are the biggest in both the production of the crops and as well as generation of ethanol from those, and in the process creating huge employment. And so one day the NMPC, we approached one of our best scientists in the country, one of your fellows, Professor Mohamed Abakar Kawoji. And I say, well, look, we believe in this thing, you believe in it, and you taught us to believe in it, that science, that we can produce biofuel. So to prove to the world that we are serious, come and lead the effort so that we do ethanol in Kebbi and maybe progress from hydrogen from there. And in his characteristic humility, he accepted the challenge and he led a biofuel program in Kebbi, which is both cassava and sugarcane based. I think many of you can do that in various areas of your expertise so that we can quit the blame game and get involved and change the trajectory. And I believe you can have no better support than in this current government. I thank you very much for.
I would like us to give another big round of applause to the Honorable Minister. As I said earlier on, the Honorable Minister is a scientist in action. And she described how she used science to transform agriculture in Kebbi State. Indeed, sir, when you were governor, I actually visited Kebbi State and I saw the wonderful works. And I was surprised just driving from Sokoto to Kebbi, the amount of agricultural work that was going on in that Kebbi State. So we are so grateful. You know, when we were looking for someone that will be the keynote speaker today or the guest of honor, we could think of nobody else other than the Honorable Minister of the Budget. Because he's been our contact person between the National Academy of Science and this current government. And when, for example, we honored the president with the patronage of the Academy of Science, he was the one that led us to it. And every time I meet him, I get challenged because he's saying we should do more. He's pushing us. The one minister who is pushing us to action. And the last time I went to his office, I left looking very humbled because he told me a lot of things, challenged me to what scientists should be doing that we are not doing. And I don't think I've been able to tell anybody else because when I left that office, I said, we should be telling ourselves this, but here is a politician who's telling all this. Thank you very much, sir, for your work, which is very, very highly recognized. I told you when I came to your office last time, and I mean it again, that when you speak as a minister, the rest of us in Nigeria believe you. Thank you very much for this, and we will continue to find ways to work with you going forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That brings to an end the end of the opening ceremony. So we're very happy that the minister is here to take group photograph with us so we can properly document this particular activity. So please come forward, all of us. Those on the high table will be on the lower floor. The rest of you will come up. There'll be chairs for the special guest of honor, and the rest of us will stand behind them. So please come forward. Everybody should try and be in the photograph because this is going to be on our website today. Don't miss it.
How are you? Nice meeting you. Nice to meet you. Thank you, sir. Maybe allow us to. How are you?
Okay.
Sorry, now we go on a tea break outside till 11:30. Tea break till 11:30. Please go quickly. 11:30 we start. Thank you. Tea break till 11:30. So while you take your tea, please take the time to stroll around and look at the posters. So during the tea break, as you take your tea, visit those posters, okay, and chat with the people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to this section. We are going to start now. The first presenter, the lead presenter in this section is in the person of Professor Ibidun Adelekun. She is a professor of geography and she will be guiding us on the topic, effect of urban renewal on climate change. Prof, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. You are welcome to this session. And I want to thank the Nigerian Academy of Science for inviting me to give this lead presentation on the effects of urban renewal on climate change. Actually, the Nigerian Academy of Science has been taking cognizance of climate change. As far back as 2014, I remember, when the African Academy of Sciences held the 8th annual conference in Lagos, I was invited to come and give a presentation. The theme of that conference then was reducing climate risks in Africa. So this is not the first time of the Academy dealing with the topic of climate change. So I want to congratulate the Academy for taking up this very important environmental issue. Now, I should say that urban areas, cities and towns are active sites of human civilization and domination of the environment, and a lot of things, human activities, industrialization, and so on, are going on in the urban environment. And presently, 55% of the world population live in urban areas, and it is projected that 68% of the population on Earth will live in urban areas by 2050. And in Africa, Nigeria is the country with the most extensive urban networks, with 30% of the 7,617 identified urban agglomerations on the African continent. So for us to be looking at urban renewal, the effects of urban renewal on climate change, especially in Nigeria, that is very critical. Urbanization and urban growth are interconnected with climate change because urban areas are key drivers of climate change and are much affected by climate change risks. Urbanization is a global mega trend that is intertwined with the challenges of climate change, and urban renewal plays a significant part in the process of urban development. And about 70% of African cities are recognized to be highly vulnerable to climate shocks and risks, of which small and medium-sized towns are more at risk than even the bigger ones, according to Maplecroft 2018. Now, you can see from this chart the urbanization process in Africa and the urban population growth. And you see that when you look at the bottom part of the chart, you see that the annual percentage point of change in level of urbanization is increasing, over the years. Now, if we look at the annual urban population growth and number of cities by population size in Nigeria between 1980 and 2015, you will see that over the 25-year period between 1990 and 2015, the number of cities of different sizes have almost about doubled, in some places more than doubled. So you see that the rate of urbanization is actually very fast, and the number of towns in Nigeria increasing with time. And you can see also that the medium and small and medium-sized cities are the ones that there are many in the country, and that is where the climate risks are really felt. Now, why urbanization when we are talking about climate change? Urban areas are major sources of greenhouse gases emission, and there is overwhelming scientific evidence linking the rise in global urbanization to increases in the concentration of greenhouse gases in the Earth's atmosphere. The global share of emissions that can be attributed to urban areas is increasing. In 2015, the emissions were estimated to be about 62% of the global share, that is urban emissions. And in 2020, between 67 and 72% of the global share. And For Africa specifically, between 2000, the year 2000 and 2015, the urban emissions share increased from 28% to 38%. Next slide. And you can see from the chart in the next slide that in urban, I don't know if you can see this very well, but what is happening, what are the processes taking place in urban areas that contribute to greenhouse gases emission? You have transportation, you have deforestation, because you have to clear land, clear vegetation for your buildings, for your road networks, and so on. You have your transport, your vehicles, motor vehicles emitting greenhouse gases. And I should also say that, greenhouse gases are the major drivers of climate change. Greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxides, they are naturally occurring in the atmosphere to keep the earth a little bit warm. But with the increasing levels of greenhouse gases, these act like a thermal blanket, not allowing heat from the Earth's surface to escape into space. So it increases the Earth's atmosphere's heat load, temperature, and this is what drives the melting of the ice caps and the glaciers. That is what intensifies the hydrological cycle, and these are the things that increases and drives climate change. And then you see that you have all the different effects which we'll be looking at as we go on in the presentation. Next slide, yes. So you see that within the urban environment, transportation, buildings, urban infrastructure, urban expansion, industrialization, waste production and management, and energy used for industrial and domestic purposes are the primary sources of greenhouse gases. And the chart, there's the chart that shows that temperature has been shown to be increasing over the years or over decades with increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Now, the urbanization process is a significant feature of Nigeria's development, as you have seen in the table, the first table that I showed. It's an important or a significant feature of Nigeria's development transitions with important environmental implications, particularly also with respect to climate, the climate dimensions. And the features of urbanization in Nigeria, yes, we see that much of the rapid rate of urbanization has resulted from the growth of small towns and intermediary cities. As we have said, you have a number of urban areas were already in existence before formal urban planning regulations came into place. Then many large urban areas have emerged through merging and densification. For example, Onitsha, even Lagos, capturing other smaller towns around. So you have Lagos megacity, you have Onitsha also capturing towns, so that when you're talking about Onitsha now, it extends far beyond what was known as Onitsha before. Then you have proliferation of informal settlements and slums, lack of or inadequate planning, poor development control, and haphazard development in the absence of city master plans, then deficit in quantity and quality of urban infrastructure because of the growing population that need water supply, more vehicles on the road, you need road networks, and so on. So housing, the housing stock, all these are not, you have a lot of deficit. Then you have large population of urban poor, majorly of whom are engaged in the informal sector. And then we have in urban areas, execution of urban renewal projects and programs. And this is one characteristic. Many big towns in Nigeria have one form of urban renewal project or the other going on. And urban renewal is a global phenomenon in urban areas, whether you are in developing countries or developed countries. In some places, it's called urban regeneration. In some other places, urban redevelopment. But you find that as cities grow and there's expansion, more buildings, people, there is form of redevelopment going on. Now, urban renewal or redevelopment is a key strategy deployed globally. And it involves, in Nigeria, you can see that urban renewal projects typically involve critical infrastructure upgrade. like roads, like buildings, and so on. Construction of housing projects to cater for the teeming population in urban areas. It might involve building of low cost housing for the population. And then you even have real estate developers, building high-rise buildings, building properties for other people, the elites. You have building reconstruction also, especially in the inner part, in old areas. You have building reconstruction taking place. Sometimes you have eviction of settlements like Morocco in Lagos in those days, and then you have resettlement, upgrading of informal settlements, development of green spaces and other public spaces. It's not all urban areas that engage in that, but you find some. Like in Kano now, a lot of areas have been given to development of green spaces, and you have a lot of work being done in planting trees. Then provision of and improvement of social amenities. So these are the areas in which urban renewal takes place. And what are the consequences of urban renewal? You have increase in built-up areas, because as you have better road networks, increase in built-up areas and artificial surfaces, you have deforestation taking place, wetland loss, changes in land use and human activities, and increase in green spaces, change in city morphology and form. Some cities actually expand with the major road networks. It encourages development in areas that hitherto were not developed. And then you have some places where you had one-story buildings before, you now have multi-story buildings, and this affects the urban environment and consequently the climate. And you have examples of how cities have increased. You have the Lagos one. Between year 2000 and 2013, Lagos had expanded significantly, and 40% of that was by extension. Similarly, Ibadan too, you have extensive extension which have taken place among major roads, and you can see how the built-up area extended over the years. For Kano also, you can see here from the map, from the chart of Kano, how Kano too had extended, and you find that as I said about Kano, even whereas in many other urban areas vegetation is decreasing, in Kano vegetation has been increasing. You can see the picture or the photos of the evolution of Tudun Tisra in Kano, urban renewal. Before, many of the buildings were made of mud. It's the same place that is on the left that you find on the right now. You can see the the multi-story buildings. You have the bridges and the roads and so on. And all this have implication for climate change. Now, when you're talking about buildings, the highest increase of final energy demand was from residential buildings in the Middle East and Africa between 1990 and 2019. And when you talk about extension of urban areas, it can either be compact or sprawling, depending on how urban planning is going, okay? And they have implications too. Now, you look at transport in Nigeria, about 50% of motor vehicles in Nigerian roads are in Lagos and Kano, where you have networks, road networks, extensive road networks. This has encouraged vehicle ownership, and you have the different climate impacts, which you all know in terms of transports in the transport sector. Then you have changing urban landscape and climate change. We've mentioned changes in the city geometry, building density, city layout, and height. The effect is on temperature is that you now have in some places, up to 2 degrees centigrade increase in temperature within the urban environment as a result of changes in the city geometry and morphology. Then you have heat from human activities. As more people come into the urban area, all the activities, industries, and so on will cause about 1 degree centigrade increase in temperature. You have heat retaining properties of buildings because of the kind of properties of the buildings that are being used, glass and the aluminum roofing sheets and so on. That one also causes increase in temperature, local effect on temperature. We don't have more of water bodies, the change of increase in water bodies and vegetation. Rather, depletion is in many urban areas, depletion depletes, except for areas like Kano. And then you find that with all what we have shown, climate risks have made it necessary to integrate climate resilient development into urban renewal planning. Apart from temperature, I must say that increasing areas of urban environment and clearing of forests and vegetation also has increased the wind climate in many cities, such that the wind gusts have increased. And because wind gusts have increased, part of it is that the vegetation that acts as windbreaks are no longer there. And then the tunneling of the narrow roads and so on increases wind turbulence. So interactions between changing urban form, exposure to climate hazards, and vulnerability can create climate change-induced risks and losses for urban settlements. And there's need for integrated, inclusive planning about urban infrastructure, which can significantly increase the adaptive capacity of urban settlements. So you have urban climate resilient development. We need to integrate or factor in climate risks in our urban renewal planning. And you have nature-based solutions, and you have gray and physical infrastructure. So you have the examples there, housing and building design. In our building codes, we must take into cognizance climate by having wind loads, so that the roofs will not just blow off as you have in some cities. You must ensure that the roads, are sufficiently built to take into consideration the increasing storm runoff, so that they don't just damage. You have plenty of roads damaging, bridges breaking down, because they don't take into consideration stream runoff. So your housing and building design, your morphology, when you have compact environment, the distance that people move in terms of vehicle movement is reduced. But when you have urban expansion, people have to move from outside town to within the city, and that means more emission of greenhouse gases. Then you have your water also, water supply, flood management, coastal management. All those we have to take into consideration. Your dams, a major flood in Abeokuta in 2007 was because of the Onyo Dam that burst. Okay. So if you take that increasing rainfall intensity into consideration, then you build the dams in such a way that they'll be able to take the enough water and then do not burst. Your nature-based solutions, that you air quality regulations, the kind of emissions, to reduce emissions, you have to promote green spaces for temperature regulation, riverine flood impacts, building of mangroves along or other vegetation along flood plains that will reduce the flooding. And then coastal flood protection, much of it is being done in the area of building dikes, sea walls, groins, and so on. But when you also build natural forests along coastal areas, you have a reduction. So compact three broad. So as we are talking about adaptation, we should also consider mitigation. Okay. That is reducing or changing energy and material use towards more sustainable production and consumption. Electrification in combination with switching to low emission energy sources and enhancing carbon uptake. One of the ways is by having more water bodies and also vegetation. And you have that chart, the map of Abuja and Accra. You see that in Abuja, where you have green spaces, the temperature, urban heat island effect is not as much as that of Accra. Then strategies for established cities to achieve large greenhouse gas emission savings include efficiently improving, repurposing, or retrofitting the building stock, targeted infilling, so that you don't have people just building, but it's targeted, so you don't just continue to clear your forest reserves in urban areas or green parks. Then supporting non-motorized means of transportation, walking, where you have pedestrian walks for people to walk, and public transportation, it will reduce that. And cities can also achieve net zero emissions, but only if emissions are reduced within and outside of the administrative boundaries through supply chains, because some of the things that are consumed within the city are from the outside the city. So when you do that outside the city, it will also influence climate change in one way or the other. So in summary, urgent decision-making for the newly developing built environment is important, especially the small and medium-sized cities, and then for the larger cities, retrofitting existing urban design, infrastructure, and land use. because effective response to climate change requires actions which are specific to the local context. Every urban area is different from the other. What is happening in one urban area is different from the other, and you have to factor this in. And even the climate within which one urban area is, you cannot compare the climate of Kano, for example, to that of Lagos or Ibadan. All this needs to be taken into consideration, and integrating climate resilience into Nigeria's urban renewal planning is very essential. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. And that was a great enlightenment, giving us information about the level of CO2 in the atmosphere and many other things going on. And as well, offering solution regarding adaptation and mitigation. We are going to have the discussion section, and I hope we are jotting down our different questions that we will pose to the speakers. The next person that we are, thank you, Prof. The next person that we speak now ought to be Deborah, but in place of Deborah, we have Dr. Tonye McClint, and he will be speaking on urban expansion and climate alteration, the intersection nexus between migration, urbanization, and conflicts in Nigeria. Dr. Tonye, 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. So I know when you saw the name Deborah and then you're seeing Tonya, you might be wondering if there's a transgender something happening here, but it's fine. I'm standing in the place of my colleague, Dr. Deborah Obo, who is not here. Uh, and I'll be presenting a paper, Urban Expansion and Climate Alteration, the nexus between migration, urbanization, and conflicts in Nigeria. And standing on all existing protocol, again, my name is Tony McLeans, and I'm a research fellow at the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. Just a quick overlook of the outline of the presentation. Of course, we have an introduction, and then the next subtopic, we're talking about urban expansion and climate alterations. And then we move on to talk about climate change and then conflict in Nigeria. You know, this aspect has been, this aspect of climate change and conflict in Nigeria is quite a very interesting topic that everyone is actually interested in of recent. And then, of course, the nexus between migration, urbanization, and conflicts, and what to know about urbanization, migration, and conflict in Nigeria. And then we have our conclusion and then recommendation. Yeah. So when we talk about urbanization globally, and for the last few years, we have seen a shift, from rural and urbanization. We're seeing increase in terms of population. We're seeing increase in terms of migration to urban areas and urban center. Prof was talking about Makoko, and I remember in my undergraduate days, my undergraduate thesis was on Marco from rural center to an urban area. Depicting how our rural areas are now becoming an urban center, either by migration, increase in population, and many other things. The 2018 United Nations Urbanization Development Outlook project that 68% of the world's population will live in urban areas by 2050. Now, this is actually an increase from the current 55%, and 90% of the urban population will be concentrated in Asia and Africa. Africa has the fastest growing urban centers globally, with Nigeria hitting the urban majority in 2016. And currently, according to Statista, around 54.28% of the Nigerian population remains in urban center. The implication is that as an urban center keeps increasing, several challenges will emerge, such as the rise in urban crimes, competition over scarce urban resources, clashes between cultures, environmental degradation, the complexity of the property rights regime, and then of course we'll have the stretching of the fringes and the stress on public utilities, housing, infrastructure, which are usually beyond the government capacities. And we are seeing that, of course, in many of our urban cities like Lagos, Port Harcourt, and even in Abuja. Now, previously in Nigeria, economic migration was prevalent. That is those moving from rural to urban areas in search of job. And just to throw a bit of more light to that, when we talk about economic migration, of course, you look from the 1960s to 1980s, you will see the kind of economic migration you see is, during the oil boom, the economic migration increased due to industrialization and the oil boom. The discovery of oil in the Niger Delta in the 1950s led to migration to cities like Port Harcourt, Warri, and then, of course, with urbanization, we are seeing cities like Lagos as the economic capital. They became a magnet for job seekers, and while other cities like Kano, Ibadan, and Enugu attracted migrants, in terms of trade, services, and manufacturing. And then, of course, in the 1980s and then to 1990s, we had the structural adjustment programs where we saw the economic downturn of the 1980s, and the introduction of social adjustment program led to widespread economic hardship. And then we're seeing rural urban migration as a result of economic hardship. We saw actually experience force many rural dwellers to migrate to cities in search of opportunities, and then worsening urban unemployment and then informal settlement. So this show how Nigeria has moved from aspect of like economic migration, but what we are seeing today is that environmental pressure due to climate change and climate-induced conflicts is also a factor that is now driving migration and, of course, urbanization. These conflicts have resulted in contestation over controlled dominance of urban spaces, territories, and the economy, and the spread in urban slums and fringes, and the heightened conflict between host community and migrant population. I think we're seeing that dynamics, of course, when we talk about issues around farmers herders conflicts, we talk about land ownership and many others. So we see these dynamics that is happening in the North Central, and then of course issues around land resource issues also, where we see that there. And then the relationship between rural urban migration and urbanization has been well established. But however, the emerging dynamics of climate change as a driver of urban expansion, along with the influence of conflicts in accelerating both urbanization and climate-related challenges, necessitates further investigation. It is therefore important to ask, how is urbanization altering the climate? Is migration driving conflicts, or conflicts is driving migration in Nigeria? What are the relationships between migration, urbanization, and conflict in Nigeria? And how does one impact the other? It is on this note that this research, of course, wants to understand the intersection between urban expansion and climate alteration by looking and exploring the linkages between conflict narratives around urbanization and migration and climate alteration. And then we'll also explore how climate change is driving migration, urbanization, and conflict in Nigeria. Okay. I think my time, I have just 4 minutes, 5 minutes, I'll be quick. So when we talk about urbanization has had a detrimental effect on Nigeria's climate, soil, and vegetation growth. Reduced vegetation cover and decreasing carbon sequestration capacity, making urban locality more vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Now, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC 2021, predict that if temperatures rise above 15 degrees Celsius, climate change impacts will become more frequent, making it more difficult for society, biodiversity to cope and also to adapt. The impact of climate change, of course, is increasingly evident in urban centers worldwide, promoting declaration of a climate emergency in response to the rising frequency of heat waves, severe winds, frost, and flood and other related events that we are actually seeing even happening in Nigeria. Nigeria presents a significant context for understanding climate alteration, particularly concerning rising temperatures, land use changes, and environmental degradation. The expansion of urban areas frequently leads to the replacement of natural surfaces with artificial structures, contributing to various environmental challenges. One of the issues I want to look at is the land cover change, the greenhouse emission, and environmental degradation. one of the most notable impacts of urbanization is the urban heat island, which we call UHI effect. This phenomenon occurs when urban areas experience higher temperatures than their rural surroundings due to human activities and infrastructure, such as asphalt, building, and vehicles, which absorb and retain heat. In cities like Lagos, the increase in urban heat directly correlates with the growth of the urban population and expansion of built environments, exacerbating the effect of climate change. On the issue around greenhouse gas emission, urbanization has led to significant changes in land cover, which can alter local climates and ecological balances. The replacement of vegetated surfaces with impervious materials creates a loss of natural habitats and contributes to increased surface temperature. This transformation decreases the natural environment's ability to absorb rainwater, increasing the risk of flooding and leading to degradation of local ecosystem. On issues around environmental degradation, which we have seen around Nigeria, of course, in the Niger Delta, we move down to the south, and of course, in the southeast also, erosion and many others. The rapid pace of urbanization in Nigeria has led to significant environmental degradation, including deforestation, pollution, and increased waste generation. These factors further amplify the challenges posed by climate change, making urban areas more vulnerable to its impact. For example, deforestation in urban fringe areas reduce biodiversity and the natural absorption of carbon dioxide, exacerbating climate change. Wrapping up climate change and conflict in Nigeria, there is growing evidence that the adverse effects of climate change increase both the risks and severity of violent conflict in Nigeria. While climate change is not the only cause of conflict in Nigeria, it can be both direct and indirect driver of conflict. The intersection between climate and conflict is such that it is worsening livelihood conditions and leading to forced migration, changing mobility patterns. The adverse effects of climate change can increase the risks of violent conflict between groups that earn their livelihoods in climate-sensitive occupations such as agriculture, pastoralism, and fishery, whereby the absence of an alternative livelihood possesses greater risks of people using violence to protect or access natural resources. I'll quickly go to the conclusion and recommendation because of time. The dynamic relationship between urban growth and climate change in Nigeria has forged a complex link between migration, urbanization, and conflict. Now, as cities expand due to population, pressures, and economic prospects, they simultaneously impact the climate and draw people escaping conflicts from rural areas and environmental deterioration. The escalating impact of climate change demands urgent attention. Migration driven by climate change and escalating urban overpopulation accelerates climate change. Therefore, it is crucial to ensure rural areas are safe for people to live, grow, and thrive. And additionally, peace and conflict studies must, of course, integrate into urban research. The dialogue on the intersection of migration, urbanization, and conflict is essential and must be sustained. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tony. I see the passion, but you will understand time is. So our next speaker will be speaking to us. He is standing in place of Professor Abdul Salam, and he is in the person of Dr. Issa, who will be speaking to us on the assessment of road pavements sensitive to climate stressors in Nigeria. Dr. Issa.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Zaradin Issa. I'm here on behalf of Professor Awal Abdusalam to present a paper on the assessment of road pavement sensitivity to climate stressor. Although, to give you a story or a scenario, I was in Brunungwari the day before yesterday. He just called me. Zaradin preferred that you are the one that are going to present this particular paper. And I have to prefer that particular day And you know there's no plight in Birnungwari. Despite the insecurity and whatsoever, I have to take the road. But that one is not even the case, is pertaining the road condition of the from Birnungwari to Kaduna, not only the even the entire Nigeria, which we all know that road is one of the focal points of economic growth in our development, and we know that road itself. Please, is there no slides? Okay. Road infrastructure are not an exception in terms of vulnerability to climate change, as both the two presenter has also trying to make a nexus, a connection of talking about over renewal, urbanizations, development, which this all has to do with the road construction. And for roads for the road construction to have a kind of a good sound and longevity, there is need to understand the factor that hinder such factor. And we know the climate itself as a stressor. We are trying to looking at the temperature and the rainfall as the factors in terms of the very significant factor. Maybe what I'm trying to say is that very significant element of climate in Nigeria when you are looking at the climate change itself. But when you look at it, they are one of the causes of the flooding, drought, and whatsoever. And our major focus here, in nutshell, considering the nature of the road, is to identify this particular stressor. Especially what we're talking about structure, it means the climate, the rainfall, and the temperature. Please go to the next slide, please. Okay, the stressor, and this. Okay, our major focus here is to present and assessing the sensitivity of the road pavement and using various indices. The reason why we look at the indices is that rainfall, temperature, and rainfall. Looking at the daily mean temperature and rainfall, it will not give you actual impact of the climate change on that particular road condition. But the climate extreme indices, they can able to tell you the probability of if that particular probability of the rainfall to occur over a time or temperature can affect the road condition. Please. The material we look at, we collected a 40, for almost about 40 stations from 1980 to 1950 climate data. We also augmented with era 5 data, which it has to subject it to the data quality to make sure that the reanalysis data obtained, it has to do a less uncertainty and uncertainty and reliability compared to the observed data collected from Nigerian weather from the NIMET. And the bias correction we apply is the multivariate bias correction, which is we call it MBC, but we look at the n dimensional. Before we even concluded at this, looking at the MBC, we have to subject it to other bias corrections. But at the end of the day, we come to realize that the multivariate bias corrections give a kind of a promising result in terms of reducing the uncertainty in the climate data. Then in computing the climate indices, because we are avoiding using of the daily data, daily temperature and rainfall data, we subject to using climate dex Python library to compute the different climate data, climate indices data. Then we obtain the road condition using say two smartphone, which is road map app. For this is if you look at the map itself here, it's showing the different road that we obtain the sample of the road condition. Then we have to, it is based on this particular tool that we use in collecting the data. It has to obtain the time and the location, that is a coordinate of particular road, then as well as the road vibrations and the roughness of that particular road. Then we input all these particular data into this into ArcGIS software to at least to show it in form of a map to see how does it vary. Please. Okay, this is what we have obtained from the analysis. What do you call it? After we we computed the climate indices, then we interpolate it to form a different map. Then we extract it using extract tool in the ArcGIS for every different types of the road condition, be it fair, good, or poor. Then we subject it into box plotting to see what is the variations of in terms of different climate indices. Then this is what it shows, that different climate indices based on the types of the condition of the route. We have CDD, PRC TOT, R10 millimeter, R20 millimeter, RX5 this, and SDI. This is for the rainfall threshold for the road condition. And in the next slide, so you see that the variations of this particular climate indices, that it shows that in the northern east part of the Nigeria, CDD was have a high sensitivity. It means the road condition have a high sensitivity to consecutive dry days, while in the southern south part of Nigeria, it is total precipitation, which means total amount of precipitation is play a major role in the sensitivity of the road. So in southwest, it also it has the high sensitivity. It was if the rainfall exceeds 10 days millimeter per day, 10 millimeter per day, it has more sensitivity to root. The southern parts of Nigeria, in the southern, entirely south, it's the 20 millimeter has a daily rainfall 22 millimeter has also exhibit a high sensitivity. The same thing, if you go for the next slide, you see this is the threshold of the climate based on the sensitivity to root. Different variations of how the condition of the road sensitive to climate. Then the next slide, it shows the variation based on the different types of the road. How does it vary? Which area? The rate is shows that this is an area that has high more sensitivity to that particular climate indices. Compared the why the green area, the green color, it shows that the area with a low sensitivity. But it shows that the northern west and the southern part of Nigeria, both of the two regions has a high sensitivity to the that is TSX and TXN, which is colder night and warmer night. Then, although majority part of northern part of Nigeria, they have a high sensitivity to warm weather, which to say that it is very important if it is very important for construction of the road, there is need to augment or to add to complement the existence of the climate condition. Especially now, developed countries, they have developed a framework that has to do with the climate. And although the result of this analysis is part of the climate framework, climate change framework on the road condition. Thank you. On the road conditions in Nigeria. For us to do that, we say we have to understand which area, what is the sensitivity of the road to the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that was an enlightenment on the climate stressors, relating it to road pavements. Thank you for that presentation. Please join me to appreciate him. The next speaker, before we move into the discussion section, is in the person of Dr. Razak, and he is from FTC Administration, Abuja, the Department of Development Control. He will be guiding us on the effects of urban renewal on climate change, case of Abuja to be specific. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocol. However, when this protocol was being established, I'm not sure if it was prepared to carry all the people who stand on it, so I hope it supports me. Thank you. It's my pleasure being in your midst this morning, and I commend the Academy for the theme of the conference. I will be speaking to you about the linkage between urban renewal and climate change, and I feel this is a neglected imperative, and I'll be illustrating this by taking a look at a case area, which will be Abuja in this case. The outline of the presentation is as illustrated on this slide. So, the earlier presenters have illustrated to us what climate change is, the link between climate change and human activity. However, in this presentation, we'll be looking at human activity within the perspective of urban development, and to be specific, urban renewal. And then as we understand that human activity remains the major driver of climate change. So urban renewal, this has been explained by the earlier presenter. They had perhaps created a background for me. I will just ride on. So urban renewal is a program of land development where often areas of urban decay are redeveloped in cities. So this author argues that urban renewal is a double-edged sword. When implemented in line with best practices, you achieve optimal outcome. And when you have unsustainable implementation of urban renewal, the outcome is also presented. However, in order to fully understand this context, we take a look at global population trend and urban development trajectories, wherein we, as data suggest, the human population hit the 8 billion mark by year 2022. And as earlier presenters also show, and consensus of evidence of research illustrate that by 2050, 68% of humans will have cities as their homes. This then generates concern about how we will need to pay attention to city development in order to ensure that we have optimal outcome from city and urban development. In a related development, the United Nations Division also said, showing evidence of projections of population growth, that most of these predicted urban growth and population growth will take place in Nigeria, India, and China. This then gives concerns that we need to pay attention to how cities are planned, how cities are developed. This next slide perhaps illustrates. Next slide. No, I'm not sure where you are. Okay, please, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Aha. This shows to us that between year 2010 and 2025, Abuja City will remain the fastest growing urban centers in the whole of Africa. So this then shows that we need to pay more attention to how cities are planned, how cities are developed. Next slide. For the city of Abuja, the master plan proposes that the city will be developed in 4 phases, phases 1 up to 4, and predicted to accommodate a population of 3 million. As we speak, based on the urban population prospect of the United Nations, it is predicted that by year 2024, more than 4 million people will have the city as their home. However, most of these residents of Abuja reside beyond the actual city footprint. And this is in a study presented by Jinadu, where it says majority of the urban residents in Abuja reside in the suburban area as compared to the core city. So, however, this unprecedented trend of population growth and urban development will further increase the demand for urban renewal in cities and these entities. How well we manage this trend of growth will shape the contribution of human activity to climate change. Next slide. So here, moving forward, I will explain to you what are sustainable and unsustainable urban renewal practices. And like was stated earlier, the city remains pivotal to climate change actions because more than 70% of GHG emissions are emanating from cities. So unsustainable practices of urban renewal have the following features, which relates to inefficient use of land arising from sprawling spatial pattern that expands the city's footprint and continue to increase ecological footprints. car dependence mobility pattern, wherein heavy investment are dissipated to road rehabilitation and building of road, which further creates car dependency, mobility pattern in city, encroachment into ecological sensitive zones, where you have settlement expanding into areas that were previously green belts, and then lack of energy efficient construction, where most buildings use outdated and energy intensive designs. So, sustainable practices. Classical urban renewal, you will have redevelopment, you will have rehabilitation. But authors have said that when urban renewal aligns with urban regeneration practices, it tends to align with sustainable practices because that is more holistic. It captures the social, economic, environmental realms, and then it creates a vision that is being implemented, and it ensures that eventually the outcome from renewal exercises becomes more optimal than the classical urban renewal program. So, next slide, please. Okay, so these are key features of urban regeneration practice, wherein it ensures holistic approach, sustainability, long-term visioning. And then to recap, sustainable practices ensures that you have smart spatial form where cities grow with mid-rise communities along mixed-use development, along transport nodes, wherein car dependence is reduced and people tend to move from point A to B using effective public transport systems. And then green infrastructure, where you have greenery in cities to reduce urban heat island effect and sequester carbon. And then energy efficient design. And then to fast forward, and then so we take a detailed look at the case study area in Abuja. So for Abuja, the core city is the FCC, and the outlier area are the area councils that is illustrated here in. So the area council provide the home for the suburban areas within the FCT, wherein much of the city population reside because of low price of accommodation. So the major features of urban renewal practices in Abuja are stated below. Sprawling suburban settlements in Abuja, which are characterized by extensive pattern of development, which expands into previously green areas and ecological sensitive zones. And then the next slide, perhaps, is a timeline analysis which shows to us how Kubwa suburban settlement grew over the years between year 2003 to year 2024. This shows how the footprint of the suburban settlement of Kubwa grew from its initial footprint, encroaching into areas who were previously zoned as green belts, marginal lands, and ecological sensitive zones. Next slide, please. And then road construction. As explained earlier, road construction is part of urban renewal experiences, and this is in the case of Abuja. You have several road building and construction, rehabilitation and construction project going on. What this does is, though it's good in itself, but it promotes the expansion, the continuous sprawling of settlement far beyond the city footprints. What this also does is it generates car dependence, where you don't have an effective public transport system, people then move in trickles between the suburban area and the core city that provides the employment area, and then it generates traffic congestion. And then as relates to climate change, you have transport-related greenhouse gas emission from this proliferation of car use. And then to be specific, the challenges associated with these current features relates to flash flooding, wherein people build settlement on ecological sensitive zones and green belts. And then you have increased ecological footprint of the city because the city has expanded beyond what its initial limits are. And then the sprawling pattern of this settlement continue to create dispersed community where you have limited access to essential services and opportunities. And then in an earlier study by the author, the time it takes to travel between the suburban area due to traffic congestion suggests that an average commuter in Abuja spent 26 days of every year sitting in traffic. That's ineconomical, that is unsustainable.
And then in a related study, the corridor of this commuting between the suburban area and the core city suggests that this area are highly polluted because the air quality was measured on this corridor, and it suggests that they are beyond the minimum threshold of air quality, and hence commuters on this corridor continue to experience hazard in air pollution. Do we need to reinvent and rebuild our cities from the scratch? The answer is no. Do we need to rework our current practices? The answer is yes. By adopting urban regeneration practices which align with sustainable practices, wherein cities recalibrate their urban design code and urban development and urban planning codes, may be the way to go. So in specific terms, the study concludes that we need to prioritize urban regeneration initiatives, embrace sustainable lifestyle, and pursue sustainable suburban development. Perhaps in the FCTA, the FCTA is beginning to take this initiative by taking the step of recalibrating development codes and urban planning codes by the Department of Development Control, by revising its manual to ensure that the cities become developed along smart and climate-friendly pattern wherein building becomes densified as against the sprawling pattern that we currently have. Key specific recommendations were made, which suggest that urban regeneration practices need to be embraced that aligns with transit-oriented development. In addition to this, revitalize with efficient land use and compact mid-rise development, promote green transportation where you have commuting between the suburban area and the core city, rely heavily on public transport, which will be and support efficient commuting between the suburban area and the core city. And then urban development policy should largely align with Nigerian climate change actions in order to foster resilient communities. And then incentivize stakeholders, communities, and private developers in order to ensure that they adopt renewable energy and energy efficient designs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sherif Rasak. We hear you. And now the floor is open for discussion. But I just want you to join me to say thank you again to all the presenters. Please, if you have a question, kindly mention the person you are directing your question to. You can see the names on the, or just say to oral presenter one, whatever. Thank you. I need yeah, yeah. Do we have roaming mic? That's someone over there at the back. Look at him at the back. Yeah.
Thank you very much to the presenters. My questions will start from the lead presenter, that's Professor Vido. One of the things that came to my mind, let me introduce myself first. Professor Lauren Wajulawa from the Department of Geography and Environmental Management, University of Port Harcourt. The first question or thing that came to my mind during your presentation is that urban renewal. The concept of urban renewal in the context of Africa, Nigeria, compared to the American experience or the European experience, they are definitely going to be different. And I will love it if you can put urban renewal in the context of where we live. I'm saying this looking at the example of Ibadan. The central part of Ibadan, I had my secondary school at Elekuro, Wesley College of Science there. If you go there and go and talk to anybody living there about urban renewal, if you renew it, who does that place belong to? So these are the things that, how do we conceptualize it, knowing the circumstances of where we are? Then the second presenter, that is about urban expansion, intersection between migration, urbanization. I want to challenge you to, I know you are not Deborah, so we are just going to actually pass this information to you to pass on to Deborah. Okay? The presentation did not actually show us the linkage. The title says the linkage, but for example, if you say conflicts, there's so many dimensions, topology of conflict. Which one are you talking about? Because if you say migration, urbanization, and conflict, it's a loaded, complex interaction, and you need to be very specific so that we know what you're talking about. That was not clarified in your presentation. The third presenter, assessment of road pavement. I want to suggest, and this is also, in all honesty, this is what I encourage with anybody I work with. I will suggest that you also work with a civil engineer or any engineer working on roads, and you adopt some of the ways in which they stress test infrastructure for climate, so that you are looking at it from that geographical dimension. Fantastic. But we always also have to work with other people who also have another perspective about what we are talking about. So I will want to suggest that you actually work with an engineer to really enrich what you have done. And the final presentation, urban renewal. Oga Sheriff, you are in Abuja and you are working with the local authority. And I want to challenge you that you didn't show us the renewal. The Kubwa you showed us was the urban growth and development. You didn't show us renewal, because I was looking forward to see actually the example of renewal, because this is a term that we use very loosely here, but it has a very clear definition. So I will look forward to seeing you in another forum whereby you show us renewal, and maybe we can learn from it. And maybe when we go back to Ibadan, when we meet and we go back to Ibadan, maybe we can see what you guys are doing in Abuja. Maybe we can try that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Can we have a response to him from the first year? Sir? Okay. Please note your question. Please, if you are asking question, don't hesitate. Can you just be brief and go straight to your question? Over there, please, Romy Mike.
My Good morning, everyone. My name is Damilola Falano. I have a question for the lead presenter. You said something about green roofing. Now, in the parlance of biology, I'm in biology, microbiology, so I was looking at it from an angle that, are you talking about vegetation, or you are talking about green roofing, whether the plants that are grown on the roof, or solar panels that can trap heat? Then secondly, you showed us a diagram showing the temperature difference between Nigeria and Ghana. And I noticed that it was the temperature was about 2 degrees Celsius. Does this temperature, is this not actually negligible, or does it have an impact on the climate change? Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Raula Tupiwuna. Mine is just to the lead presenter and the last presenter on urban spaces, just to contribute that there was no real mention, except I didn't get it, about the effects of these green pavements and the heat they generate. And so when we talk about the green spaces, beyond the carbon sequestration, studies can be done to look at how infiltration and conductivity of water can be used to improve runoff such that it doesn't become flood that affects the cities when there's this change in patterns of the weather. Thank you.
Thank you. The second to the last question from here.
Thank you very much. A quick comment, and the question is for all of you who have actually made the presentation. You missed the Nigerian factor completely. Everything you've talked about here, I will encourage you to go back to the Western region and Eastern region and Northern region development plan. Everything you've said today, when I was young, they were there. I could take the bus at age 5. My mom would put me in a bus in Lagos. It will be on time if I'm going to Surulere. And it'll be there. No need for private vehicle. And then if you look at the development plan, you look at Ilupeju industrial estate, it'll be missing. So the question that people are moving to the urban, the day I finished my school set, I was back in Lagos. It has always happened. It will continue to happen. The plan is that there will be urbanization, there will be industry across, away from Lagos, because Lagos was capital then. And the quality of our road had always been good. The road you pass through Ore was built by Awolowo in 1967. It's still the same road you are using tomorrow. So there's a difference of the Nigerian factor. The corruption, the dumping of the development plan. Nothing you people have said today that was not in the development plan. So what am I advising you first and foremost? You need to go back to that. Let's start doing research on how we can, let's put what I say, what is quality for Nigeria, not general things that you are doing. All these things were in development plan. How do we now find the solution to them? Let's find Nigeria's specific solution. The underlying factor is the Nigerian factor and corruption, indiscipline of our people. When there was the case when you're supposed to be having one car, it may be even and odd. In my household, all of my senior brothers ended up buying 2 cars to beat the traffic. Muritala Muhammad was killed controlling traffic. And for the period he was there was no traffic jam in Lagos. 2 hours after he was killed, everywhere was jammed. So there's a Nigerian factor you guys need to address. Please, let's do that. Let's start moving this country forward.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry we won't be able to take any question because we need to give them time to respond. Please, anyone can speak. You have 1 minute each. There is mic beside you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir, for the question and suggestion. And I think so. If you look at from the combinations of our researchers, it's the team researcher, including all those from engineer, not only even from the engineer, even from the practicing engineers. We have people from FEMA that are collaborated for that particular research. And if you look at, based on what we did here, is that we're trying to look at the other factors remain constant to look at the influence, climate sensitivity to the road condition. And another things to consider is that one of the major causes of the road damages and other things is we see extreme events such as flooding, erosion, amongst other. And all these events are caused by the climate. And that is the reason why we look at the climate indices rather than look at the event itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to start with the last question that I was asking about green roofs. Abroad, you have efforts to have vegetation on top of the roofs. That is a green roof. Then also you have cool roofs where you have your roofs built with materials that have high reflectance so that it will increase the albedo and then you have less temperature entering into the building. So that's a way of increasing resilience to climate in terms of increasing temperatures. Then the question about impermeable surfaces. I think Lagos is a good example in the quest for urban renewal. Some of their roads, especially on the islands, are being built with interlocking blocks. So you have spaces, and then high intensity rainfall, flooding, part of the water infiltrates, so that it will reduce storm runoff that is causing infiltration. So that is one. And then there's another question that talked about urban renewal in developing countries versus developed countries. You know, our contexts differ. In Africa, you have a lot of informal settlements, slums. So when you're talking about upgrading and so on, you may not have that. The context differ anyway, and that is something that's why I said you have to take into consideration your local context in terms of your efforts, your strategies or measures for urban renewal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm actually marveled by the level of questioning coming up, especially because of the diversity of the background of the audience. I am actually happy to be part of this audience. And then moving forward, responding to the question from the professor from Port Harcourt, was asking about urban renewal experiences in Abuja. There's actually a particular slide which illustrated that, showing that when I was explaining the features of urban renewal practices in Abuja, there's a particular slide that shows that majority of the activities relating to urban renewal focus on road rehabilitation and construction, building of borehole and drainages. Majorly, these are the focus. As we speak here, several roads are being commissioned across the area council in FCT, which is opening up those roads and allowing for further sprawling of this suburban settlement. This is what I tried to explain by talking about the features of urban renewal practices in Abuja. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll also respond to the comment or question from professor from University of Port Harcourt. I think for my presentation on behalf of my colleague, there is also a slide that speaks to the nexus between migration, urbanization, and conflict. You know, urbanization as a catalyst for migration. Migration will always happen, yes, but with urbanization, there is an increase. You know, as urban areas expand, of course, they will attract individuals from rural environments. And then the aspects on the urbanization of conflicts, where we looked at how conflicts that initially occur in rural areas may spill over, into urban environments as population migrates to cities. So once they are in urban settings, you see that these conflicts can manifest in different framework, in different ways, including increased violence, identity-based tension, and then issues around social unrest and tensions. And then the aspect of conflict-induced migration, where it's a form of migration that is on the increase in Nigeria. For instance, we talk about the influx of displaced persons can strain urban resources and leading to increased competition for jobs and services, both informal and formal jobs. And a lot of fragile cities are emerging in Nigeria, of course, and due to the many conflicts in all the 6 regions of Nigeria. And then in Nigeria today, what we see is that in my presentation, I also talk about how economic factor was one of the factors responsible for migration, but now today it's not just an economic factor. We have conflicts, as a key factor that is driving migration from rural areas and of course to urban areas. Yes, but I think a lot of clarity needs to be put together in the conceptualization of the topic, and I think I'll look into that and pass that message to my colleague. Thanks, Prof.
Yeah. Thank you all for responding. I want to say a big thank you to those people that have posted the question. Sir, thank you for challenging our science. We will upgrade because we need to make impact. And also for telling us we need to work with civil engineers is to make life better. I once go to a conference and I was told as a microbiologist to work with molecular biologists. And I can tell you today that it has turned tight for me. So Dr. Issa will take it to consideration. Please, time is so limited, but during lunch break, could you please catch up with them and engage scientifically. Thank you for everyone being in this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Babalola, for that sharing. Very phenomenal. I would have wished that Professor Mazigo has something to say, but Prof, man, I want to apologize. We will get to you later on. Because I know your voice is very strong when you want to make a statement. So, but I'll hold on a little bit because we are 3 minutes behind time. And I know that the next chair is very strict. He's very strict. He's an engineer, and so he knows how to cut things into bits and pieces. So, Professor Ibadu there is the chair of this session on climate change and water resources management. Professor Ibadu there is a professor at the University of Benin and is the academic secretary, Physical Sciences, Nigeria Academy of Science. Professor Ibadu there, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, the chair of the Scientific Conference Planning Committee and the presidents, Madam Presidents, for this honor. I will quickly call out the persons who will be. As I call out the names, please, you come to the podium. We have the lead presentation is on climate change and water management. Moshood Tijani, Professor of Hydrogeology and Environmental Geology, University of Ibadan. Let's put our hands together for him. And then the next presenter, the first oral presentation in this session, is Wasiu Raji, Department of Geophysics, University of Ilorin. He's going to make a presentation on assessing the storage potential of hard rocks aquifers for the sustainable management of groundwater using thematic aquifer parameters and machine learning models. Oral presentation 2 is Ozioma Egedeus. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce it well. Of the Department of Biochemistry, Abia State University. And she is going to speak on assessing the environmental impact of cassava processing effluents on local water sources in Umudike, Abia State. Let's put our hands together for her. And then finally, we have Samuel Ogunjo of the Faculty of Environmental and Urban Change, York University, Toronto, Canada. He's going to speak on long-term spatial trends in West African monsoon precipitation. Let's put our hands together for him. So we are going to kick off immediately. The lead presenter has how many minutes? 20 minutes. Then the others, they have 10 minutes. But we're already more than 5 minutes into this. So the other presenters will give you 8 minutes. The lead presenter can have his 20 minutes. So let's put our hands together for Moshood. Moshood Tijani on climate change and water resources management. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to stand on the existing protocols while also thanking the organizer for the invitation to present this. So my presentation outline is going to focus on 4 things, definition, background, and so on, overview, because I've been constrained. But I will try my best within the limited time to talk about the impact of the climate change, water security, water system, strategies for achieving the climate resilient water resources management. Of course, we'll talk about the way forward
and concluding thought. Yeah, I think sustainable water security, let me see, sustainable water security issue. We know water fuels every aspect of our life. It is essential for basic health hygiene, and it drives the society's most essential industry, agriculture, energy, and transportation. Water is also essential to the stability of a country. I always say, without water security, there cannot be national security. In terms of food, it's also good for the stability in terms of agricultural production. So without water security, there can also not be food security. Therefore, water security issue is a very critical dynamics when it comes to national development. So, and if you look at it together in this context, what are we saying when we talk of the water security? Water security will definitely safeguard sustainable access to water, protect against water pollution, preserve our ecosystem. Apart from that, we need to understand the fact that water security presents challenges. And those challenges are related to a lot of pressures. Number one, population growth and urbanization, which we have been talking about since. We talk of rising living standard, which relate to the urban renewals and so on. Land use changes is still part of the urbanization and land use changes. And then, of course, the big elephant in the room now, which is the climate change. So understanding water security means looking beyond immediate supply to political, economic, social, and environmental dimension of water. Addressing the security means we have to look beyond that and look at it within the framework of water, energy, food, and environment. So, in that light, we also need to technology. Yeah. So climate change, if you look at it globally in terms of the impact it will have. Fluctuating rainfall pattern, that is the dynamics that many people will know when we talk of climate change. What comes to mind is the rainfall pattern changes. Of course, this extreme event, which is as a result of temperature, climate warming, and so on, and then global warming and so on. Of course, it will affect the livelihood, it will affect the agro-business, it will affect the water supply. And the impact will be on our human settlement, the impact will be resulting to violent conflict and forced migration, the human suffering increase in the risk of instability. I think Nigeria has a share of some of this impact as we are witnessing today in terms of insecurity, forced migration, as a result, conflict of herders and farmers clashing, which is as a result of climate change driving the herders to look for greener pasture. So, okay, let's move on because of time. Background. So the question is, why are we focusing on climate change? And I think the president said it in the morning, that climate change in relation to the SDG. So 8 out of the 17 SDG are clearly directly or indirectly related to tackling the climate change. Attaining the goals of SDG 13 climate action will drive sustainable development. SDGs and targets cannot be achieved without the climate action. So, therefore, the water resources and water supply, sanitation, food security are related to the overall sustainable development. Okay. I think I moved too fast and I wanted to get back. Can you help me get back smooth from there? Control it a bit. No, again, back one more. Okay, the next one, please. Next, no, move forward. Move forward. Yeah, we put everything in the context. So, what are we talking about? How do we conceptualize this whole story? We look at the climate change, We look at the water resources system, we look at the human settlement on one side. And if you talk of climate change, we are talking of the environmental impact. In what way? We talk of flood, we talk of drought, we talk of water quality impact, water quality loss, and so on. And that erosion, forced migration, these are the impact if we talk of the climate change. And then what do we need to do? We need some proactive action that will lead to disaster risk reduction. And if you talk of the water resources component of it, we are talking of how good we can use the resources. How optimal can we sustainably use our water resources? In that case, we use the water resources in agriculture, industrial production, wash, that is water and sanitation and hygiene. We use it for ecosystem services because we are not only the water is not for us alone. The environment, ecosystem also need the water. But at the end of the day, there are the dynamics of water quality as a resource. There is issue of water quantity also as a resource. And if you look at those two components of water resources and climate change, and we tie it to the human settlement, we realize that they will drive societal development, economic growth, urbanization, population growth, environmental challenges. Do we have benefit from this, or are we seeing only the challenges? In that case, this will come with some outcome of environmental and developmental challenges. And that is why, looking at the whole thing together, there is need for integrated water resources management. And if we are able to do that, then we can attain the sustainable development. So that is the context that I'm going to look at it. The second part is for me to also look at what is the water resources system in Nigeria in terms of what we have. I'll quickly rush through it because I know my time is limited. Nigeria has extensive water resources, both fresh, surface, and groundwater resources. We have enough. The management is the issue. However, most rural area depends on groundwater, including a number of towns and cities. Cities like Calabar, Lagos, Port Harcourt, they depend solely on groundwater. So even though we overlook it because it is hidden, it is invisible to us, but that's why we overlook the importance of groundwater. There are some statistics about the water supply system in Nigeria. So, of course, when we now look at the dynamics as what I'm saying, for human activity, we are talking of land use and agricultural changes. That will be one of the critical areas of water resources in Nigeria. Construction and management of reservoir, pollution of pollutant emission, water and wastewater treatment, water use is linked to population, food consumption, urbanization, and so on. So all these things need better appreciation in terms of non-climatic factor for us to be able to tackle the issue of water and climate change. Now, groundwater use in Nigeria. Why am I talking of groundwater? I've mentioned a bit of it. Maybe I may be a bit biased because I'm an hydrogeologist. So we need to also understand the fact that groundwater contributes more to water supply systems in Nigeria. Even in agricultural setting, more water is being used, more groundwater is now being used for small-scale irrigation projects that will undermine. So in most cases, we have to realize the fact that groundwater at village level are used for garden irrigation. Irrigation has potential to supplement source of irrigation. I mean, groundwater has that potential to supplement irrigation, large-scale irrigation. Groundwater offers security for farmers against climate change impact during dry season. They can produce all year round. So therefore, we need to also look at the challenges of this water resources management in terms of use in agricultural production. And why, again, as I said the other time, is also for us to look at the fact that groundwater and sustainable human settlement leads to the climate change issue. And you can see the SDG, how it affects the sustainable development and economic development of human settlement. You have the groundwater for domestic rural use. Virtually all the rural communities in Nigeria are using groundwater. Groundwater for urban water supply. Many of our urban centers now, because of the failed public water system, almost every household will have boreholes. So for urban water supply. Groundwater for climate change. Of course, in the course of the devastating flooding, drier area that doesn't have surface water, everybody tends to go to groundwater. Of course, transboundary aquifer for regional cooperation is there. And then we have groundwater for ecosystem. Most rivers, most wetland, they are surviving because groundwater is supplying them. They are groundwater dependent. Of course, groundwater for smallholder agriculture that I've mentioned. So we can see the significance of groundwater and how it will help us to achieve as many as 12 SDGs if we properly manage the water resources and protect it against the impact of climate change. So climate change scenario in Nigeria, we look at the situation that vulnerability is high. Almost 2/3 of Nigeria land cover is prone to drought and desertification. We have 2/3 of Nigerian population depend on rain-fed agriculture. Nigeria lack adequate capacity or inadequate capacity, technological resources, and additional structure to address and mitigate climate impact. Of course, in the recent time, the government is being proactive, I must say that. Next is the fact that climate change also, many parts of the country already experiencing and are reacting to the change in the seasonal rainfall pattern in Nigeria. Of course, we also have the fact that in Nigeria, gaps in scientific knowledge and uncoordinated government policy is also a problem that we need to address. So therefore, we need to look at the fact that it is clear that Nigerian long-term development goal and poverty reduction will be severely constrained if sufficient attention is not paid to the issue of climate change and water resources in Nigeria. Okay? Why climate change? Just like I say, why groundwater the other time. Nigeria is highly vulnerable. I've said it before. Nigeria long coastline is also another problem because the climate change impact affect our coastal community. They are vulnerable. The coastal area of Ondo State, Ayetoro to be specific, is one of those living on the edge because of the coastal water surge and then flooding and sea level rise. So all these things put together means that Nigeria long-term development goal will also be tied to climate change. Okay, let's move again. So the water system, as I said, which is the third part that I'm trying to move on. In terms of surface and water resources that we mentioned, we have surface and groundwater. The surface water hydrology, we know we have a lot of surface water. About over 40 rivers and streams, major rivers and streams, well drained, we don't have problem. These are divided into about 8 hydrological zones across the country. So surface water is not a problem. The management might be a bit of the problem with the impact of climate change. And then the next one is about subsurface. Can you help me from the other? Okay. So you can see the 8 hydrological zone, and you can see the different river basins that the government set up to manage these resources. The question is, how effective are the river basins to manage our water resources to be able to give us safe water supply and be able to use the water for irrigation? Why should we be having flooding of major river when there is a river authority managing that river system? Why don't you have detention basin to capture the flood water and deploy it for irrigation? Why should it be a devastating menace when we could manage these river basins successfully? These are the issues that we also need to look at. Of course, in terms of the subsurface groundwater hydrology, we know, as I said, 70% of the rural population depends on groundwater. As I said earlier, groundwater constitutes more than 50% of water sources in most private and public well, in form of private and public well. So there is significance of groundwater in terms of household water supply in Nigeria. Groundwater aquifers have the capacity to store large volume of water compared to the surface water that are moving. And they buffer against climate, so they are climate resilient. In the heat of the climate change, when the surface water fail, groundwater come to the rescue. Of course, there are groundwater basins, groundwater development area, because we know geologically, I don't want to go into that details. We have two major different rock units, basement, sedimentary. They contain different sources of water in the subsurface, so that is another issue entirely. So the impact of climate change in Nigeria, it's evident and it's clear that number one, we have increase in temperature and the variable rainfall, especially in the north. Increasing rainfall in the southern part, leading to flooding, coastal erosion. Sea level rise, flooding, landslide, coastal erosion arising from increasing rainfall in southern portion of the country, that is clear. Extreme weather event leading to drought, and desertification is also clearly evident in the northern part of the country. Of course, all these together lead to degraded freshwater resources. We have loss of wetland, loss of biodiversity as a result of this effect. So breaking it down a bit again, the impact of surface water, we have the impact of groundwater, and where the flooding and contamination. When the flooding happens, contamination occurs. Most cases, especially in Lagos, in some of the coastal area, with heavy flooding, you can imagine what will happen with the sewage system that we have in our cities. Where we have our septic tank, a lot of the waste from the septic tank is drained and leached down into the groundwater system. And that's why in many areas of Lagos, people don't use their groundwater system. Say that especially in the high-browed area of Lekki, Ajah, we are talking about. Most of the household septic issue leak into the groundwater because this aquifer is sandy and there can be easily percolation. When there is flooding, everything is washed down to the groundwater system. So, and then of course, if we put everything into the context, I like to present this type of cartoon. You look at it, the climate change. What are the four major events? Alter water cycle, sea level rising, global warming, increasing evaporation. Increasing evaporation means water scarcity, desertification, agricultural water deficit. Rising sea level rise means coastal erosion, means flooding, water quality degradation that I've mentioned, saline water intrusion. That's why in areas like VI, like Ajah, as I said, in Lagos, and many areas of Port Harcourt and coastal city, the most of the waters are salty because of the salt water intrusion. And then you have the alter water cycle, flooding, discharge variability, recharge variability, environmental degradation. Of course, the global warming, which is the what do you call it? The big elephant that caused the whole problem. You have the rainfall, will lead to rainfall variability, will lead to biodiversity loss, it will lead to wetland degradation and loss. So this capture the whole system of what we are facing in terms of the climate change impact on the totality of the water system. And if you also break it down further, which I want to flag straight away, you can realize that we have all those point of impact. And then yes, thank you. Then you have in case of sea level rise, you can see the cases. And then here you can also see the former Ahmadu Bello Way that is safe as a result of the new Eco-Atlantic City. We know by now maybe it will have been an history. Of course, the challenges of flooding and water quality. Then you have the issue of drought, desertification, all those things are there. And then finally, I want to round up with the ideas of what are the strategies? What are the strategies for climate change? Number one, sustainable water resources management is the key. How do we do sustainable water resources management? And what it requires, pragmatic action, science-based data, appreciation of the knowledge of the data is also key. Appreciation of the need to understand the dynamics of socio-economic and environmental and political dynamics. Of course, if you move further, It's the same thing. We need to also realize that sustainable water resources management under climate change will mean we have to do integrated approach. Water resources, human resources, land resources, biological resources, all have to be managed in totality. So let me just go to key policy action to address climate change impact. We can strengthen the integrated water resources. We can build climate resilient structure. We can do water conservation, community-based water management, public-private partnership, and so on. With that, we'll be able to achieve climate resilient. And the role of National Academy, I've mentioned some few things, what the National Academy can do. Of course, concluding thought. So my concluding thought would be that effective sustainable management need data. Data will give us information. Information will give us knowledge. These are the science-based activities. But the decision that will come from this is political. So whatever the science have given us in terms of data, information, and knowledge, there must be decision to be taken, and this decision is political. That's why, as science community, we need to communicate properly in a proper language to the politician. So too little is a problem in terms of water, too much is a problem, and then too dirty is also a problem. So finally, where are we going? This is our environmental dynamics. If we continue to expand and use resources, we are heading to unsustainable. But we need to move into the other direction where we ensure sustainable path. So earth resources, more people, more water, more demand, we need large tap. If you don't manage it properly, we are going to drain the whole system and everybody will be for it in terms of the climate impact. So thank you. So finally, we just realize that there will be cross-sectorial input. Sustainable management means development partners will come in, private sector will come in, public sector will come in, university research and DIF will come in, groundwater network, youth, gender, NGO, all of them will play important role. So thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Moshood Tijani, for that presentation. We enjoyed it, but you took about 3 minutes of our time. We will not be lenient with the other ones. It's because you are the lead speaker. So please, the other presenters, take note, keep strictly to the time. So please note your questions for our lead speaker, and then so that during the discussion period, we can ask those questions. So we welcome to the microphone Wasiu Raji for his presentation on assessing the storage potential of hard rocks aquifers for the sustainable management of groundwater using thematic aquifer parameters and machine learning models. Let's put our hands to him. You have 8 minutes. I will prompt you when you are there for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Wasiu Raji. I'm a professor of geoscience from University of Ilorin and Curtin University. I'll be talking to a presentation entitled Assessing Groundwater Storage of Hard Rocks Aquifer for Groundwater Sustainable Management using Machine Learning Models. My presentation outline. Next one, please. Thank you. Okay, so groundwater constitutes just about 1% of the total water that we have in the entire earth. And this 1% is not evenly distributed. groundwater is the purest source of water, and the largest volume is stored in the basins that we call the sedimentary rock. About a third of this volume of the 1% is stored in the hard rock aquifers. We are interested in the hard rock aquifers, and the hard rock constitutes about 50% of the landmass in sub-Saharan Africa and has significant extent in South Asia, South America, Australia, and other regions of the world. So looking at this significant extent and coverage, it is indeed interesting to look at groundwater storage in these rocks. So my research, groundwater accumulation, storage, and flow is not completely understood for hard rock aquifers because hard rock aquifers are complex, they are not laterally expansive, and they have irregular dimensions. Focus has been on looking at sedimentary basins, sedimentary rocks, and their aquifers. But because hard rock aquifers has buffers to climate variability and global warming, it is the source of groundwater for the future when climate variability bites either. So there is need for us to look into these resources for greater understanding and to harness the technology for future use. So, next, please. So now there's heavy dependence on water for human and domestic uses, agricultural practices. Almost everywhere you see borehole, there are scary data regarding how much borehole we have in Nigeria. About 950 boreholes is drilled per day, every day in Nigeria. About 4 years ago, we have just about half of this volume, and we are looking forward to greater figure in the future. It has potential risk, including hazards. So how do we manage our resources? Human population is increasing, and is forecast to increase for 25 to 30% by the year 2030 to 2040. So within this range of years, how do we sustain these resources? Despite this, it is anticipated that climate variability will have greater impact on groundwater. So what is the way forward? Because hard rock has buffers, we're looking into hard rock, storage flow, and quantity estimation to provide future source of groundwater. So my aim is to predict volumetric groundwater storage in hard rocks. The objectives are to build, train, and evaluate groundwater model for doing this quantitative estimation, to identify the best aquifer parameter for estimating groundwater, and then to identify the critical aquifer parameters. The bigger goal is to contribute to reliable estimate of total groundwater in subsurface. As we stand, there is no reliable means of estimating this water, especially in regions and continents where we have significant extent of hard rock. So the methodology is that we acquire data over an expansive period of time and space, and then this data was processed. For each of these locations where you see black dots, we extracted 20 aquifer parameters for our processing. And after processing the, next slide, and after processing that, next slide, please. Okay, so the parameters are put into PCA, that is principal component analysis, using Spearman, using Kendall, and Pearson correlation analysis to narrow down these 20 parameters to just about 7. And these 7 were used in our estimation of volumetric groundwater storage. So the best 7 thematic material were put under 3 scenarios to look at If this is available, what can we get? When we don't have this, when we have issue getting this, then what can we do? What can we achieve? What is the level of reliability? So, thank you. So we went into this after preparing our data. We have 6 machine learning model, starting from the decision tree, run through to the simple feed-forward neural network. So we did this and put each of them into the machine learning model. We tested this model. The results you see here. Next, please. Yeah. Okay, so the results you see here, the main data here that is acquired and processed from wells took us about 4 years to do. And this one took me about 15 minutes of computational efficiency. And this is what I want to highlight. 4 years on your left-hand side. Those on the right-hand side took about 15 minutes of computational efforts to realize. Now what we did is to put in the data that we estimated from the geophysical survey into the one before it, please. The one before this, thank you. So into this, and look at each of these machine learning models, which one gave the best prediction. So of striking similarity, if you look at prediction from simple feed forward, linear regression, and when you look at the random forest support factor, they look very close to this, with a range between 96 to 78%. So we did that under 3 scenarios, scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3. So this is scenario 3. We consider a situation where we have everything, but we do not have the fractured aquifer thickness. So what are our findings? Okay, so intrinsic aquifer parameters that we derive from this subsurface geophysical data actually yielded results. The common practice is that they look at satellite data, they look at what we call GRACE data, but these data are not reliable. They scatter with distance from the ground. The prediction is not reliable. The result is good, but not very reliable. So of the 20 hydrogeological parameters that we looked at, 7 of them were able to predict accurately. And rather than using the whole 20, we can use 7. We can reduce computational time. We can reduce computing resources. We can reduce the number of research assistants and the rest. We can also save time. So with this, groundwater storage in hard rock aquifer has been predicted. And then the best 3 machine learning models are the multivariate linear regression, DT, that is a decision tree, and the SVR. With the decision, results ranging between 87 and 96. The next one. So machine predicted groundwater map actually matched what was predicted from 4 years of intensive field work. Then the best machine learning suggested that we have a volumetric average that ranges between 3.46 to 52.86 meter cube, 9.56 to 46.14, 3.46 to 51.44, respectively for the best 3 machine learning models. Whereas the actual data and volume estimated from 4 years of intensive work, multi-million naira projects, shows that we have 2.65 to 5.4. They are quite close. We can save money, save energy, save time, even safety itself. So the final slide, conclusion, that this study has addressed a major challenge in the estimation of total groundwater, and therefore can solve the problem of the lack of knowledge of the total groundwater storage in sub-Saharan Africa. And this approach can be modified to solve similar problems in South Asia, in South America, in Australia and other regions of the world where we have significant extent of hard rock aquifers. Then different from what has been done in the past. Using GRACE data and using satellite data, we actually use ground-truthed data that were based on machine learning to achieve this. And this is quite different from what has been done in the past. So we have been able to estimate reliably from monsoon, which was the field study here within north central Nigeria, that the volume ranges between 3.46 and 52.86. These are the best machine learning, the three. And the final slide, please. I think this is not my updated slide. It's okay. So conclusively, we are looking at the total groundwater storage for budgeting, for planning, policy formulation, and everything. Scenario in America, if you are extracting groundwater for drinking and you are extracting groundwater for agricultural purposes, you are paying different rates. A time is coming in Nigeria that we will do the same. I was in a hotel early December, and I took 2 bottles of bottled water, and I was billed 2,400, 1,200 per bottle. This is more expensive than petrol. And we are coming to that point that we need to manage groundwater the same way we manage blocks of oil in the Niger Delta of Nigeria. That people will even be fighting over water with time. So what we need to do is to put up the tools in the sciences to know what we have and how best to manage them. I want to thank University of Ilorin, Carleton Universities, my employers, Nigerian Academy of Science for this opportunity. I also want to thank the audience, most especially my teachers who are here listening to me. Thank you for your contributions, and thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Professor Wasiu Raji, for your presentation. I will quickly call on Ozioma Ege Deuzu to make her own presentation. Let's put our hands together for her. 8 minutes. You have 8 minutes. I will prompt you when you are left with 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nigeria Academy of Science. Good afternoon, my audience. I'm Egedu Ozioma Glory from Abia State University, Uturu. I'm here to present my research work, which says assessing the environmental impact on cassava processing efforts on local water sources in Umudike, Abia State. Cassava processing is a major economic activity in our nation, particularly in developing countries. And we know Nigeria is one of our developing countries, and which cassava processing is our major economic activity. Cassava meal effluents are produced from various stages. We have the grating, we also have the moisture extraction, and we also have the washing. For those of us who have witnessed where they process cassava before, at least I'm a living testimony in my village, or since I was born, I've not seen where we buy gari from the market. We process our own cassava. This effluent we are talking about is this cassava processing tubers is associated with the effluent we are talking about, and they cause so many pollutions to our surrounding water sources in our country. And this effluent we are talking about is a pale yellow turbid liquid which has an offensive odor. If you get close to this particular effluent we are talking about, it has one purgic odor, because when I was small, if you go to process cassava, after processing that cassava, if you come back and take your bath, you still be perceiving such a pungent odor. So this my study is to carry out to assess the environmental impact of cassava meal effluent on our local water sources, particularly in Umudike, Abia State. So my next slide, we have, this is our cassava tubers. We all are Nigerians. I know most of us have seen cassava tubers before. And the second slide is where they are processing the cassava. They are extracting the moisture from the grated cassava. And the third slide is the cassava meal effluent we are talking about, which has a pale. The reason why it has a pale yellow tubby substance is because of the oil. You know, when you're processing your cassava, like in my community, we normally add red oil to our cassava during our cassava processing. So that's the third slide is the cassava meal effluents we are talking about, which has so many metals that are toxic to our water surrounding and even to human beings too. So the aim of this study is to do what? To assess the environmental impact of cassava processing effluent on local water sources in Umudike, Abia State. Then my objective is to determine the physical, the chemical parameters of this contaminated water sample. And another aim is to do what? To determine the mineral content of the contaminated water sample, and also to determine the heavy metals parameters of the contaminated water samples. Then the materials, the water samples we are collected from 4 different points. We have the downstream, the upstream, and the midstream. Then the fourth point is the effluent itself. Then we determine the physical parameters, the total solid, the suspended solid, and the electrical conductivity and turbidity. We also determine the chemical parameters, which we have the pH, the hardness of water, the biochemical oxygen demand, and the chemical oxygen demand, and also the hydrogen cyanide. We all know that cassava has a lot of hydrogen cyanide. So we also determine and we use the pH meter to check the acidity of our samples. We also use the conductivity meter bridge to check the turbidity of our sample. We also determine the heavy metals in our water sample. And the heavy metals are the potassium, the sodium, the copper, the mercury, the iron, the zinc, and the cadmium. Even the lead was also determined using what we call atomic absorption spectrophotometer, AAS. So, and this is the result where we have the effluent has so many contaminated physicochemical parameters like dissolved oxygen, which has 582.23 milligram per liter, which is higher than the standard WHO standard water quality. We also saw that still the effluent has 672.440 milligram per liter of the suspended solid, which is also high. Then in the upstream, which was the from the first samples we determined, the downstream, has the highest contaminated of all these physicochemical parameters, which is not good for users that are living within the same location, and even for recreation activity too, which is not also good. Then we also have our result for the chemical properties, which pH has a range, which pH we got pH of 6.00 in downstream, and which is higher than the WHO standard. You know, the WHO standard is 6.5 to 8.5. So it was very high that it can be consumed for the users within the location. So even the biochemical oxygen demand and the chemical oxygen demand, they were also elevated in the effluent, indicating a high level of organic pollution. So we determine the mineral and heavy metals of our cassava meal effluent, and we also find out that the downstream samples exceeded the recommended limit for the WHO standard for water quality, which gave us 20 milligram per liter, so which is not consumable for human beings. Then this is the WHO standard for water quality. Then in this research, it shows that the cassava meal effluent has a significant impact on physicochemical, mineral, and heavy metals of our surrounding water sources. The high level of the dissolved oxygen, suspended oxygen, and acidity, which is the pH, is very high in these our surrounding water surfaces, and which is not good for irrigation and aquatic life. In conclusion, Nigeria, which is the highest producing nation, and cassava processing is a major source of livelihood. We all know that cassava is our major source of livelihood. So, for us to continue producing this cassava, I will advise to we will come up with a good channel measure to channel those of our influence, not direct to our water sources, but to a proper channeling system. So this cassava influence we are talking about, like in Bayelsa State, I heard they also eat it as starch. Like, was it December I traveled to Port Harcourt, so I saw my auntie sharing that starch. I asked one white substance. I asked her what I was sharing. She said she's sharing a starch. It's just like a gari. I asked her where is it gotten from. She said it's from cassava. And I said, is it not the cassava meal friends I'm talking about? She said yes. I said no. How if these things are not good to our water surroundings, how are you that is also good to our body system? And I said, okay, I will do more research on this. So I think, please go back to your community, to your hometown, and tell them that this cassava meal friends we are talking about has so many heavy metals that are not good to our water surroundings and even to our body system. As far as we are not taking that water, and it's not also good for us to take it. And it can also use as starch. You know, most of us in our local places use it as starch to starch our clothes. It's either with cold water or with warm water. So we can also channel these efferents for a proper end product instead of channeling it to our water resources. Thank you very much. So I want to use this opportunity to thank Nigeria Academy of Science for this wonderful privilege. I'm grateful. I believe this is my highest conference I've attended. I'm glad I'm here. And also, I want to thank the Royal Society of Chemistry for their wonderful travel grants given to me to come and present this wonderful research. Thank you, sir.
Let's put our hands together for Ozioma. She kept to the time. Thank you very much. And I also thank the Nigerian Academy of Science for this wonderful conference. I come from Edo Delta. We eat a lot of starch. So I'm surprised. So we need to do more studies so that we are not consuming what is injurious to us. But it's a staple food. It's a traditional food. Okay, we'll now call on, let's put our hands together again for Ozioma. Thank you. We call on our last presenter, Samuel Ogunjo. Let's put our hands together for him. 3 minutes. Prompt.
Good afternoon, everybody. My presentation is titled Long-Term Spatial Trends in West African Monsoon Precipitation. Rainfall is essential to agriculture in the whole of West Africa. The cost of food in August, September, October is largely dependent on the amount of rainfall we have during the months of April, May, June, and July. If the rain comes early or is not enough, it will definitely affect not just the agricultural output, it will affect the amount of fish, the amount of water available to animals, and it will also affect the conflict we experience because of migration of people from one region to another. In this study, we aim to investigate the long-term trend of precipitation during the months of April, May, June, and July in West Africa. Next slide, please. Next slide. Meteorology. So the location of interest is West Africa, and we use the CPC global data for precipitation at the resolution of 50 kilometers by 50 kilometers. We looked at the period between 1979 and 2020 to determine what happens within this month. And we did sense analysis, Mankendal trend analysis, to understand whether there's significant trend, positive or negative, in the rainfall for each of these months under consideration. All our next slide, please. All our analysis were done using the Python programming language. 4 indices were considered. First, we consider the number of days that has more than 1 millimeter of precipitation. That's just our normal precipitation, and as defined by the World Meteorological Organization. Then we have every rainfall, the number of days that have more than 5 millimeters of rainfall. Then also we considered the amount of rainfall, the mean rainfall in the month. And lastly, we considered the maximum amount of rainfall in that particular month. Next slide, please. Okay, this is for the month of April. As we can see, there is a positive trend, largely positive trends in April for RMM1, that's the number of 1 millimeter and 5 millimeter rainfall, except for 2 particular notable locations, which is the Guinea Islands and the Cameroon Islands. This is very important because the number of rainfall, amount of rainfall in this region is falling, and this is the source of water for River Niger and River Benue. That means the amount of water that will be getting to Nigeria after all the trip from these islands will be lower in the month of April. The amount of rainfall and the maximum amount of rainfall is falling, has fallen over the last 30 years based on the analysis we have done. Next slide, please. Similarly, the same thing was obtained for the month of May, that our rainfall is reducing in the month of May. Next slide, please. June and July also are showing that April and May were showing that significant increase in 1 millimeter rainfall and 5 millimeter rainfall. But here we are seeing that there's a decrease in June and July. It should not be business as usual, because the amount of rainfall we are getting is reducing on a daily basis. And this has potential for our agriculture. Next slide, please. This research is showing us that there is a need to adapt to the changing climate we are experiencing now to forestall potential challenges in the future. That means that we need to consider what we are planting, the time we are planting it. The lower rainfall in the month of April shows that our rainfall will not be starting as usual, and this has been corroborated with the earlier our poster presentation, which shows that onset rainfall is reduced, is moving closer to the rainy season as we have. So this is the conclusion. It's not business as usual. April, May, we'll be having less rainfall. And in further studies, we'll be looking at the projections in the near future, how much of this rainfall will be available in the month of April, May, June, and July. This is of significance to our agricultural sector, to our security sector, because the lesser rainfall we have, the more people will move from the regions of lower rainfall to regions of higher rainfall. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, true.
Okay, he surprised me. He finished too early. Okay, thank you for saving us our time. Let's put our hands together for Professor Samuel Ogunjo. Thank you very much. We are going to take time to discuss. So if you have questions to ask, only 2. Okay, it's 2, not too small, sir. But we have saved some time. Okay, so let me see hands. There are so many hands. Can we make it 4? Make it 4, sir. All right. 1, 2. Prof, You give us four slots. So let's start there. Number one, please very quickly ask your question, so that.
My name is Umoru Benjamin Oguche of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. My question goes to Uzoma, and I want to get some clarifications from her. As a scientist as you are, can you prove to us or explain better why we add oil to cassava? And what the addition of the oil, what is the scientific impact of it to Gary? Another question is this.
No, is it? Be fast.
During your presentation, you said Gary is the only economic sustenance we have in Africa or in Nigeria. Why would you say that? We have millet, we have corn, sorghum. How can you prove to us that Gary is the only sustenance to food?
All right. Thank you very much. Number two, please take note of the questions. Number two.
Thank you very much. My name is Chiyan Evans from Alice Ekweme University. Ozioma, please. The issue you raised about cassava effluent, I want to make a comment on that. As a scientist, the problem we have is that we don't practice the principle of sustainable agriculture. The heavy metals present in the effluent, the organic pollutant, might be coming from contaminated soil. So what I want to add here is that one, when we want to grow our crops, it is very, very necessary that we conduct an environmental impact assessment of the soil to ascertain the level of heavy metals and organic pollutant present, so that you not come here and be telling us that the effluent is rich in heavy metals or organic pollutant. And again, where we practice the system of farming without much fertilizer and the pesticides, herbicides, we may not have these problems. This is just what I want to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm overriding the chairman. Please, number three, madam, very quickly. And then, okay, number four.
Thank you very much. My name is Enang Moma. I work with UNESCO. Sorry, dear moderator, mine is a comment. Yes. So I really want to appreciate all the presenters. I'm really even very interested in this session. And I just wanted to, throw back a bit on the objective of this conference, which is really we want to hear from them so that we can see what actions that we can take. And I want to say that this session really brought out some actions. The lead presenter really expounded on the problem that, there's problem and gave even key actions that we can do with Nigeria Academy of Science. And then the professor there also, your tool that you talked about could fit into one of those actions. And of course, our young Uzioma, I congratulate you. You did so well. He brought out the fact that there is pollution. And in fact, talking about cassava effluent, it's not just Nigeria. There's cassava effluents, so many places doing starch and all that. But then again, we can see an opportunity there. And then, of course, the rain thing. So what came up for us is that there is need to strengthen water governance in the face of climate change. And already we're doing that. Professor Tijani is working with us. And so we want to, again, see some actions, maybe just two, that the Nigeria Academy of Science can flag to us to strengthen governance. And then there's need for data. And that also will build from what Professor there, she has a tool. How efficient is this tool? How cost effective is it? This can, help us in getting scientific data. And then the third one is capacity building. So we have taken these three. So if we can get some 2 initiatives from this, we can as well run with it. So these are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Uzoma, congratulations again, because you're a young person and you're coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question. I'm sorry that these are the last ones. Please, you will you see me. at the end of this session. If you have any other questions, see me, so I will direct you to the appropriate presenter. Okay, sir.
I'm Fola Esan. I work for Abwad Multi-System Hospital of Afe Babalola University. I want to ask a small question from Professor Ugunjo. You talked about stoppage of early rains. I wonder if you have information about early stoppage of late rains. Because as a potential farmer, I lost all the plants I planted that was supposed to be watered by the late rains this last year. Do you have the same data about the reduction of the amount of rains that normally falls at the later part of the year, with which you grow late maize, beans, and things like that in the southern part of Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I will have a question, but as a layman, I've been wondering, with the sinking of boreholes everywhere, what effect will it have on the land eventually if we keep on sinking and sinking boreholes? Okay, so let's lead the presenter. Please answer yours.
I don't know. Are you hearing me? Yeah. The last question is the one that really pertaining to me, if I'm not mistaken. There are different side effects of uncontrolled proliferation of boreholes. And Lagos and some other bigger cities in the coastal environment are clear examples of such. And that is why I said people who are living in the highbrow area of Lagos, like Lekki, Ajah, all those phase 1, phase 2, many of them cannot use their groundwater. Because when you overpump, you invite salt water to invade the aquifer. That is the basement area. That is one, saltwater intrusion. Secondly, you can have a case of when you have this saltwater intrusion, you have subsidence. Subsidence can be another. It's even projected that Lagos is sinking. I think there is an international work that on that about the subsidence that Lagos is sinking by 1 centimeter every year. It may not be obvious to people, and that's why in some cases, if you don't do the foundation very well, if you overpump, you develop some crack in your building, because at the point you have your structure lying on the ground, the foundation and the soil and the water and the pore spaces are holding those foundations. If you drain the water out, then the grains have to compact. And if the foundation is not good, the house might sink or it might develop crack. That's why at times some of us, we believe that some collapsed building in Lagos at times might be as a result of overpumping that have drained the water and the sediment has to move and compact. So subsidence is another problem. Then you have the problem of the pollution that I mentioned. You overpump, you have your soak away in those coastal environments. All your soak away, all our in-house septic tanks are there. If you overpump and you lower your water level, your soak away that is hanging at this level will drain its water down into the aquifer. So the quality of the water is also impacted in terms of the pollution. So there are a lot of side effects on it. That is on the coastal environment. In the basement area, we heard of tremor here in Abuja some times ago. People say it was of drilling here and there. So too much drilling affect the rock and the rock fabrics. Some old fracture system can be reactivated and you can have the earth tremor that can come in a little way, but they may not be a devastating earthquake, because I don't want to raise a problem as if drilling borehole. So the bottom line is there is need for controlled borehole development. In sane society, there are approval, there are control of the number of borehole you can take. And once you know the capacity of your aquifer, you know how much you can pump. Another side effect, if you have a lake or a river where fishermen are surviving, overpumping can lead to the drying of the river. It's also contributing to desertification. But by the time you overdrain the aquifer, the soil water zone is gone. Deep root plant is the only one that can survive. And you continue, the deep rooted plant will also go, and desertification comes in. Big lake in that area may end up draining the water into the underlying aquifer, and then the livelihood, the ecosystem around the lake is lost. So there are a lot of, if I want to continue for the sake of time, there are a lot of disadvantage of this over proliferation of boreholes. So the governance part of it, as mentioned by the UNESCO person here, is very important, so that we can control the number and manage the water, groundwater, sustainably. Thank you.
Prof, thank you for that. I think we'll need a special session on this, the effect of over-drilling of boreholes. I think the Nigerian Academy of Science should take this seriously, so that a policy statement can be made on this. Okay, just very quickly, that's just one statement concerning the questions we had, very quickly, because we are running behind time.
Right, thank you. I will speak to borehole drilling very quickly. Professor Tijani has spoken to that extensively. I'll come in from the angle of policy formulation as a check to the balance. And there is need for government to formulate policy on who drills and how those drillings are done. And you need to get licensed. That is what is done in developed country. And you'll be paying tax. And then how much water you can even withdraw at a time. If you are withdrawing for farming, it's not the same thing as somebody who is withdrawing for drinking, for domestic uses. So those are the direction to go. Okay. Talking about data for groundwater governance is really important. And that's why we are coming from the angle of machine learning.
Right. So, Prof, we'll contact the two of you on this matter.
Thank you.
Ozoma, quickly, very quickly.
Okay, from the question the young man asked, he said, why do we add red oil to Gary processing? The reason we add red oil is to reduce the cyanide content and also to add some minerals, some nutrients to it too. Okay. So the second question also said that I said cassava processing is only economic activity in Nigeria.
Okay, Ozoma.
No, it is not the only.
Okay, thank you. We have to come to a close at this point. We are running behind time. Thank you very much, presenter. Let's put our hands together for the presenters. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, great ideas. But I want to remind everyone that one of the criteria that the committee that is evaluating your presentation is going to evaluate is your timekeeping. If you have to speak for 10 minutes and you speak for 15, 12 minutes, then you cannot be assessed as one of the best speakers on this conference. Keep it to time is a very important criteria in any conference around the world. Sometimes when you go to a conference internationally and they say 10 minutes, they will stop you. You can no longer talk. So please remember that those of you who are going to speak next, one of the criteria will be the length of time you spent and how you comply with the time you are given to this conference. Please note that. And finally, we are going for lunch. We have only 30 minutes now for lunch. 30 minutes. So we are doing packed lunch. So go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So lunch is being served. It's packed lunches so that it doesn't take us a lot of time trying to serve 2 square meal, 3 square meal. So just stay where you are. Please, it's easier. It's more organized than for us to go outside. So the ushers are moving around. In 5 minutes or so, 5-10 minutes, they would have served every table. They would have brought you the packed lunches. You can eat in the room and you can get up, stroll outside to the tables if you prefer that after you've gotten your packed lunch. But while we are doing that, let me encourage everybody to do as much as possible. Take pictures, tweet. Please use your social media handles to publicize the conference and what is going on. Okay, so put things there, pictures, talk about the conference so that other people know. And next year they will target being at this conference. Also, the presenters note everybody, poster, oral. You can write up your papers and submit to the Journal of the Nigerian Academy of Science. Okay, there's a website. Look for the Proceedings of the Nigerian Academy of Science. Just Google it. It will take you to the website of the journal. You submit online on that website, It doesn't mean you automatically get accepted and published, but the good news is that you don't pay to publish in that journal as long as your papers, after peer review, are accepted, okay, for publications. And it's all the fields, send in your papers, and it will be considered for publication. Lastly, I know a lot of the young scientists are asking, what's the academy? How can I be part of the academy? If you are under 45, one way to get into the academy world is through what is known as the Nigerian Young Academy. The president of the Nigerian Young Academy is here. You can also Google Nigerian Young Academy. You'll see the website online. But the president is here, Professor Peter Okoli. Is right there at the back. He's waving at you. So go for him. You know, ask him questions about it. If you think, oh, I'm a young scientist, what is all this? How can I be involved? Please see Dr. Okoli at the back there, waving in the nice black shirt and the suit, and he will give you all the information you need. If you can't, Google again. And Nigerian Young Academy has a website. Okay, information about NAS, Google. You'll see our website and you'll get it. Okay, but please send in your papers. The journal would love to see the papers. One good thing is that you have taken one step. Your paper was accepted either for oral or poster presentation. There's a good chance that that paper is good enough for the journal. A good chance. Okay, so go ahead and put in the abstract. Thank you very much. So lunch is served. After you get your pack, you can walk around. You can go outside to eat it if you prefer. Thank you very much. But remember, we're following our agenda very clearly. So 2:30, make sure you are back on your seats, and you've seen by now that we keep to time. So 2:30, please be back on your seat. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today? I'm fine. So we're here from the Conversation Africa. Are you Anu? Yes, I am Anu. I think we met. Okay. 2 years ago. 2 years. Wow. You came for a training at you and Mr. Fato. Yes, is Ibadan. Mr. Fana is still with Conversation. Yes. He's just in Lagos at the moment. It's I mean, it was organized by yeah. Was it in Ikeja? Oh, the British Academy training. Okay. Okay. You and Mr. Pata. Yes, we did. We're still the same ones. Okay, are you the architect? Yeah. Oh, yes, with the nice writing. Yes, I actually remember. I don't remember your name, but I remember. Did he introduce you to his son? Because you know his son wanted to be an son. Yeah. But we had follow up. Okay. And you were owing us training in Putla. You said you would come and do training. Oh, Putla. Yeah. So the thing is, they've really cut down a lot of our budget. But what we can do is, I can just take, if you can take my number and just send me a WhatsApp, and then what we can do is maybe organize the Zoom one. But we actually have one coming up towards the end of the month that I can just send you the link to. So everyone in the organization that is interested can just join in. Yes. Because what we're trying to do is try to direct our focus on what the bag. So trying to focus on like raising funds this year. So we're gonna have like not as much. So you now have to source for your own funds. Yes, we normally do that, but before we had like a GM that usually like focused on that. But now we have to do it as well in terms of partnership. Oh, okay. We have to do that as well in terms of like the partnerships. So we're now only going to do 10 trainings this year, as opposed to we used to do a lot more. So we're trying to. So if anybody that wants to be trained can make this one, it would actually. But it's virtual. It's virtual on Zoom, yes. Let me even just. I can get the date and just send it to you. Um. Uh, yes, because we actually planned this since last year. The date is, they will change the date to 28th of January. Yes, it can. Where me them? They do. I just saw it as newspaper. Okay, thank you so much. I'm on 10%.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our afternoon session is expected to start at 2:35 p.m. But before then, we have a very important intervention by one of the distinguished fellows of the Academy who wants to advise us, because one of the roles of the National Academy of Science is to also give experiences about how certain science things should be done. So today, Professor Uche Amazigo has listened very carefully to the first presentations, and she wants to advise based on the fact that when we attend international conferences, we see how presentations are made, we see where the emphasis lie, and therefore it's important for you to take it away as a lesson from this meeting, the advice and that you will hear from Professor Uche Amazigo. Prof, please come over. 5 minutes or less. I know that when you speak, they will listen more to you than anybody else. Prof, come here. Come here. So while you are chewing something, just listen to your ears so that we can continue after that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, fellows of the Academy, council members. Thank you, and Vice President and President to become. I want to congratulate all the presenters in the first session. Following the representative of UNESCO, I think she captured my sentiments during the presentation. There was the urban renewal, the need for us to address climate adaptation and resilience, the need for data, she emphasized that, the climate change and water resource management by Professor Tijani, water security challenges, which will lead to many other challenges, climate change action, the SGD 13, we heard a lot about that. But then I want to ask a few questions that I did not see, because I did not see any of the presentations touch on that. Is it possible for us to deal with groundwater and achieve sustainable groundwater system without involving the people, the communities? Is it possible? Is it possible to check flooding and water contamination in our cities, urban or rural, without involving the people themselves? Is it possible to manage our water resources, whether in Lagos or Port Harcourt or anywhere in Kanu, without involving the women in the markets, the women in those urban centers or semi-urban centers, or even the slums? The personal experience Professor Braid and I had for more than 20 years resonated solidly in my heart as I listened to all of you. This meeting, this theme is extremely important. I think for me, in the last, since I became a fellow, how many years ago, not as half as Professor Anya, but since I became a fellow, I think this is one of the most important themes of the conference of the Nigerian Academy of Science. So I want to urge all of us, those that made presentations and those that will make presentations, to think about data collection co-designed by the people, with the people, for the people. To think of strategies on groundwater and sustainable human settlements, managing water resources, any topic, climate adaptation and resilience in any form,
by engaging the people to co-design. And therefore, I want to leave you with a definition which you and I know. We always say that government of the people, by the people, for the people, isn't it? Fine. Can we look at climate adaptation and resilience, research and strategies of the people, by the people, and for the people? Thank you. I think doing that will engage us in making community engagement a priority in any form of research that we are taking. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to the people in the communities, you learn so much from them that will help you to redesign your studies and come up with something that is, for policy making, very juicy, which means the decision people makers will find your research findings and your recommendations very important and easy to adapt, because you're also sharing with them the voice of the people. Think about COVID. If we had engaged the people, you and I, so much during the COVID, if we had extended it, we will not be afraid of another pandemic coming up in any time. So please, community engagement, make it a study of the people, by the people, and for the people. Thank you.
That's a very wise counsel from a very senior fellow, a senior researcher. And you know, part of what has bedeviled research in this country is the fact that we publish to get promoted. We're not publishing for transformational changes. We are promoting or we're doing research because we just want to be able to add more publications and then become professors and so on and so forth. By contrast, these days what people are looking for in research is the extent to which your research addresses national challenge, the extent to which your research contributes to national development. So if you are not solving a national problem, a national question, a national challenge, then you are doing no research. As a matter of fact, if I was a member of an ethical review committee, I would not approve a research basically to just look at things that are self-serving rather than looking for service to the community, as Professor Amazigo has said. I've known Professor Amazigo for more than 20 years. She's an apostle of community engagement. And not only does he say it, she practices it. And thank you, Prof. Let me also just give you some tip. We are not going to give a prize to best printer, to best speaker, if the person doesn't meet some standards. If we find out that nobody meets standards, no prize will be given. I can tell you that. Zero. We'll return the money to Professor. We'll just thank our dear professor there. You have to get to a standard of presentation. Because this is from here, you go outside to present somewhere else, represent Nigeria in those presentations. You must show that your presentation meets some international standards and it addresses a problem and it is relevant to the issues that we are discussing here in climate change. As it is relevant, when we were talking about the theme of this conference, we talked about whether or not we should focus on globally, but we decided to focus on Nigeria. So what we want is a solution of climate change and how we can grapple with that in this country. So on that note, Prof, I want to call on Professor Musbayo Akanji. He's also, I think he's a member, he's a fellow and also academic secretary of biological sciences. Please, Prof, be very surgical in your approach. Very surgical. Thank you. Surgical.
Madam President, distinguished fellows, ladies and gentlemen, this session will address sub-theme 3, effects of climate change on agriculture and food security. I want to thank the organizers of this program for serving our meal in situ. The experience is when we go for lunch, you'll be begging people to come back. But most of us are here. So I want to thank you, sir, for the organization. Let me invite the lead speaker who will speak on the effect of climate change on agriculture and food security. Godwin Atsa, Country Director, Sasakawa African Association. Good afternoon. The first oral presentation will be by Atta Alfred. Atta Alfred? You are welcome. The second presentation will be by Blessing Ngele. Blessing Ngele. Then the final presentation in this under this sub-theme will be by Babatunde Olawoye. We have been told that although they've taken from our time, we must finish by 3:25 and we'll finish by 3:25. That means we will adhere to time strictly. I have the pleasure in inviting Godwin Asa. You will speak for 20 minutes, but if you can dash us 2 minutes from the 20, we will not mind. Godwin.
Good afternoon, the President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Godwin Atse, and I'm going to be speaking on effects of climate change on agriculture and food security. Permit me to talk a bit about Sasakawa Africa Association, because I'm not sure that all of us we know Sasakawa Africa Association. Okay. So Sasakawa Africa Association is a Japanese international NGO that was established in 1986. Particularly during the time that Africa was having a lot of issues around food security. So 3 gentlemen, Ryoichi Sasakawa, Jimmy Carter, and also Norman Bullock, the wheat plant breeder, came together to establish Sasakawa Africa Association. And the consensus then was that Africa has all it takes to actually solve the issues around food security on the continent. We shouldn't rely on importing food. So since then, our approach has been working with the farmer. We work through the extension system, taking agricultural innovations to the farmers. It is within that context that I will be making this presentation this afternoon. Back, please. Yeah, so we are in Nigeria. We have 4 country offices in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Mali, in Ethiopia, and Uganda. So those are the 4 country offices that we have. But we also operate in other countries. We are known, very famous in terms of training extension workers. And we did that up to getting some extension workers trained up to the level of PhDs. So through that, we have been able to establish ourselves across Africa. Next slide. So our strategy is basically focus on regenerative agriculture, which actually forms the core of our activities. We combine integrated soil fertility management practices with conservation agriculture, and that's how we define our regenerative agricultural practices. But this is also complemented by 2 other pillars: market-oriented agriculture, because the farmer needs to be reoriented to actually begin to think business in the way they approach agriculture. And the third component is on nutrition. But of course, there are also some cross-cutting areas around digital extension services, capacity building, and also inclusion, gender, people living with disabilities, and young people in agriculture. So far, we've reached about 20 million farmers in Nigeria alone. In Nigeria, we've been here for about 32 years. Next slide. And this is our footprint across the states that we operate. The greens shows where we are currently operating, but the orange, we have ended projects there. Next slide. So let me talk a bit about the topic given to me after this brief introduction. So agriculture is very important to Nigeria because it employs more than 70% of people in the rural areas and contributes at least 24% to the GDP. So it's quite a very important sector for us. But when you look at the slide, you'll see that we've not been able to reap the dividends of agriculture because we continue to import food because our demand is higher than what we are producing or our supply. Now, there are technologies that can help us actually tackle the issues of food security, and that's where Sasakawa is playing a role taking technologies to the farmers. Next slide. Now, this is the productivity question, and that's why farmers in Nigeria are still poor, because productivity is low. If you compare this graph and you look at it between Nigeria and India, taking for instance key crops like rice, wheat, and you look at it very well, you will discover, and also maize, you will discover that our productivity is far below that of India. Now, putting it in context, a farmer in India gets about $2,000 per annum with an average yield of 4 tons per hectare. Now, when you compare that with a farmer in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, it's just about $500 per annum. And the yield per hectare is just about 1.7 tons per hectare. They can't compete. So this issue of low productivity has put our farmers in poverty. So what do we need to do? The Academy of Science, we need to generate the science to increase the genetic potential of our crops, but again, the science of scaling. How do we take these innovations to farmers is very, very critical. Now, we know some of the factors, but again, this is being compounded by climate change. So we see that the heat is going up and also the carbon dioxide continue to increase by the day. What does this mean? Next slide. So today we are not just talking about breeding for drought resistance. We're also talking about heat tolerant. This is a report of last year in Taraba State as a result of heat wave. Today, if you are to buy yams, those of you that go to the market, yams are very expensive because the heat wave actually wiped most of the yams off. And where the yams survived, flood came in and also caused another devastation. So floods in some areas as a result of what I showed earlier, and also heat waves, rainfall patterns are becoming more and more unpredictable, and therefore farmers who depend on rain-fed agriculture cannot really predict when to plant and when to harvest. Next slide. All of these new pests and diseases are coming in. Some years ago, some few years back, we had the fall armyworm that devastated the maize fields. It's still there on the field, So far, what we are doing is to use crop protection products to apply on the field. Now, this also has consequences on even the farmers who apply these products because it increases their exposure. Degradation of soil as a result of flooding, erosion, and all that, which again ties back to a changing climate. Of course, the other one is the conflicts between herders and also the farmers are becoming more pronounced as a result of forced migration, as a result of climate change, and so on and so forth. Next slide. Now, how are we tackling this challenge as Sasakawa Africa Association? One of the things we are doing is that we try to put ourselves to promote climate smart and also regenerative agricultural practices. And these are some of the practices that we are promoting in communities working with the farmers, like the use of compost, biochar, the use of biochar, the use of bokashi, which is compost, alternate wetting and drying for rice to actually reduce the amount of methane in flooded rice plains, strip cropping, urea deep placement to reduce the amount of emission that comes from the use of urea, crop rotation, mulching, intercropping, biological control are some of the products that we are using to control aflatoxin, for instance. And also climate smart varieties, either those that can withstand flood, are tolerant of flood, or varieties that are early maturing or drought resistance. These are some of the things that we are doing to help farmers adapt to climate change and to help sustain the productivity of food. Next slide. Now, I want to also talk about an initiative from the African Development Bank. We received a project to actually decarbonize rice cultivation that we are doing already in Benin Republic and also in Nasarawa State, where we are using the e-Kakashi. That is a tool. The idea behind the project is to help us to be able to tap into the carbon credit market, the carbon market. And one of the things that is needed for you to access that market and be able to claim credits for the farmers, you need to quantify the amount of carbon that you are sequestrating as a result of your practices. So we employed the e-Kakashi, which is a tool from Japan, put them on the fields to help us know in real time the amount of carbon that we are sequestrating in the soil. And this is still ongoing, but it's also important for me to highlight in this conference. Next slide. In terms of water, water is becoming very important. The last presentation emphasized that one of the things we are doing is the promotion of solar-powered boreholes, pumps, especially in the northern part of the country, particularly in Kano State, where we are working with the Kano State government and the Islamic Development Bank. These pumps, we bought about thousands of them, distributing to farmers so that they can use that to actually take control of water in their fields. Next slide. Now, we know that deforestation has become a very major issue. So one of the things that we did innovatively in Nasarawa State was for us to build a rice value chain aggregation center. And part of it, one of the technologies that we put in that rice value chain is the conversion of rice husk into fuel, into briquettes. Now, the idea is for farmers to begin to use the briquettes, which is a product of the rice husk that they produce as a result of processing of rice. And with that alternative, they will now begin to allow our forests to stay. So This we have done in Nasarawa State, and as I speak, the farmers today are converting the rice husk into briquettes, which they are selling and also using as fuel. But another thing that you can see from the picture, that is the kind of storage facility that you see in the communities. That is a SICO. Those of you that are from Lafayette, you know it very well. That's how they store their rice and some other things. But we were able to build this kind of facility for them, and this helps them to generate funds from it as part of sustainability. Next slide. And this is in picture some of the things that we do on the field. Basically demonstrating, for instance, how you can actually intercrop legumes with cereals, and that is soybeans and maize in that field. But again, you see the cassava, and the farmers are very happy. We also promote things like nutrient-rich sorghum varieties. This is how the fuel, the wood fuel from that I was talking about, that's how it looks like when they produce it. And then some other storage facilities using the hermetic storage technology. Next slide. Now, how does this resonate in terms of yield? Are farmers are they keeping pace with their yields, or yields are getting lower? For cassava, for instance, we had a project that we are running with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, where you're using improved varieties. From research, we have seen that our yields have doubled so far, and this is what farmers are getting when they use improved stems, improved seeds of cassava. Next slide. This is a very important slide for us if you look at what we are getting, and this supports the presentation that was made earlier by the Honorable Minister in his speech. We can see that if you use technology, if you train farmers, they are not just able to adapt to climate change, but they're also able to increase their productivity, as you can see in the table over there. Next slide. So what are some of the lessons that we have learned? One, partnership is key, and therefore this conference is very important for Sasakawa Africa Association, and we're very glad, Madam President, for inviting us to come and share some of the things that we are doing. I think that collaboration should continue. We need more evidence, and therefore, working with the Nigeria Academy of Science, we are very sure that more evidence will be generated, that we can now use some of the innovation that are coming from science to take to our farmers. Now, for us in Sasakawa, we have seen that our strategy is relevant and responds to the needs and aspirations of the countries that we work in. And as we work with farmers, we help them to improve their incomes and also their food security. And of course, as mentioned earlier, communication is very key, and we are very glad for you giving us this opportunity to actually communicate with you on some of the things that we are doing in order to actually mitigate the impact of climate change and bring shared prosperity to our farmers and food security. Once again, thank you so much for listening. I think that's the last slide.
I want to thank Dr. Atsa for spending 17 minutes instead of 20. Thank you, sir. That does not mean that we'll dash the minutes to the presenter, but we'll be able to use the extra 3 minutes during discussion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite Dr. Atta Alfred from the Department of Pharmacognosy and Drug Development, University of Ilorin, to make his presentation. 10 minutes, at 8 minutes, I will cough. If you don't accede to my cough, I will take the microphone from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here to present my work or our work on how we are promoting climate resilient food plant that occupy the interface of food and medicine via a tripartite research partnership. So this is the outline. It is no longer news that climate change is generating a lot of problems for us, making our food insecure. And food insecurity is also generating health insecurity. So we have also, please the next slide. We have also neglected our indigenous food plants, particularly those food that have occupied over time the interface of food and medicine. And that has really impacted on our health, and not just our health, on our food systems. This is just a typical example of such. Next slide, please. So I want us to look at the global market shares of dietary supplements. You see, in the sale of dietary supplement all over the world, we have realized that the market share for Africa and Middle East is the lowest. In fact, for herbal medicines, particularly botanicals that are indigenous to either Africa, Middle East, or other Asian countries, we realize that most of these plants that have been turned to herbal supplement are actually sold in Africa and Asia, coming from the West and some Asian countries like Japan and Korea. And that is really a very big minus for us, because apart from the fact that we have a very good forest, plant biodiversity, we do not turn our plant, our resources, into products that will be acceptable in international market. And that is not good. Let me give you a very typical example. We can see here that in 2023, the global market is estimated for herbal medicines, that is herbal supplement, is estimated at a whopping sum of $147 billion. And it is projected in the next 5 years to climb up to $249 billion. And in the next 25 years, it's still going to climb again to about $5 trillion. What is our market share? Shamefully, our market share here is less than nothing, despite our broad and diverse plants and an ecosystem that God has blessed us with. The next slide, please. So what are we trying to do? What we are trying to do is that, before I even come to why we are even building this partnership, what is it that these Asian countries, the Western countries, US, what is it that they are doing that is making their herbal supplement, more acceptable in international markets compared to ours? If you go to the international market, you hardly see Nigerian product. Why? It is because it is not that we are not producing, we are producing. But these products are not acceptable in international market because most of the product that we sell or that we produce, herbal supplement that we produce, actually do not meet some of these international standards. Let me give you an instance. Most of them are not, they lack depth, they lack scientific evidence, they lack quality. And that is why we have a lot of drawbacks. But, developed countries, these countries that are selling most of their products here in Nigeria, and they are also gaining a lot of income from this product. It is because they are maintaining a very good ecosystem of training, research, and innovation. And that is what has driven the sale of their herbal product, herbal supplement in international market. And it is because they have formed this ecosystem whereby the industry are playing their part, the academia is playing its part, and the research institutions are playing their part. And they are partnering in order to drive innovation. Next step, please. So what is the aim of our research or our partnership? The partnership we are building, we are currently building a partnership, or we've built a partnership and currently strengthening that partnership between the academia, between us, the research institutions, and the industry here in Nigeria. And how are we going about it? We are going about it, I'm going to talk about only Kajanus Kajan, which is a pigeon pea. Pigeon pea is one of the underutilized plants in Nigeria, in Africa, and in the tropics. So what we are doing about pigeon pea, which is underutilized, highly proteinaceous and less utilized as food and as medicine. So what we are doing is we are building partnership to generate evidence, reliable evidence, scientific evidence that can help us to develop this neglected food plant into an important product that can occupy both the food and medicine interface. And that is what we are doing. So what we are also doing is to now come together as a consortium and then generate this evidence. So we combined ourselves with the industry, IITA in Ibadan, and then some universities, made up of scientists within this ecosystem. And we are generating scientific evidence to support the improved use of pigeon pea. Next slide, please. And that is the workflow we do. Our methodology, please, I'm rushing because of the time. I have a lot to present, so I'm really not quite okay with time. So what we have here is that we met with IIT, that is International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, and with that collaboration, we were able, because they have genetic resources on this plant. So they have a lot of plant materials, and they gave us 15 number of ascensions of this plant material. This plant material, we know it as otili in Yoruba language, and then fio in the south and southeast. So, and it is very delicious, and it is occupying an important interface of both food and medicine. So, but this asha is the one that is popularly used, sold in international market, and this is what the Indians are also using. So, the asha ascension has received a lot of scientific investigation where they have developed I will say the genetic data on this asha. So with that genome data that they have developed on asha is now used, to investigate those metabolites. Those metabolites are those compounds that they produce, that this seed produce or accumulate, that either make us well or sick. Please, next slide. So these are the ascensions. Next slide, please. So what we did is to screen this next slide using our discovery protocol. That is, we use modern techniques, including ROP-HPLC. We use mass spectrometry, that is Maldi-TOF MS, and we use it to screen for the presence of compound metabolites that can help us to know if there is variation among these different ascensions that they have given us. So we discovered that we have various variations. We have a lot of variations in the metabolite that they accumulate. And this is what this slide is showing. Next slide, please. And you can see that the variation is becoming very evident. Now we have those that are occupying the polar part and the one that are occupying the non-polar part. So the non-polar part, if you see, these are novel compounds that we discovered first time. They are called notin peptides. So these notin peptides were discovered for the first time in these different ascensions. And then we are now leveraging on their occurrence pattern, because they also use, the industry is developing this seed into a herbal supplement used in treating sickle cell disease. And we, from our experiment, next slide please, from our experiment, we have realized that these peptides that you can see this arrow here are important in sickle cell pathology. In fact, they are able to prevent aggregation of protein, which is very important in sickle cell pathology. Next slide, please. So we also planted this, we grew the plant in our botanical garden in order to monitor the kind of ascensions that will come out. Next slide, please. So we have this mass spec data. Next slide. So we have this data again, HPLC profile, confirming the presence of these peptides. Next slide. So we also use bioinformatic analysis to analyze, to confirm the presence of these compounds in the plant. Next slide, please. So we use both laboratory experiment and bioinformatic analysis to confirm the presence. And then we went further to also use in silico method. And then we are now looking at the mechanistic aspect of how these peptides are able to enter into the cell and interact with the HBS molecule. Next slide, please. So just to conclude, we also did collected blood from the hospital, from patients, sickle cell patients, and we used those peptide aspects of the plant to treat this sickle cell patient, and we saw better activity compared to other aspects. Next slide, I'm concluding now. So in conclusion, we have established that this pigeon pea has these peptides, novel metabolites that are now able to inhibit sickle cell, protein aggregation in sickle cell disease. And that evidence is becoming more established as we research on the mechanistic aspect of it. And that will promote the use of the plant in both communities and in drug development to generate more wealth. Thank you so much.
I want to thank Atta Alfred. When I coughed, he didn't give me face. I coughed another time, he didn't give me face. That was when I now stood behind him. So I've given him one of the minutes donated by Dr. Godwin Asa. So we have 2 minutes as savings. It's my pleasure to call on Blessing from the Department of Plant and Ecological Studies, University of Calabar. Ladies, don't waste time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Ngele Blessing, presenting on the topic, Effect of Salinity-Alkalinity Stress on the Germinability, Seedling Establishment, and some Biochemical Processes of pod maize. Soil is said to be saline when it contains a high concentration of soluble salts, such as sodium, magnesium, and calcium. An alkaline soil, on the other hand, has high concentration of bicarbonate as well as carbonate. Climate change effect has brought about an increase in salinity and alkalinity of soils, particularly in coastal regions, and this is detrimental to agricultural productivity as well as food security. Okay, sorry, I forgot about this slide. Maize is an important agricultural crop whose production is threatened by this condition of soil salinity and alkalinity. Plants in their natural environment face stressors, and in response to these stressors, generate and accumulate significant levels of reactive oxygen species, what we call free radicals. These free radicals, because they are harmful to cells, plants have ways of neutralizing them, one of which is by scavenging using antioxidants, oxidative stress enzymes, and other antioxidants. This research investigated the combined effect of salinity and alkalinity on the germination, growth performance, chlorophyll content, as well as activities of some oxidative stress enzymes in plants. Understanding how these stresses affect maize is essential for developing strategies to enhance its adaptability, particularly in regions where these stressors are prevalent. Materials and method. This study was carried out at the Department of Plant and Ecological Studies, University of Calabar. A mixture of sea sand and sawdust was used as a growth medium. For the treatment solution, the solution was both alkaline and saline. Sodium carbonate salt was used, and 4 levels of concentrations were prepared. 0 serving as control, and then 62, 125, 187 millimolar. Before planting the maize seeds, these solutions were irrigated on the growth media before planting. Germination records were used in computing the maximum germination and germination rate. After about 3 weeks of growth, representative samples from each treatment were randomly selected and used to compare growth performance, chlorophyll content, and activities of some oxidative stress enzymes. Please, let's look at the results now. Physicochemical analysis carried out on the treatment solutions before the analysis showed that salinity and alkalinity increase with increasing salt concentration. As you can see there, at 0 millimolar, salinity was 0, and then pH was almost neutral, but as the salt concentration increased, there was also an increase in salinity as well as alkalinity, meaning that the salt actually increased the salt concentration. Next slide. Effect on germinability. The range of concentration investigated had no significant impact on germinability of maize. By germinability, I mean the maximum germination as well as the germination rate. Germination in cereal, however, is less sensitive to stress than later stages of development. Next slide. Effect on growth performance. The plant height, root length, fresh weight, and dry weight reduce with increasing salt concentration, though not statistically so for the plant height and then the fresh weight. This reduction shows that there was a possible reduction in growth due to stress factor. However, leaf area increased with increasing salt concentration, which contrasts with other salinity studies that show that increased stress reduces leaf expansion. This anomaly suggests a compensatory effect, as leaf expansion was sustained even under stress conditions. Next slide. Effect on chlorophyll. Chlorophyll are green pigments that help plants to trap sunlight for photosynthesis. Salinity is known to degrade chlorophyll molecules, while alkalinity interferes with the absorption of nutrients such as magnesium and nitrogen, which are very essential for the biosynthesis of chlorophyll. From the studies, increasing concentration also reduced chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B, and total chlorophyll in maize plants. However, at 187 millimolar concentration, there was still a high content of total chlorophyll. That was about 67% of the control sum, showing a possible adaptation due to defense mechanisms in the plants. Next slide. Peroxidase is an enzyme that catalyzes the reduction of hydrogen peroxide, a free radical, reduces it to water, as well as neutralizes other free radicals. From the results, at 62 millimolar, there was an increase in peroxidase activity, suggesting an adaptation to the stress. However, as the stress increased, there was a decline in activity, suggesting a possible overwhelming of the plant's defense capacity. Next. Catalase is another enzyme that decomposes hydrogen peroxide to water, and studies show that catalase reduces with increased stress. This was also observed in this study. At mild stress, that is at 62 and 125 millimolar, there was a 22% reduction in catalase activity, indicating that yes, the enzymes were still functioning, but at a reduced efficiency. However, at 187 millimolar concentration, there was a sharp decline, about 76% decline, suggesting a possible overwhelming or oxidative damage caused by the stress. Next slide. Polyphenol oxidase is an enzyme that catalyzes the conversion of phenolics to quinones. This helps to strengthen cell wall and also prevent the entry of pathogens. Similar trend was observed at moderate stress level. There was an initial increase, suggesting an increased adaptability, while at 187 millimolar, there was a sharp decline. This could be as a result of oxidative stress. In conclusion, saline soils are characterized by high concentrations of sodium. Alkaline soils are characterized by high concentrations of carbonates. The range of salinity and alkalinity studied had no significant effect on the germination and some growth performance of maize. However, chlorophyll and oxidative stress enzyme activities reduced at certain concentration levels. But the results show that maize has a level of tolerance to these stressors. Hence, there is need for more studies, possibly at the molecular level, to understand the basis of this response, of this tolerance, which can be used in breeding programs to develop varieties that can withstand or tolerate these stressors in natural environments. Thank you very much.
When I coughed, Blessing laughed, showing that, don't worry, and she spent just 9 minutes. Thank you, Blessing, for managing the time. I have the pleasure in calling Babatunde Olawoye from the Department of Food Science and Technology, Abiola Ajimabi Technical University, Ibadan. Abiola.
Good afternoon, sirs and ma'am. My name is Babatunde Olawoye from the Department of Food Science and Technology, Abiola Ajimabi Technical University, Ibadan. And I'm here to give a presentation on the research titled Analyzing Crop Yield Prediction Based on Climate Variability in Southwestern Nigeria, a comparison between linear modeling and machine learning approach. Please, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Agriculture, as we all know, ranks second worldwide when it comes to economic activities, and in Nigeria is the second second contribution to GDP after crude oil. And Africa is one of the most vulnerable continents when it comes to climate change, and this is because of the overdependence on agriculture. And Nigeria, in particular, is one of the countries that is in danger when it comes to agricultural productivities due to climate change and climate variability. And this is because the agriculture we practice in Nigeria is majorly traditional agriculture, also referred to as rain-fed agriculture. However, due to increase in population, there is need for high productivity so that Nigeria will be sufficient in feeding her population. And to do this, there is need to migrate from rain-fed agriculture to precision agriculture. And for us to move to precision agriculture, we need to utilize the information of previous climate variability, as well as the information of previous crop yield to be able to predict future crop yield. And this prediction can only be done using statistical approach. And one good importance of this prediction is that it helps in maximizing productivity. And like I said, this prediction can be done using statistical approach. And of the statistical approach that are used majorly in crop prediction, they can be either linear modeling approach or machine learning approach. However, for the sake of this research, one linear model was used, which is partial least square regression analysis, and one machine learning approach was used, which is an artificial neural network. This research aimed to predict yield of maize and cowpea, being one of the crops that is mostly grown in southwestern Nigeria, to predict them using linear model as well as a machine learning approach. The data source and preprocessing. The data we use in this research, meteorological data, which include sunshine hour, rainfall, temperature, solar radiation, wind speed, was obtained from Nigeria Meteorological Agency, NIMET. While crop yield for southwestern Nigeria was obtained from the Bureau of Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and the data obtained were cleaned thoroughly to find. They were processed and cleaned so as to ensure accuracy and consistency when it comes to model training. And like I said, the model approach we used in this research were two: the partial least square regression approach and artificial neural network, which trained data set without prior knowledge of the data. And the performance analysis of the model was done using these fit statistics equations. Now I go to the result. The first result shows the descriptive analysis of the climate variability, and as we can see in this research, we have 30 observations. The data we use ranges from 1982 to 2022, and these are the descriptive analysis which shows the mean, the median, the range, as well as the standard deviation. Now, we plot a trend analysis of the climate variability with respect to years, and as we can see for temperature, in the year 2020, we have a very high temperature compared to others. And also, the trend was observed for other climate variability. Now, for the modeling using a machine learning approach. The machine learning approach we used here was artificial neural network. For us to build the network topography, so we look at the effect of different learning algorithm connection type and outlier transfer function on the training and the testing. And we discovered that of all the machine learning algorithm we use, the second to the last give us the highest predictability owing to high coefficient of determinant. And with this information, we proceed. In this information, we proceed to build the neural network topology, and the input, we have 5 input climate variabilities with 10 hidden neuron and 2 output layers. Now, this is the data we obtain from NIMET as well as Bureau of Statistics, and the prediction, the maize, where we have maize, those are the data we obtain, and the predicted maize are the one that we predicted using the machine learning approach as well as the partial least square regression analysis. Now, A sensitivity analysis was conducted using machine learning approach to look at which climate variables have significant effect on the crop yield. And we discovered that the rainfall has the most significant effect, followed by the sunshine hour. And after this, the crop yield was also analyzed using partial least square. And in the partial least square, 20 components was able to explain the total variability of the data with RS square Y of 0.7. But however, this was improved after the data was split into two, which the first one was used for training and the second one was used for testing. And there was an improvement in the coefficient of determinant, and that's why we have 0.8 for the testing, for the training, and 0.9 for the testing. And also, just like the artificial neural network, a sensitivity was done also for the partial least square, but in the case of this, it's referred to as variable importance in projection. And according to partial least square, a variable importance above 1.0 shows how important, so very important, that variable. And as we can see from the table, it showed that the rainfall also have the highest value, and which shows it is the most important variables when it comes to cowpea and maize yield prediction, followed by sunshine hour. This result commensurate with the sensitivity analysis performed using artificial intelligence and artificial neural network. Now, to compare between the two approaches that was used in this research, we discovered that the artificial neural network best predict owing to high correlation coefficient, coefficient of the determinant, and low root mean square of error. It shows a better prediction over a partial least square. In conclusion, we can see that both approach really predict crop yield, and due to a R square above 0.9, it shows that we can actually use precision agriculture, the outcome of our crop yield, thereby enhancing productivity. Thank you, and God bless you.
Babatunde spent 9 minutes, 40 seconds. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes for discussion. Questions, discussions. Please, in order to take as many questions as possible or contribution, we want you to be brief. Then nobody is allowed to ask more than one question. The question should be brief. We have 10 minutes. Professor Yeneni, 1. Two, your neighbor, 3. Let us take those 3. Oh, ladies first, 4. I've taken 4. Let us see if we can still have time after those 4. Prof, brief. Please identify yourself and the presenter whom you want to direct your question to. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Now you've missed one big step in terms of your ENN and regression analysis. You did not do any validation. So I want to ask you, one, how many, I believe you had a large number of data sets. So how many did you use for the training and how many did you use for the testing? And where do you plan to get the independent data for your validation? So those are, and then my second question is to the lady. Oh, was it only one question? No, okay. I thought there's a panel. Oh, okay. But can I just ask the lady? You have a number of graphs, and with peaks and troughs and all of that. It would be possible that you link with that, collaborate with that gentleman so that you can build a model for you to be doing future prediction. So it's just a suggestion going forward. Thank you.
Two. Oh.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Medaishe. My question is to the lead presenter. You talk about certain modifications to seeds as part of the work you have been doing in order to enhance droughts and pest resistance. My question is that what is the link between these drought-resistant varieties and the genetically modified seedlings? What is the link between these two? Then what steps are we taking to ensure that in the process of modifying the genetics of our seed, we don't entirely lose our indigenous seed variety in the process? Thank you very much.
Your neighbor, 3.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. As the country director of Sasakawa, I just wanted to ask how are youths involved in your program, particularly this agricultural production? When I was young, I was going to school and also doing some farming. But these days, young people, they don't want to farm. So do you have an approach of involving youth in your program? Thank you.
Thank you. Lady.
Thank you very much. My question is to the lead speaker. When you talked about various practices your association is using in promoting, the issue of agriculture and food security in Nigeria, I was looking forward to hearing your success stories to see if it's sustainable and effective.
Thank you. Please, can you answer the questions this way?
Okay. Okay, yeah, so thank you so much. I'll start with the question on the difference between drought resistant varieties and GMO. So genetically modified crops are basically crops that you either modify the gene or you take the gene from somewhere else. Maybe you can take from pepper and put in a crop like tobacco. Or maybe you take tobacco and put in pepper, something like that. And then you basically just modify the gene. Or you take from pepper and put in plantain. That is being done. But when you talk about varieties that are drought tolerant, what researchers do is that right from the wide or right from the gene pool, there are some specific crops that God or nature has created that have the tendency to actually mature on time. So you take those ones. Sometimes they are traits. They may not be as high yielding. So you get another variety that is high yielding and then you cross. So these ones are what we see. Maybe you are going to get the variety through conventional breeding. If you do that, it is not genetically modified. But when you take a gene from a different organism and you put in another organism, then you are modifying the gene, or through biotechnology you are able to change the gene or to modify it, then that becomes a GMO. So these are the differences. So for the drought-tolerant varieties at that time, Nigeria had not given the right for researchers to actually promote GMOs in Nigeria. So what researchers we are doing was basically conventional breeding, and that was what they were doing. So if you go to a place like IITA or even NCRI or NRCRI, all of these institutions, they will be able to show you which varieties are genetically modified now that Nigeria has given us the right to actually explore the technology. You can see that, and they can also tell you varieties that are bred through conventional breeding. So that's just a brief to explain on that. Now, the second one is, how do you get the young people involved in agriculture? Now, to get the young people involved in agriculture, agriculture must be, in quote, sexy. You must bring technology. You must make agriculture. Young people don't want to weed, you know. They want to use technology. They want to use equipment that can actually help them to control weeds. And I think weeds are number one enemies of young people. If you take weeds out of the fields, many young people would like to go into agriculture. And then today we have very simple machines, tools that can actually help young people to control weeds. You can also train the young people on good agronomic practices, such as getting the right planting density can help you to control weeds. Part of the reasons that we see weeds on our farms is that we don't optimize the good agricultural practices, simple things like gapping or actually replacing plants that do not grow on time, and application of crop nutrition products at the right time. If you don't do that, then the crop is stressed. And once the crop is stressed, what happens is that weeds can take over. We need to also think about other aspects of agriculture. It shouldn't just be in the production space, but also areas such as processing, where young people can go into it and be engaged in processing. Also, marketing. This is where young people are becoming very tech savvy on social media. You see some of them promoting marketing of the agricultural products is becoming a very good space for young people to invest their time in agriculture. The last is, we have an economy now that is supportive of the farming, farming, because the food prices are up. So young people want money. So most of them are willing to go into agriculture for now. I think these are the two questions that I have, and I will stop here.
Thank you so much, sir, for that questions. For the data we use in this modeling, for artificial neural network, the data were split into three: 75% for training, 15% for testing, while the other 15% for validation. But due to constraint of slides, I was not able to post some of the result here. It's only for the partial least square that the only partial least square was split into two, which involved testing as well as training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are to stop at 3:45. This is 3:45. Can we have a round of applause for our presenters? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That is the end of our session. Chairman Conference Committee, thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Professor, thank you very much, Prof, for that, for keeping to time. Now we're going to the last session for the day, which is on climate change and health. I'd like to call Professor Jonathan Babalola, Vice Chancellor of Bowen University, Fellow of the Academy of Science, to chair this session. Professor Babalola, thank you.
Good afternoon. The President, past President, Council members, fellows of the Academy, we have looked at agriculture. Now it's time to look at the effect of climate change on human and animal health. And the lead presenter for this afternoon is Professor Dan Tomori. So I want the other presenters to also come up. Emmanuel Oyelayo, Rolayo Emmanuel, and Ayinde Adeniyi. Please come up. So we must also keep to time. So you can sit in order. Professor Tomori. Yeah. You are representing just. Okay, without wasting time, I'm sure you are going to enjoy this session. Professor Tomori will be giving the lead talk on this effect of climate change on human and animal health. Just 20 minutes. When it's 5 minutes, I will just one way or the other signal. For the people who have 10 minutes, when it is 7 minutes, I one way or the other signal to you. So we have the honor of inviting Professor Tomori, who is the president of West African Network of National Academies of Science and a former president of the Nigerian Academy of Science, and former vice chancellor of Redeemers University, and former. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize that you're going to find some typos in what you're seeing, but that's not the reason why you begin to look for the typos and forget what I'm saying, because I know that's what you all begin to look out for now. I'm the lead speaker, but the lead is actually LID, not LEAD. I'm going to be the lead that will open what these brilliant people are going to say. Mine is just to introduce them or something of that nature. So the first slide is on, but I'll try and go and catch myself up as quickly as possible. Just give me a second. I'm going to sort my own self out here. Where is my... Okay. So one other warning before you go. I just, no matter what time when you're giving a talk, there's always that thing, oh, I'm afraid. Don't think because I've been giving talks all my life, I'm not afraid. Even when I was coming, I was afraid. I had to go to the toilet before coming here. So don't, but I just want to warn you, the jet they have in there, be very careful with it. I put it here and the water came out of my mouth. So what is climate change? And what is it all about? And what's the effects on humans? You probably have heard so much about climate change today. And I'm going to be looking at how do we combat it. And then my last section, which I actually said confusion, matters arising, and conclusion. You will begin to see why I'm saying that. Next slide, climate change. Oh, good. You know what it is. It's a long time thing. It's not what happened today. It's something that's been happening a long time. Little by little, changing whatever was there and altering what was around. So the Earth's temperature is the main thing. Whatever is happening is affecting the temperature around, and the effect is shown in virtually everything. And the weather patterns, I mean, you know what is happening now in Los Angeles with all the fire that is going on. For the last I think the last time they had rain there was about 23 months. And then the fire came and they see what, but both are caused by natural process. Even nature also changes climate. But the one that does it poorly is man. And so that's where I come in, because we introduce so many things. Our human activities introduce this and make it more serious. Next slide. So the sun itself changes its activity. So in a way, you're going to see a slide that will show you how the effect of the sun and other things of nature change the climate, but not that perceptibly that will cause the trouble we were seeing now, but it does occur, and that affects what's happening. The sun doesn't come out at the right time, the cloud is covering it up. Wherever you are, the sun doesn't reach there. All those are factors that are coming in there. And this impact the temperature of the atmosphere, and then the way the clouds are formed, and then the circulation pattern, the rains that are coming, the winds that are blowing, all those are factors which come in. So let's quickly look at natural processes. Volcanic eruption, that's a natural thing. And you had the one that happened in recently, which the volcano came out and was spewing lava. And it brings other things, sulfur dioxide. This will combine with the water that's around and form sulfuric acid. But they form an aerosol. Surprisingly, you expect that with sulfuric acid, it should burn everybody up. No, but because it goes to these sulfuric aerosols, actually cool down. So that's one effect of that sulfuric acid. When the eruption of the volcano is much, it goes even beyond the regular sky and goes to what we call the stratosphere. And then again, that also causes a cooling effect. Surprisingly, even I was quite surprised myself when I was seeing it, because when I hear of volcano, I thought it's going to heat up everywhere. But then something comes out. The carbon dioxide that comes out of it actually increases the temperature. So also there's what we call the water vapor, which also goes into the atmosphere and then warms up the center. Other effects that you find with the ash that comes out of the volcano forms a chemical composition with the water, and that affects the life in the water, in which the animals, the aquatic life, will begin to die. The way the volcano that comes also affects the circulation that goes on. The Earth itself, as it rotates, it brings out different stages. So at one time the sun comes on you, you don't get it. On that time somebody gets it for forever. We have sun here like forever. In other parts of the world, they don't have any forever. So again, all these are little things. Nature affects this thing. There's something they call Earth's reflectivity, which is a matter of what the surface in there, the sun's energy, how is it absorbed? In parts of the world where they have snow and ice, this absorb, it makes the planet cooler. It reflects, not absorbs. But in our own environment, with all the forests and this, we actually absorb, and that's why it's much warmer in our area and much cooler in those other parts. So these are natural things that happen. So we need to begin to look at. But now, when man comes in, the wahala comes up. Oh, you are too slow for me. Okay. So human activity is now coming, and that's where the problem starts. We start burning fuel, we start burning trees, we start burning whatever, refuse and all that, and we release all sorts of gases into the atmosphere. We heard about deforestation, bush burning, and all those things that are going on. Agricultural practice in livestock, for example, the way we do intensive building of cows, for example. You know those blinking cows, when they when they foul the air, they're actually releasing methane. And the methane is actually part of the things that destroys the ozone. So the more cows you have gassing around your own place, they're actually creating more problems for you. There's something they call the greenhouse gases, like the carbon dioxide, which I already mentioned. And recently it said that in the last every year, what we have billions of tons of carbon dioxide are released into the atmosphere. And that's one of the things that affects the ozone layer, which means direct sunlight to us, and so many other things are coming in. So the concentration of the carbon dioxide has been increasing in the last year because of part of the disease. And see, it says that in the last century, 18th century, it has removed from 280 parts to almost more than 419, about double that type of thing. The methane, which I mentioned, now I'm going to the next slide. Yeah, the methane, which I mentioned, the concentration has been increasing also because of intensive activities of animal production that you are finding. And this, and then the last one is nitrous oxide. The consumption is rising regularly. Again, these are all products. This is on the other thing they call the fluorocarbons. And that map showing you next slide. Thank you very much. The fluorocarbons, there are 4 of them. And these ones are actually what you and I are doing. We are doing it right now where we are here. All the air conditioning we have here, even the whatever they were doing, they are releasing these fluorocarbons in the air. See that next slide, we show you some of the things that will give you your refrigeration, your air conditioning, the pumps you're having, the insulation, what you're using to clean the floor, all that thing. They're releasing all these fluorocarbons and increasing more of the problems of the world. Somebody showed that, maybe you didn't show it in details. It shows you that over the years between 1880 and 2000, see the temperature of the world has been rising. Each of them combined by natural activities, by human activities, and all that. And see that the temperature rise, you can see so obvious. Even me with my poor sight can see that temperatures are rising. The next slide is showing you again over a period of time, whether it's carbon dioxide, methane, or nitrous oxide. Look towards your right, or is it your left, whatever. You can see the rise coming up, which has not been, it has been stable almost throughout until we go into the early day industrial age, when this thing. How do all these things affect humans? Because of the worsening air pollution, we end up with a lot of respiratory infections. Infectious disease is coming. How? Affect the pests, the mosquitoes and all that. And interestingly, it's both negative and positive. If the temperature rises too high, it's going to kill all the mosquitoes and we can be free of all the existing. But if it rises just to a point, the mosquitoes are happier and they breed more. And sorry, I'm going to knock this enough before I finish here today. Let me move a little to the side here. So, the rainfall, the flooding and all those things, you're going to see all that one. We had flood in Maiduguri recently. And what many of you did not know was the fact that the flood affected the polio laboratory. And the day before that time, they actually finished all the mess they were doing, which obviously will contain some viruses. They got back there the next day. The flood had taken the refuse out into somewhere. So we don't know where the polio viruses are. So these are things that happen where we don't take care of, which are this. So infectious disease coming. Flooding. We have waterborne disease. The water remains there. The more mosquitoes can breed. Diseases like cholera, typhoid become a more important thing when you see a flooded area that has where the water has remained stagnant. Then vectors and mosquitoes will begin to grow. And then virus diseases like dengue, malaria, dengue, yellow fever, and malaria are things because the pests that are responsible for them have opportunity to breed. And when you have all these exposures, those of you who are seeing what is happening up in parts of the flood that happened in this country, you probably are mentally affected, and that goes into this. Other things that happen, gastrointestinal infection, diarrhea, and things that we see, cholera becomes higher at the time we see. Tetanus becomes something because the soil is moist and wet, and all the bacteria, you then get exposed to all those things. Polio, I've just mentioned that. When you defecate and the thing washes out the thing into a place, the virus is there and the fecal oral route, and we all get that one. For children who are trapped in floodwater area, hypothermia is one of their problems. So extreme heat wave can also cause a lot of things. Like, for example, these are figures, and I'm going to talk about that for Nigeria also. Figures show that between May and September 2022, 61,672 people died in Europe because of heat wave. 279 in Texas in 2022, and less than 100 in all of these other countries, which shows one thing. People react differently to heat. The Yoruba people, because they're not used to it, see how many of them died. People like me in Bangladesh, like my other brother, see only less than 100 of us die. So we react differently to different situations that come because of what they. So what are the factors that contribute to heat waves? Because they're becoming more frequent now, and that's where everybody is worried about. Some societies, as I mentioned, are more vulnerable to heat wave, and temperature anomalies, extreme temperatures can also magnify all of the other people. I'm coming back home. This is Nigeria. You can see. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. This is Nigeria that is showing you floods, overwhelming disaster leaves. That's one of the BBC said about Nigeria. You can see the picture, so the flooding in Nigeria. To the left side, that's actually a hospital where a PhD center with the flood. And our government, and our government said that, this is unusual heavy rains. And my government recognizes and climate change are to blame, not the government too. Government will blame itself for the mess up that is going on. It is heavy rain and it is a climate change. Again, we're going to be talking about how do we do that. I've shown some of these pictures in different parts of Nigeria. Flooding, you remember when we had the flooding there, my colleagues from Imo State, the landslide, because the rains come, the roads are destroyed, and all these are factors. Wildfires are burning. Right in the middle, you have the images of oil spillage in different parts of the country. The guy that is showing up his hand is actually showing you with the crude oil that is shown up there. And there's a little finger there at the bottom there, will look like fish. And actually, these are things that have been polluted by all those things, and the fishes are dying and something of that nature. You are all aware of the Los Angeles fire that is going on. People are dying. The number was 30 something a few days ago. And this was happened, like I mentioned, there was no rain for almost 20 months. And then when the fires came. Now let's look at how this affects the animals themselves. Differently, the animals cry because they are different from us, and you're going to see that much more. The heat, for example, that you and I can take, maybe with a little fan or something, the animals go into crazy and they go into metabolic alterations, they have oxidative stress, immune suppression, and death and lameness. I think that one. The diseases that affect them, the vectors and the pests and all those are also the things that affect. If the pathogens are surviving, of course, then they have the chance to infect the animals. Many of the changes that occur in the infection that we risk between arthropods and mammalian becomes very important due to climate change. Of course, food and water shortage. If you can't get the water and can't do the land, then food becomes a matter that we decide. This has more impact on the animals, as you see in the next series of slides. Next slide, please. Can you move on? The man who is watching this thing is not as, I know you just had your lunch, but you shouldn't be sleeping at this time. Next slide, that's where I'm going to, that's it. This is what happens with the animals, unlike what happens with human beings. Decreased feed intake because of the heat and they can't defuel. So they have problem with nutritional requirement. And what do? The little fat they have in the body, they start mobilizing that to survive. And that's the lipomobilization. Then that leads to ketosis and fatty liver disease. But while they are sweating, animals also sweat. It's not human beings that sweat. They begin to hyperventilate, and then they have respiratory acidosis. Then those ones that have full stomachs, they have what you call rumen acidosis. Eventually, they end up in lameness. So for the animals, it's a much more serious infection than what they are human beings. So look at what heat stress does to the animal. You have metabolic disorder, oxidative stress, immunosuppression, and eventually you have death. I'm almost running to the end. So what do we need to do? How do we combat all these things that affect us? The others are going to talk about other things too. We need to reduce the greenhouse emission. And we already mentioned some of those things that we must continue to use renewable energy, the sun, the wind, and the water. Of course, we never have NEPA anyway, so you probably are better off with this. We need to conserve the energy we're using. I go to some federal government establishments, and the lights outside are on throughout the day. They forget to switch them on. And I'm sure many people remember that one. Even in your houses, nobody's in the room. The lights are on. Or outside there where you have security, the security light is on throughout the whole day. Your light can be bigger than the sun. So these are some of the areas where you and I can contribute to saving, conserving energy. And if you can walk, you can walk. If you can bike, I'm talking about practical things that you and I can do about saving energy. You can walk, you can bike. Where there's good public transport, leave your car wherever it is. I know we're dreaming of, not Nigeria. And then hopefully we'll get to the point where we do that. So important thing is to reduce waste. You reduce it, reuse it, repair what you have, and recycle it. You say eat more vegetable. For people like us at our age now, we can't even eat meat because we don't have any teeth to eat meat again. So eat more vegetables. We are throwing away. I'm looking at this afternoon here where we are. How much of the food that we have actually will end up in the waste paper basket? they compress the rice inside that container. I couldn't even get to the bottom of the container because of the thickness of the rice. These are some of the things that we need to begin to look at. Begin to eat. So we need to support our own local businesses, buy goods locally. Instead of my president going to buy Escalade, he can buy from Innocent, can't he? And these are some of the things I think we need to do. Let's talk to ourselves. I can also talk to him also. Again, I think I mentioned that before. I'm sorry, I'm going back. Or am I the one going forward? Yeah, can you move on? Sorry, I'm almost finishing. I just wanted him to. So we need to support. Please go on to the last one. Oh, yeah, leave it there. We need to support organizations like the WHO. I mean the all the global agreement, the Paris Agreement, Union Framework, intergovernmental. We need to domesticate those things and make use of them in our different countries. In my conclusion, now I'm finishing the last one. Conclusion, please. Come on. Yeah, that's it. Other countries have EPA, United States Environmental Protection Agency. We have NEPA in Nigeria. No Environmental Protection Agency. These are some of the problems we're having. We are destroying the earth through the things we are doing. The earth is already reacting. We see the Maiduguri flood. We see more vicious climate disasters occurring. I'm bringing that last slide. Next slide. We have EFCC in Nigeria. Next slide. Wake up now. Next slide. We have EFCC in Nigeria. You don't call it EFCC. It is economic and financial climatic change. That's what we'll be looking at. Use the taxi they're using to arrest all those people who are stealing our money. Let us arrest the mess that we're doing with our distance. So all of us, Nigerian academies, not just science, we need to get together. It's a one health matter. It's not just for science alone. The letters were here. I'm glad you were here today. These are issues. We need to communicate what we're doing. And then we need this one health approach to solve our problem. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, sir. I said it. We won't waste time. We'll go to the next speaker who's going to talk on exploring the relationship between antimicrobial resistance and climate change in highly industrialized versus poorly industrialized nations. That is Emmanuel Oyelayo.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. And good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Oyelayo, and I'll be presenting on the topic, exploring the relationship between antimicrobial resistance and climate change in highly industrialized versus poorly industrialized nations. At first, I would love to define some terms that exist within this topic for some of us that might not understand. Please go back to it. First, antimicrobial resistance. In plain terms, we can find antimicrobial resistance as a phenomenon that occurs when microbes that causes sicknesses, or infections become microbes such as viruses, bacteria. They become so resistant to medicines meant to kill them. And climate change, on the other hand, is a long-time shift in temperature or weather patterns in a particular area. So there exists a relationship between these two. Antimicrobial resistance, on the other hand, antimicrobial resistance is claiming a lot of lives yearly. And currently, it is ranked as one of the top 10 global health challenges in the world. Top 10 global challenges in the world, and killing a lot of lives yearly. And most times, it is due to climate change. There is a correlation between the two of them. And as a youth that I am, I looked into this and I looked at there must be a particular solution to antimicrobial resistance and climate change so that it won't be killing a lot of lives and damaging a lot of properties, because even the World Bank and the United Nations has estimated, or World Health Organizations has estimated that by 2050, antimicrobial resistance will contribute to a loss of about $1 trillion if not properly curbed. That's my presentation outline. Then we came up with a particular solution that can combat climate change and antimicrobial resistance at the same time. These are the organizations that contributed to it. We have AMR Club like Lautech. That was a club that I established during my undergraduate days from a grant that I won from the Foundation to Prevent Antibiotic Resistance, a Swedish-based foundation, a grant of 800,000 naira. Then this Denmark Institute INC, that's one of a leading biotechnology centers based in Oyo State, Nigeria. And my alma mater, Lauderdale University of Technology. Next slide, please. Then this is the 800,000 naira grant that we used to tackle antibiotic resistance in Lautech and even beyond. I gathered this set of students together and collaboratively, we're able to combat antibiotic resistance in Ogumosho environs and even in Oyo State. But some of these students, we came together and we want to look at how can we combat antibiotic resistance and climate change at the same time. Next slide, please. I've talked to us about what antibiotic resistance is when infections or when microbes become resistant to medicine that are meant to kill them. And even in Nigeria, in 2019, do you know that there were 64,500 deaths attributable to AMR? And even when you look at the chart over there, in 2019, antibiotic resistance was leading, even above sexually transmitted disease, which is HIV/AIDS that we all know. So it is claiming a lot of lives yearly. And industrialized nations are major contributors to climate change. They are major contributors to climate change, and we need to combat them, and we need to address this particular issue of antibiotic resistance and climate change. As Africa and Nigeria, we are planning to expand industrially. There's a need for us to combat antibiotic resistance and climate change together. And that's why we came up with a particular policy. We proposed a policy which is called Eco-AMR zones, which aims to tackle antibiotic resistance and climate change at the same time. I'll be exploring it as I go forward in the presentation. So the research objective is that we want to develop an integrated strategy that can combine environmental sustainability with AMR mitigation in Nigeria. We want to combat AMR and climate change. Okay, you want to ask a question. What exactly is their relationship? Take, for example, now, if there's a sudden change from wet season to dry season, you notice that most individuals are mostly predisposed to infections like sore throat when there is arousal of dust within the hair. So they would love to, or take, for example, from dry season to wet season. Most individuals begin to develop catarrh. They will have running nose and every other thing like that. They would love to visit all of these small kiosks and pharmaceutical centers. And I want to tell you that antibiotic resistance is mainly caused by overuse or misuse of antibiotics. And that is why if you're a Yoruba person, you get to know this. They will just go to that kiosk and they will say, yeah, eba mi dapo. Something like that. They will just, eba mi dapo, let me use this thing. So, and they don't know that they are endangering their life and killing themselves. So antibiotic resistance and climate change work hand in hand. So we want to look at how we can combat both of them together. Next slide, please. Okay, we made use of some, we went through some methodologies. We identified the industrial landscape and climate impact, and we looked at countries that are highly industrialized, and we got our data from we got our data to identify the industrial landscape from Yahoo Finance. Yahoo Finance is an organization, a media house of Yahoo, that's, those who made Yahoo Mail, that are into finance and every other thing like that. They look at the export or the output of countries. They ranked the countries by 20. And also we looked at industrial landscape of poorly industrialized nations, in which we can all agree that Africa is one of them. They are poorly industrialized. So we look at the data from African Development Bank. Then we proceeded to look at to take a look into National Center for Biotechnology Information. If you're a bioinformatician, you know that there's a particular portal known as NCBI, where scientific data are uploaded. So there's a particular thing called AMR genes. And if I want to break it down, genes are a set of instructions, okay, that predicts the abilities or the characteristics of a particular individual or a particular organism. So then, going forward, we look at the graphical representation of what's climate change, how it's the relevance to antibiotic resistance in highly industrialized nations and that of poorly industrialized nations. Next slide, please. So you can take a look at it from the data that we obtained from the Yahoo Finance, were rated by the World Bank. You can see that China is leading, the United States of America, Germany, South Korea, then India. But other nations are in the graph. you can see that they experienced a global warming of 1.9 degrees Celsius, then 1.4 degrees Celsius in United States of America. Take a look at that of the top 20 poorly industrialized nations in Africa. You can look at Nigeria. They had a global warming experience of 1.4. Take a look at Ghana, 1.2, then Ivory Coast, Senegal, Kenya. You see that none of the countries in 2 minutes more. None of the countries in Africa had 2 degrees Celsius. Next slide, please. Take a look at the genes. China had 152,000, or no, sorry, yes. Okay, 15,282 complete ML genes. These are the genes that they had. When we had these genes together, USA was leading. Then take a look at African countries. Look at their AML genes. None of them even entered 1,000. Next slide, please. Take a look at it. USA was entering 140,000 AML genes. Look at how predisposed they are. Look at Africa. None of them even entered 2,500. Next slide, please. So look at it. We notice that industrial activities are a major contributor to global warming, which can lead to climate change and can predispose individuals to go about looking for all of these small kiosks and go about fetching for antibiotics. We can predispose them to animal resistance, which is claiming a lot of life. Highly industrialized nations like the United States report high frequencies of AMR genes. Next slide, please. So we proposed eco-AMR zones. It will be youth-led. Youth will be the one championing this. Youth-led, which will enable community health workers in cities and industrial areas to fight animal resistance and climate and environmental pollution. At the same time, the health workers, they will be trained through workshops to inform communities about proper antibiotics use. The communities will be involved in this particular project. You know, the communities will be informed that, okay, this is how you make use of antibiotics. Then the industrial workers or industrial stakeholders in all of those companies will be informed that they need to apply carbon capture and storage and waste, carbon capture and storage, then waste and anaerobic digestion. Next slide, please. Then if in 2025 we can launch this project in Lagos, we will achieve the following. AMR gene frequencies will be reduced by 40% in targeted areas within 2 years, and there will be a decrease in industrial pollution by 35% within 8 years, and 90% of community members will demonstrate improved use of antibiotic resistance. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, climate change has immense impact on the proliferation of AMR. And if you can implement eco-AMR zones, as we have proposed as youths in this nation, then I believe we can make this nation a safer place to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have the next speaker who is going to talk on climate change and anthropogenic activities drive fly distribution, human and animal trypanosomiasis risk indices in Oyo State. Olayo Emmanuel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, session chairman, the president, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My presentation has been introduced and kindly permit me to go on. There are many infectious diseases and about 17% of them are vector-borne diseases, and they cause more than 70,000 deaths annually. Human African trypanosomiasis is one of them, and is transmitted by flies, which spreads across about 10 million kilometers square, about equivalent to 1/3 of African landmass. Approximately 55 million people across 36 African countries are at risk, and about 100 million cattle are at risk as well. Also, 6 million cattle cases are reported annually in sub-Saharan Africa, and about 3 million cattle deaths are reported annually as well. And this shows that African trypanosomiasis, both in human and animal, comes with public health burden, veterinary health burden, also economic loss. The epidemiological triad of the disease comprises of the African trypanosomes. There are different species. The vertebrate host, which could be human or animal, the vector of the disease, which is usually the flies, and all these combined together in propitious environments can actually allow this disease to happen. And this gives it its One Health significance. Sesafly are very sensitive to environmental extremes, and that is why we decided to assess the impact of ecological and anthropogenic factors on sesafly distribution and trypanosomiasis risk in Oyo State, Nigeria. The study was carried out in Ido, Kajola, and Itesiwaju local government areas of Oyo State, and we had ethical permits from the State Ministry of Health to conduct the study. We also sought for participants' informed consent from humans and from animal owners before samples were taken. Sesaflies were collected from this survey site using odor-baited biconical traps, and we also collected blood samples from human and animals and were preserved on FTA cards. DNA extraction was done using the Kilex method, and loop-mediated isothermal amplification technique was used for detection of trypanosome species in the blood samples and also for detection of trypanosome infection in sesaflies and identifying the sesafly blood meals so that we can detect, we can determine the host preference of sesaflies. During the entomological survey, we assessed environmental explanatory variables, which has to do with temperature, humidity, rainfall, elevation at every trapping point. That's a very huge data, so I won't be touching that much, but I would like to say that the temperature, humidity, rainfall, and elevation has a lot to do with sesafly density and distribution because these affect their survival. We also checked for types of vegetation in the area. We assessed the anthropogenic activities ongoing in the area and the effect of these activities on the environment and sesafly density. We assigned transmission risk gradient to each trapping point using the standard formula, and we also determined risk indexes, transmission risk indexes in the villages. Next. Okay, I have a video here showing us Alaho in Ido local government area. Is a typical rainforest, and you can see the sesafly traps there. And we can compare this vegetation to what we have in Itesiwaju local government area. Next slide, please. This is Itesiwaju local government area during the survey. And we have Kajola local government area. In Ido local government area, the vegetation is kind of preserved. They still have the rainforest intact. But in Itesiwaju local government, we can see the truck falling trees. They keep taking trees, you know, out of the place. And in Kajola local government, majority of the land is being used for yam cultivation. So they are getting rid of the forest, and this is actually affecting sesafly distribution in this area. All the flies we captured in Ido local government area were Lucina papalis papalis. They are actually forest species, and they are incriminated in the transmission of human African trypanosomiasis. The apparent density of the sesafly in Ido local government area varied with environmental conditions, and the anthropogenic activity impacted sesafly distribution significantly, as we have seen in the video. During the study, we realized that there are so many anthropogenic activity going on: bush burning, bush clearing. I can't mention all. Next, okay, yeah, that's okay. But we realized that in areas where we observed application of pesticide, land cultivation, and wildlife poaching, we were still able to capture sesaflies there. Also, these anthropogenic activities had effect on the environment, either on the soil or the vegetation or the tree covers. So we realized that deforestation and edaphic evapotranspiration as a result of loss of green cover highly impacted sesafly density. In Kajola, we didn't capture any sesafly. Next. But when you look closely at this biconical trap, you can see a lot of flies that we captured within 10 minutes. This shot was taken 10 minutes after setting up the trap in Oloya in Ido local government area. Alaho had the highest sesafly density of 10.33, while Alaho had highest density, while Oloya had lower density. And this can be explained based on the pictures that I have. Next slide, please. We can see the difference. These pictures were taken on the same day while we were setting the traps. And the first two pictures, the first two plates were from Ido local government, while the other one is from Itesiwaju and Kajala. The place I'm standing in Kajala local government area about 2017 was a stream, and by now the stream is already gone. Oloya had thick riparian forest vegetation, and this simulates nocturnal ambience. And when the environment is dark, fly tends to go to rest. Their activity is most rampant when the sun is very high. The nocturnal ambience interferes with the visibility of the traps we have set. It also obstructs their flight. And that might be the reason why we had little catch there. Also, the soil in Oloya is very marshy, which will not support laviposition. Alaho had a very good vegetation, which is suitable for papalis growth, and the soil is humus rich, which supports laviposition and survival of pupae in this area. Loss of trees distorts ecological balance, and that affects the distribution of sesafly like other fauna in this ecotype. Also, heat fluxes coming from bush burning hardens the soil, makes it difficult for pupae that the sesafly lays in the soil to survive. The heat flux also kills the sesafly itself. Then sesafly are not very good in enduring direct sunlight. So when the sun is very high, it's quite life-threatening to them. And because the trees are gone, many of them don't survive the exposure to this heat. The infection is higher in Alaho among humans and animals, among sesafly and animals, while the infection, trypanosome infection, is higher in Ayeto Rukawasi. And this is highly significant. Overall, together, we had 13 high-risk points, and 6 were of the highest transmission place. Is higher in Alaho for both human and animal, and this corroborates with the higher sesafly density and vector competency of Glossina papalis captured in this area. Conclusively, Oyo local government, Oyo state shows high human and animal trypanosomiasis prevalence, and there is risk of peridomestic infestation because the sesafly will tend to run from the harsh weather in the deforested areas and come to the conserved area in domestic area, thereby causing zoonotic spillover. That means they will pick trypanosomes from the wild and bring it to peridomestic environment. Coordinated control programs are urgently needed in this area to address sesafly infestation and trypanosomiasis using the One Health approach. Advocacy and sensitization activity on environmental malpractices should be launched because it's difficult to tell the people not to fell trees, not to burn bushes, because they are using this for charcoal, they are using it as firewood, and they know when they cut this down, the sesaflies are gone. I would like to acknowledge the New England Biolabs, Germany, for donating the WormStat kits used for this study, the Nigerian Academy of Science for funding my participation, and the Director General NITA, Dr. J.J. Ajakaye, for releasing me officially to be here. These are my references, and thank you for your attention.
And we also want to thank you for a good presentation. Thank you. The last speaker for today, that is Ainde Adeni, will be talking about climate change, vector-borne diseases and conflict, intersecting challenges and vulnerable states.
Okay. Thank you, the chairman of the session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The slide is... I will be presenting this paper on behalf of the Farmer Incubation Hub. Before I go into my presentation, I would like to mention this fact. The paper was a product of the Farmer Incubation Hub. Farmer Incubation Hub is a platform dedicated to empowering undergraduate pharmacy students to develop expertise in global health research across Africa in order to tackle the pressing public health issue. The title of my presentation is Climate Change, Vector-Borne Disease, and Conflict, Intersecting Challenges in Vulnerable States. researchers have established that climate change and vector-borne disease and conflict are interconnected. And this interplay between climate change, vector-borne disease, and conflict, which I prefer to refer to as the complex emergencies, because of the effect these factors had on the health of the humans, present a significant challenge to public health, particularly in vulnerable states. But climate change specifically has a profound challenge on the public health, and it intensifies vulnerabilities in by altering favorable condition to disease vectors, which exacerbate public health in regions already destabilized by conflict. Our study is aimed at exploring the nexus that exists between these complex emergencies, as I mentioned earlier, and also to provide actionable recommendations to relevant stakeholders, including the government and non-governmental organizations, social organizations, and individuals, to tell them about the effects of climate change and vector-borne disease on the public health. We conducted a systematic review analysis of data sources, exploring data that identify the links between this, links between climate change, vector-borne disease, and conflict. A comprehensive search was carried out on PubMed, Scopus, Google Scholars, and Web of Science, exploring data from 2010 to 2023, using a predetermined search term such as climate change on vector-borne disease, climate change, vector-borne disease. Supplemental data were also obtained from relevant websites such as the World Bank Group website, World Health Organization website, and the International Monetary Fund website. The studies were screened for eligibility, and 14 of these studies were carefully selected. The obtained data were extracted, analyzed, and summarized using qualitative content analysis in order to highlight the challenges posed by this interlinked, by the interplay between climate change, vector-borne disease, and conflict, particularly in vulnerable states. After the qualitative content analysis, we found out that climate change has a multiplier effect on vector-borne disease transmission through ecological changes that expand vector habitat and alter their breeding pattern, leading to an increase in disease outbreaks in conflict-affected areas. The factors identified include deforestation, which alters the natural habitats of disease vectors and increase the rate of interaction between human beings and disease vectors, thereby exacerbating the public health crisis, particularly in conflict-affected areas, because conflict-affected areas are prone to vector-borne disease due to the fact that you find out that in conflict-affected areas, public health workers are displaced, public health workers are displaced, and health facilities are destroyed. People are driven into bushes, and thereby predisposing them to attack of vectors and subsequently leading to increased vector-borne disease burden. Other factors include greenhouse gases emission, industrial activities, combustion of fossils, and depletion of the ozone layer. Collectively, these factors create a complex web of health vulnerabilities. The socio-economic impact of this health crisis perpetuates cycles of poverty and impedes sustainable development, thereby challenging the efficacy of international aid and governance in these regions. Conclusively, we found out that the compounded challenges of this climate change, health vulnerabilities, and conflict calls for a swift action and urgent need for integrated policy response. This includes development of resilient health system, robust disease surveillance mechanisms and control, and inclusion of health imperatives in climate change adaptation strategies, such as public health awareness and collaboration with international organizations. Additionally, there is a need for improved governance structures to tackle the underlying drivers of conflict in order to address the impact of climate change, vector-borne disease, and conflict-affected areas, and facilitated international cooperation. And there is need for government to ensure successful implementation of public health interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate all our speakers once again? Let's appreciate them very well. Okay, so now time for questions. You have opportunity of just asking a question or contribution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So after that, so please go straight to the question, no side comments. Number 1, sir. The mic, please.
I enjoyed your thorough review of the effects of climate change on human and animal health. And by the way, for those who don't know me, I am Emeritus Professor from Alcorn State University, Mississippi, USA, and former Pro-Chancellor of Imo State University. So as I was saying, it was a beautiful review. Do you have any novel control or prevention of the diseases caused by climate change? And I use the word novel. Thank you, sir.
Number 2.
That's all.
Number 2. This ends.
Thank you. My name is Chinwe Chukwudi from the University of Nigeria. My question goes to Dr. Rolayo Emmanuel. I was wondering how you assessed the distribution of SESE, because I was thinking that if you had sampled maybe wider, I'm just asking, maybe you can let me know how you assessed the distribution of SESE, because I feel like when the bushes are burned and the SESE could no longer live in their normal habitation, they would have to spread out and then they get into homes. And that might be why we have always known that trypanosomiasis is a focal disease and is always centered around where the SESE is found. But now that their habitats are being destroyed, they're spreading out into the communities. And we know that recently we are getting data from all over Nigeria of increased human African trypanosomiasis in places where we never thought that they were existing. Thank you.
Okay, number 3. Which number 3? Okay.
Yeah, I just want to, well, I don't know whether it's a question. The gentleman from Lautech, I was wondering what's his affiliation? Are you a staff of Lautech or a professor there? What do you mean by recent? Which program did you do at Lautech? PhD? Yeah, because you should have said you have to have the same experience as Professor Tomori, who has been here forever. Just for example. I mean, you should just have told us that you just completed your first degree. Okay,
That's
just
good.
for clarification.
Yeah. So who is number 4?
Yeah, mine is contribution and is to Emmanuel Oyelayo. Very nice presentation. And I just want to emphasize that I hope you are aware that Nigeria have a very active program on combating AMR, domiciled in the Ministry of Health. So if you are looking for sponsorship, or at least they need to be aware of what you are doing. So I just want to encourage you that you should make contact for possible guidance and funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a good one. Who's number 5? That's the last question.
I want to thank all the presenters for quite a good educating presentations. And I want to talk to Emmanuel that talked on antimicrobial resistance. Actually, when I saw the topic, I expected to see at least a slide that dwell very well on establishing the relationships between antimicrobial resistance and climate change. So I don't know, maybe you should shed more light on that. I didn't get the true exact relationship that exists. Yes. Then secondly, I don't know. I want to appreciate you and congratulate you. You made a statement that using your grant, you were able to combat antimicrobial resistance in Agbomoso. Is it that you combated it or you contributed towards solving the problem?
I think it's just advocacy. Okay. We answer this first. If we still have time, so we start from you, sir.
Yeah, now that we mentioned it, I will start writing the book now. Yeah, we don't have a book, that's what I'm saying. I said, now that you suggested it, we'll go ahead and start working. And you'll be a co-author, sir.
Okay. Do you have any comments?
All right. Thank you so much for the nice reviews. I really appreciate it. And I would love to make an open request from the highly distinguished personnel that informed me about the Ministry of Health. I would love to reach out to you and get more information about that, sir. And also about the relationship between climate change and antimicrobial resistance. That's why I made an example that if there's a sudden change from wet season to dry season, we mostly discover from research that individuals are mostly predisposed to infections. Take, for example, sore throat during dry season. When you pass through the roads and you see there will be an arousal of all this dust, and most individuals they begin to have sore throat. Another example is that I'm still going further. Another example is that when there's a sudden drop from from dry season to wet season, most individuals begin to develop catarrh or having running nose. So most of them, they begin to go look for all of these small kiosks and pharmaceutical centers, all of these. That's why I said if you're a Yoruba person, that they will just mix up the antibiotics together. So they will want to take it. So, and this was due to the climate change that occurred. So that was the relationship. That's the relationship between the two. And I could see from previous researches that it's actually true.
Well, weather change, climate change, erratic weather change because of climate change. So you need to actually define the lines. But I think we can go to the next person. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chingwe. Thank you, Dr. Chinwe.
It's off. Okay. You can go on now.
Thank you, Dr. Chinwe. Capturing Fly has its own guidelines. According to the FAO guidelines or Leak et al. 2008-2009, when you're setting the balconical traps, the odor-baited traps, in open spaces, it has to be 300 meters apart from each other. So when you have an area you're going to at a particular season, you create a grid system using GIS tools before you go to the field. So the grid system in open areas where there are no grass will be 300 meters by 300 meters. In forested areas, it's going to be 200 meters by 200 meters. And around water bodies, you're going to have it 100 meters by 100 meters or in denser vegetation. So what this does is it allows you to be unbiased while collecting your samples. So even if I know flies used to be here and they are no longer here, I put that aside, I go there and set my traps based on the guidelines, following the grid system that I've created and return back. And secondly, flies, like I said, they don't do well under direct sunlight. So they like green covers. They like riparian environments, like they concentrate around water bodies. So it's very, very easy for you to catch them around water bodies or in the vegetated areas without being biased to whether there are. So even if you know this area, the bush has been burnt, you still have to put your traps there to be unbiased. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment? Okay. So can we take the next question? Yeah, one. No other questions after that? Okay. So let's just take your question and then we can round off.
Thank you very much. It's actually not a question, but a comment. I really want to commend the two young men, not Daddy Tomorio, the two young men that as undergraduates, they have carried out such an extensive work. Yes, I was at my poster stand when Lawal came over, introducing himself, a pharmacy student. Forgive me if I'm being biased. I'm a pharmacist. I lecture at the University of Ibadan, and was telling me that he was going to have oral presentation. The Pharma Hub he made mention of is also headed by a student who is an alumnus of University of Ibadan. As at the time he was graduating from University of Ibadan, his H index was 20. So I'm grateful. I really commend them. I pray that going forward, they also submit to mentors that can help to harness what they are doing. And thank you to Nigeria Academy of Science for giving them this opportunity.
So thank you. By this, we've come to the end of today's session. And I need to make this announcement. Registration continues tomorrow morning by 8:30 a.m. And lectures for tomorrow's program will start by 9 a.m. on the dot. Please, if you have not pasted your poster, please go and put it up. And after now, people will come around to look at your poster. So if you have a poster there, make sure you are there to explain things to people who will come around. I want to thank our speakers for this last session today. We appreciate you. So you can go and have your seat. Thank you. Let's clap them as they go back to have their seats. Okay, so the buses will depart by 5:15, so you still have time to go and look at the posters. And I want to thank all of you, looking at the population that started with us in the morning and having this number of people staying back. I need to appreciate your patience and your commitment to this program. So I want you to clap yourself as well. Especially the young old men who have taken time to be here all through. Seeing the likes of Professor Aya and Professor Folaisan, I said, no, this is a great thing. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any other announcement. So if there's none, I wish you a very great evening, and let's meet at the poster stands. Thank you and God bless you.